Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Forever Insane in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1. It's Thursday. Mako looks out the window of the back seat of the cab, watching as the large familiar building gets closer and closer. She grips the basket resting in her lap full of bread that she had made herself close to her as they passed the large sign. Mako glances at it even though she already knows what this place is. Welcome to Darkside Insane Asylum. This place was anything but welcoming. Mako feels as if the sign is more of a warning than anything else. They might as well put, "Welcome to Disturbia." It's a creepy place. The building is huge, made of brick. It's pure white with a black roof. It's the place you see in many scary movies, you know, the one place no one wants to go, that screams trouble. Mako watches as they pass the many trees that surround the asylum. As if their cells weren't enough to hold the patients away from the world, they make the location deep into a dark forest where most would not dare travel, but she's not like most people. She comes here all the time, for a part of her is stuck in this hellhole. Her mother. Her mother is stuck here. She grinds her teeth just at the thought, but she shakes it off. She can't afford to think about that now. The cab comes to a stop in front of the odd building, the cab driver looking back at her with panic in his eyes. "Hurry up and pay me. I hate coming here and you know that." "Wimp." She grunts but hands him the money and gets out the car. The man doesn't waste any time and zooms off as if some monster was chasing him. Mako watches him go with a blank expression before she turns to look at this place she hates but loves at the same time. She hates this place because it took her mother away from her, but she loves it because she gets to see her mother again every Thursday and Saturday. She never misses a day. Mako walks into the asylum pushing past the glass doors, her green eyes look around boredly. This place never changes. The lobby is pure white except for the furniture that's all black. It's such a weird way to furnish a room, but then again barely anybody comes here, there's only 2 visitor days. The woman at the front desk looks up from her cell phone as Mako walks forward. She snorts rudely. "I was wondering when you would get here." The woman tucks a lock of her brown hair behind her ear as she brings out a large book. She opens it up and searches the pages for something. "Let me guess, Kami Albarn, correct?" She doesn't wait for Mako, she already knows the answer. The woman finds the page and writes something down before pushing it over to Mako. Without comment she signs the paper. She's done this so many times, she knows what to do. Mako hands the book back to her. The woman looks at it before humming in approval. She rings a bell and soon a man in scrubs comes out of the door behind the desk. The woman doesn't look at him as she starts texting on her phone again. "Room 403, Kami Albarn." The man just nods. He glances at Mako coldly before he starts to walk towards the elevator, Mako following him without comment. "There's no need to talk here." The man clicks the up arrow and they get into the elevator. Mako's thoughts on her mother as the doors close behind them. How long has she been in this awful place? How much longer will she be? The man clicks the 5th button as his eyes glance down to the basket she's holding. Something flickers in them as he snatches the basket from her hands, and starts digging through it. "You won't find anything in there other than bread." She grunts, not at all amused at this. They always do this, yet she brings the same thing every time. A basket full of cherry bread, her mother's favorite. "I just have to make sure there isn't anything sharp in here that the patient could hurt herself with." He does one final check over before handing the basket back over roughly. "My mom doesn't hurt herself. That's the reason why she's here." "Fuck you." Mako growls and the man looks at her. The look she gives him causes him just to sigh and look away. How dare he? He doesn't know anything about her mother. She glares at him the whole ride up till the elevator dings. The man quickly leaves, happy to be out of there and away from her. She follows behind him and takes a deep breath. You can't be mad when you see her, you have to smile. She takes deep breaths to calm herself down as the man leads her to the door she knows so much. Door 403. Dr. Stein is already in there with her. The man gives her a look while he gets his keys out to unlock the door. Yes, unlock. They have her mother locked up like she's some fucking criminal, but she has done no crime. As soon as the door is open, Mako rushes in. She hates her mom's room. It's not nice, it's not comfortable. The room, like everything else, is white, only the chairs and her bed being black. Her beautiful mother sits in the middle of this room on a black chair, her bangs covering her eyes. Sitting in front of her is a man dressed like a scientist, like a doctor, but really he deserves to be in this place more than her mother. The man turns his head towards her, his glasses glaring so she can't see his eyes, but if she did she knows they would be cold or blank. Amaka, you're here, perfect. Maybe we'll respond to you more than she will me. He smiles at her seeing the notebook he's holding, a notebook of notes about her mother. She almost growls like an animal. She hates this man. He treats her mother like an experiment, and she's not that. She's not that at all. Maka doesn't comment as she walks over to her mother, all the nurses in the room watching her wryly. Yes, nurses, they keep so many people in here when she comes, for her protection they say, but why would she need protection from her mother? She doesn't, her mother would never hurt her. Maka's eyes take in her mother and she can feel the lump in her throat. Her mother wears a white hospital robe, her hair down covering her neck and face, her legs are shaking. She hates to see this, to see her mother here in this room, being watched by these cold people that don't care about her. To them she's just another crazy patient, just another experiment, but she's not. She's her mother. Mom, it's me, Maka. She gets on her knees before her mother doesn't respond. I brought your favorite cherry bread. This causes her mother to tense and Maka watches as she slowly lifts her head up. Maka grips the basket tight but she doesn't look away. Her mother looks at her with her eyes dilated and glossy. They look at her but at the same time they don't, as if she's seeing through her. Her hair is still in her face and it gets in her mouth when she speaks. Maka, you came back, is it Saturday already? No, it's Thursday. Maka gently tucks the hair out of her mother's face behind her ear. This causes all the nurses to tense up. Of course I came back, I brought you some bread. Her eyes light up and Maka smiles. Your favorite? My favorite. She squeals, her lips twitching up into an unnatural smile. By pure willpower Maka holds her smile up when really she wanted to frown. Her mother grabs the basket from her and without using her hands she digs her face into the basket, eating the bread like a dog. Pieces of ripped up bread falls all over the place as her mother devours it, makes growling noises. What kind of bread is that? Stein asks blankly, watching her mother with uncaring eyes. He's just studying her behavior like she's some kind of animal. Cherry. Maka grunts, glaring at him as he writes it down. He catches her glare but his expression doesn't change. It never does. Now that's not how we eat, is it? Stein studies her mother as she growls, grabbing onto the basket to steady it. She's starting to rip it, but that's okay. Maka would just buy another one. Mom. Maka touches her gently. Her mother stops growling and slowly looks up at her daughter, her eyes still glossy and wide, bread all over her face. Most people at seeing their mother like this would back away and maybe even scream, but not her. Why should she back away in fear from her mother? I'm sorry. Her bangs cover her eyes and she starts to tremble. Sometimes I forget how normal people eat, it's been so long. That was directed towards Stein, her mother looking over at him. A large smile rips out on her face, and her legs shake as she digs her nails into the chair. I forgot. I forgot. I totally forgot. She throws her head back and laughs madly. The nurses start to talk, and Maka sees one take out a needle. Mom, you have to calm down. She whispers to her, as she strokes her hair. Her mother slowly stops laughing, that smile falling. She looks at Maka with watery eyes now, her lower lip quivering. Maka, I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop that evil man. I couldn't. I couldn't. She trembles, her eyes wide. Mom. Don't let him touch you. Her mother grabs her by the shoulders tightly, her nails digging into her skin. It doesn't hurt, but that doesn't stop the nurses from acting. They rush over, with Stein standing up from his seat. Maka is frozen as her mother shakes her, she's screaming in her face. Don't let him touch you. Don't let him get near you. You'll end up just like me. Just like me. Enough. A male nurse grabs her mother, roughly ripping her away from Maka. Another nurse grabs her arms as she struggles against them. Stop it, she wasn't hurting me. Maka shouts, but Stein grabs her by the shoulder. It's time for you to go, she's not stable. He begins to drag her out of the room, Maka keeps screaming her mother's name as she watches a nurse stick a needle in her arm. Her mother goes limp in their arms. Mom. Stein pulls her out and shuts the door behind him. What's wrong with her? She's never done that before. Maka is panting, her eyes wide at remembering how desperate her mother looked as she screamed in her face. My apologies. It seems the new medication we gave her isn't working. The man jolts something down on his notebook. Seems we have to try something else. What is my mother to you? Just a test subject. She growls and takes a step back from him, her eyes flaring. Why the hell do you keep giving her different medications? Each one you give her just ends up making her worse. And that's what they were doing. They were making her mother worse so she could never leave this hellhole. So she couldn't come back home with her, where she belongs. We are trying to help your mother, Maka. Kami is becoming more unstable, so we had to up her medication. He takes his eyes off the notes to look at her. I assure you she is not a test subject. All we do for her. Maka grinds her teeth and looks away. Her mother is becoming more unstable because she's locked up here away from here home. Can't they see she just needs to come back home? That being back where she belongs will save her mind. Here. Stein pushes the basket towards her, Maka not realizing he had grabbed it as she takes it from him. It's ripped on the side, but that's okay. She looks inside, there's one piece of bread left. Well, she know what she's having for lunch. Kami won't be taking any more visits for today, we need to get her stable again. His glasses glare as he turns his back on her. Go home, your father is probably worried about you and you have school tomorrow. He opens the door back to her mother's room and he pauses, looking back at her. This is no place for you, Maka. He looks away from her and walks back into her mother's room, shutting the door behind him. This is no place for my mom either. She speaks, but it's only to herself. Maka grips the handle of the basket as she starts to walk down the hallway back towards home, but really home isn't home without her mother. Nothing's the same without her. Maka feels her eyes get watery and she sniffles, having to stop for a second to rub her eyes. Her mother has never put her hands on her like she did back there, and that look in her eyes, she looked so deranged, and even she had to admit it. Maka looks up at the ceiling, silent tears falling down her face. Her mom's not stable. How much longer will she be here? Why did this even have to happen? She wipes the tears away. Crying was weak. She would not let herself do it for too long. Maka takes a deep breath and starts walking again, thinking about what she's going to do for the rest of the day. She usually stays at asylum till visiting hours are over, 6:30, but when she looks at the watch on her wrist it's only 3 o'clock. She has 3 hours to spare and she doesn't want to go home. No, she hates it there, it's not even her home. She considers the asylum more of her home than that place. At least here is where her mother is. Her mother is her home. Suddenly, as she walks past a hallway deep in thought, something runs into her, causing her to stumble back and the thing to squeak. All she sees is a flash of pink before the thing falls on the floor hard. Watch where the hell you're going. Maka stops going off once her eyes fall on the thing. A boy, or a girl she can't really tell, is on the white floor looking up at her with wide pale blue eyes. The person is trembling. She automatically notices the white gown this person is wearing. This is a patient. What are you? I think the patient went this way. Maka hears someone shout from the end of the hallway. Without thinking, Maka grabs this person's wrist and lifts them up. She had to hide this person, and fast. Maka knows too well what they do to patients who try to escape. She spots a custodian closet and drags the person towards it. He or she drags their feet, trembling. I'm helping you. She growls as she opens the closet. The person's eyes light in realization at seeing the closet, and the patient stops struggling. Maka doesn't waste any time and pushes the patient in, closing the door in the person's face, ignoring how scared his person looks. Hey girl. 3 nurses appear from around the corner, the ones the patient was probably running from. One is holding a needle, the dreaded needle, another one holding a restraint. She recognizes one of them, the one that addressed her as the man who took her to her mom's today. He looks out of breath and irritated. Have you seen a patient with pink hair around here? We know the patient came this way. Yeah, I saw her. Maka hears the patient squeak from behind the door and she really hopes they didn't hear that. She went that way. She points down the hallway, her expression blank. Better hurry, she was pretty fast. Right. Come on. He shouts at the other nurses and take off running full speed down the hallway. Dumbasses. Maka smirks and watches till they're out of sight. Alright, it's okay to come out now. She looks back at the closet. It slowly creaks open, the pink-haired patient peeking around the door shyly, her face red. Come on, you can't stay there forever. At this the girl looks back as if she was really considering it. Maka sighs, getting her attention. Look, I know this place is bad, I know it's horrible, but don't you know what they do to patients that try to run away? The girl nods her head, her bangs covering her eyes. Then why did you do it? She speaks softly as she gets closer. You know it's almost impossible to get out of this place, right? Wasn't he trying to run away? She mumbles, or he mumbles, hearing its voice has confused her again. It's in between, like it could belong to a girl or a boy. She doesn't want to ask, but it's beginning to bug her a little. If you weren't trying to run, then why are you out of your cell? She raises an eyebrow when the patient tenses. I didn't want to be alone. The patient trembles and Maka can't help but to feel bad for this person, he looks so fragile. The groan is a bit too big for this person, on one side it hangs down on the shoulder showing off his skin that you could easily see the bone through, the patient just looks vulnerable. It's visiting day. She mumbles softly, puzzled. Thursday was the bigger of the two visiting days. People didn't like to spend their weekend at a house for crazy people. It's Thursday and this patient doesn't look like she could be any older than her, surely her mother or father would have come to see her. The pained look on the patient says it all. No one came to see her. No one cares enough to come. A deep anger burns within her as she grabs the boy's or girl's wrist, this causing the person to squeak and looks at her with wide eyes. I'm taking you back to your room, what number is it? It's our room 408. The patient's blue eyes shift all over the place and he squeaks when Maka starts to pull him along. But only N nurses and V visits are allowed to go to my room. I'm your visitor for today. Maka states bluntly, dragging the boy along with her in the direction of his room. She feels him tense against her hand that's holding his wrist. Why you are? He speaks breathlessly and it feels like Maka's dragging her along. Why? Why would you want to be my visitor? Why, you don't know me? He mumbles. Maka suddenly stops and the patient tenses as she turns to face him her. She smiles warmly, friendly. I'm sorry, you're right. My name is Maka Albarn, what's yours? She reaches out a hand towards the patient. She looks at the hand with wide confused eyes, as she grips her arm with the other rather tightly. Maka notices. She's about to pull away her hand, thinking maybe this patient doesn't know what a handshake is, when he reaches out a shaky hand. His fingertips lightly touch her hand and he gasps, looking at where he's touching her like he was surprised she's actually there. I am Krona. She mumbles as she pulls away from Maka's hand, blushing. Krona. Maka smiles. See, now we know each other. She grabs her hand again and starts leading her back to her room. She walks fast and this time she notices the patient is actually walking with her, she no longer dragging him. It then hits Maka that she's walking alone with a crazy person. No nurse knows she's here with him and she doesn't know anything about this person. Maybe it's how small his wrist feels in her hand, or the way he stumbles every once in a while, but she doesn't feel frightened at all. She doesn't feel like she's in any danger. This is a human being just as herself. Maka finally finds what she's looking for, room 408. She tries the door handle and the door opens. Maka leads the patient into the room, shutting the door behind them. As soon as they're in, the girl lets go of her hand to go sit into a corner on the hard floor, hugging her knees to her chest. You know it's comfier on a seat. Maka studies the patient as she lifts her head up slightly just so she can hear her speak. I am more comfortable over here. He mumbles. Well, okay then. She walks over to him, he's trembling. So how did you even get out? The doors are usually locked pretty good, I'm impressed. Oh, I just started screaming and when the nurses came I ran past them. He blushes and pulls his knees closer to his chest. I wanted to get to a phone, but as you know I didn't make it too far. Why did you want to get to a phone? Maka kneels next to the frail girl, frowning. So I could call my mom. I don't understand why she hasn't come to see me. She told me she would. The girl trembles and her bangs cover her eyes. And no, that was stupid of me to ever believe her. She's never coming to see me. I am no longer needed. Maka's frown deepens. Whoever her mother was sounded like a total bitch. Who would just abandon their child in an insane asylum when he needs her the most? Maka opens her mouth but he just shakes his head. And no more. I can't deal with this conversation. I understand. A awkward silence falls over them, the boy hugging his knees in a corner while Maka stares at him, or her. This is beginning to bother her. This person has short pink hair, with such a soft face. The body is very small, but even in the gown she could see the patient's curves, she could see the patient's hip bones poke out of the gown, they're so wide. Everything she sees leads her to think this is a girl, but, at the same time there is something that screams male. The way this person talks and the patient's facial expressions, it's hard to tell, but either way, boy or girl, she's fascinated. She's never seen anyone like this person, so frail, so timid. She just wants to hold this person, to protect this person, and she just met him or her. Maybe she did belong in the asylum. Is it normal to feel this way? To be fascinated by someone you don't even know? She studies how tiny Krona is, looking at the shoulder bone that is showing and his face that's sunken in and pale. Does he even eat? Maka looks down at the basket she's been carrying, spotting the last piece of bread, her lunch. Oh well. Maka takes it out, noticing Krona is now watching her with fascination. She smiles at him and reaches the bread towards him. Here, are you hungry? Krona stares at the piece of bread, the hunger evident in his pale blue eyes, but he shakes his head. Ah, come on, try it. I know you'll like it. I made it myself. She smiles warmly at him, and this time Krona reaches out a shaky hand, lightly grabbing it and bring it back to him. Krona just stares at it for the longest time before she parts her small lips, taking the tiniest bite possible out of it. The reaction is automatic. This eye is amazing. Her whole face lights up, her pale blue eyes sparkling as she takes another bite, then another, then another. Maka watches Krona eat something, tugging at her heart that something she made could make someone so happy. Thanks, I make them for my mother all the time, so I'm like the master of baking bread now. She chuckles as Krona takes the last bite of the piece of bread, destroying it. Why, you can say that again. There's nothing like this here. Krona mumbles, averting his gaze, a blush on his face. Thanks so much for that. You're welcome. Maka smiles again. She finds it weird she's smiling. She never does, but she can't help it. Krona looks down, his eyes glossed over in thought for a moment before he blurts out. Why are you here? Krona suddenly looks up, her eyes widen, panicked. I mean. What are you doing at the asylum, and not here? I like you here, don't think that I don't, I'm just curious. It's okay. Maka giggles a little at this reaction, causing Krona to look at her with those beautiful blue eyes. Did she just say beautiful? Yes, she did, and she meant it. They freeze and excite her like the ice they represent. I'm here to visit my mom. Oh, I'm sorry. Krona mumbles, glancing at her then the ground, looking guilty. There's nothing to be sorry about. Do you still love her? He breathes out, looking down at the floor with his shaky blue eyes, gripping his knees tightly. Even though she's here, do you still love her? He speaks no more than a whisper. Of course I do. She says instantly, and his breath hitches as he looks at her with wide eyes. I love her with all my heart. Nothing could change that. Why is she here? Krona asks, then her eyes get wide. I mean, I'm sorry, shouldn't be asking you all these questions. She trails off, her eyes shaking. No, it's fine. Maka smiles reassuringly, but it falls as she looks down at her hands in thought. Sometimes I ask myself that same question, why is my mom even here? Maka grips her fist, her breath speeding. But really I know why she's here, because I seen it with my own eyes. What happened? He looks at her, his eyes filled with concern. Concern for her? He doesn't know her, but yet he's concerned about her, and it's genuine, unlike her father, unlike her classmates whose concern is a routine, it's a duty to them. But this stranger owes Maka nothing, yet he's concerned about her. She can see it in those beautiful eyes. Everything was great. My mother. Everyone loved her and respected her. Maka closes her eyes thinking back to those better times. She had a job as a heart surgeon, she was the best and saved many lives. She worked for every single thing she got and everyone respected her for it. She gave to the poor, and she was the best mother any girl could have. She would take me to the park every Friday when she got off work and we would go for ice cream. She would tell me stories while we sat on the bench feeding the birds that would always come by our feet. Maka's eyes get glossy, not understanding why all these words are coming out to a stranger to make matters worse. This is the most she's talked to anyone since her mother was taken away from her, and she never talked about her mother, not to her best friend, not to her father, and not to her guidance counselor, but here she was, spilling her guts out to this person. She can't stop the words anymore, they have been held in way too long. One day I came home from school, and my house was on fire. Maka grips her fist, she's starting to tremble. I rushed in after calling 911 worried about my mom, and when I got in there, she takes a deep breath. My mom was dancing with this huge smile on her face. If that wasn't odd enough, she was on fire, her arms were, and she was dancing and smiling. She threw ashes in the air chanting, "You can't touch me now, demon. I win. I win. You'll never touch her, you evil man. Never, never. You're going to burn down with this house. Burn down with me." To say I was terrified would be an understatement. I could not understand what I was seeing, and all at once the police and the firemen got on the scene. A fireman rushed in and grabbed me, pulling me and my mother out of the house, but my mom was screaming she wanted to go back. They put the fire out and she screamed bloody murder. "What are you doing? Don't you see what I was doing?" she shouted, and when she saw the firemen hosing down the house, tears streamed down her face, but at this point she doesn't care. Oh God, it was so awful. My mom attacked a fireman. She jumped on him screaming bloody murder before she bit him. She bit him on the neck and there was blood. The man screamed and the other firefighters had to pry my mother off of him. She didn't spit out his blood, she swallowed it. She fucking swallowed it. She's trembling now bad and she can't stop. She can't stop the words. They're coming out too fast to stop, like a waterfall. They're just flowing from her heart out of her mouth. She screamed, "Why are you trying to take out the fire? Let it burn. Let it fucking burn. The man, he's going to go down with it, so I say let it burn." My mother was hysterical, laughing loudly with tears streaming down her face and blood dripping from her lips. At this point I was crying. I didn't understand any of this, why my mother was acting like this, why our house was on fire. It was so scary, it even scares me now to talk about it. She sniffles, she's still crying. How embarrassing, but she can't stop. The firefighters tried to hose down the fire again and my mother attacked. This time she was tackled by cops and held down. She thrashed crazily against them. It took 5 cops to hold her down so they could put handcuffs on her. Then they took her away and I was left standing there alone watching as the firemen tried to take out the fire. They did, but the damage had been done. My home was ruined and I knew it. I also knew nothing would be the same again. She pants heavily. The tears are falling down heavier now as she shakes her head. She was fooling herself all along. Her mother. By the court my mother was ruled insane, charged with burning down our house and burning herself. She also got charged with attacking the firemen, but instead of jail she was sent here. I watched from the crowd at the courthouse as they cuffed my mother again and dragged her out. She screamed, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's all him. He's done this to me." Then they took her from my sight and I cried again, for I knew then that she was insane. The court had ruled it so. Maka wipes the tears from her eyes. "And you come to visit her ever since?" Krona speaks softly. She can feel his gaze on her but she can't look at him. "Not right now. This man that your mom speaks of, did he? Did they find him?" "No. Because he isn't real." She takes a deep breath and lets it out. "There never was a man, it was just my mom, it was all my mom." She grips her fist as she finally looks at Krona. He's looking at her with a frown on his face, but he's not judging. Her concern still shines through and this causes silent tears to fall again. She still talks about this man, she still fucking talks about him, and it's been months. I'm worried about her, Krona, I'm so worried. I am so sorry, Maka." He frowns as he reaches out a shaky hand, touching her cheek where the tears were. He pulls his hand away and looks at the water on his hand with a blank expression. Please don't cry, I don't like it, it doesn't make me feel good." He mumbles, looking away from her. "I'm sorry." Maka wipes the tears from her cheeks. how did all that just come from her lips? How did she really just confess all that? She shed tears in front of this patient, tears no one was meant to see. She spoke her fears, her worries that no one was supposed to know but her. She came to comfort Krona, but he ended up comforting her. Maybe she really did belong here with her mother. It's funny how this calm boy is the one wearing the gown when she should be the one wearing it. She's pretty much crying on the shoulder of someone who needs someone to cry on. She's free, but Krona's not. Krona is considered insane, yet she's not. And no, it's fine, I asked about your mother. Krona shifts her gaze, a guilty look weighing down her expression. I shouldn't have even asked. I'm glad you did. Make gives him a assuring smile, her eyes feel swollen. I needed to talk about it, I had to let all that out. Thanks for listening to me, I'm so sorry I just piled that all on you. And no. I'll like learning about you and talking to you. She mumbles, looking to the ground, her cheeks slightly tinted. I don't get to talk to many normal people. Heh, I wouldn't say I'm normal. Maka smiles when Krona looks at her. It's true you're different, you helped me and why your words are so nice towards me. She blushes again and Maka feels her stomach tighten. Why you're different but not in the insane way. I guess so. Maka shrugs then looks at her. You're different too but, you don't seem insane to me. Maka calling all visitors. It's 6:30, time for you to leave. A bored voice sounds over the intercom causing Krona to tense. It's definably the lady from the front. Oh, it's time for you to go. Krona frowns, her eyes drooping a sadness in them that hurts Maka's heart. Yeah. Maka stands up and Krona follows her, her large eyes not coming off of her. Bye Krona. She walks over to the door and pauses. I'll see you Saturday. What? His eyes get wide. I'm going to visit you Saturday. She gives him a smile. If you don't mind my company. And no. And not at all. Her eyes are wide, her lips slightly parting in awe, making her look so cute. I enjoy it. Good, because so do I. This gets Krona's breath to hitch and a blush to come to his cheeks. Maka smiles. Bye Krona, see you Saturday. See you Saturday. His whole face lights up in happiness and Maka can feel her heart swell. She doesn't want to leave but she has to. Maka opens the door, making sure she locked it on the way out. She had a feeling. Maka walks down the hallway for a while before she is stopped by the same 3 nurses she left astray. Have you seen the patient? He's out of breath, panicked. What patient? She plays dumb. The one you pointed us to. We didn't find the brat. You're mistaken. You asked me where the bathroom was and I pointed you in that direction. There was no patient. She keeps her face blank. If she played her cards right this would work. Stop playing games, this patient is dangerous. We have to find this patient now. Maka almost glares at him. Krona isn't dangerous. She spent a long time with Krona and he didn't hurt her. She cried and he listened to her. I'm sorry but there wasn't a patient. She plays it cool. I wish I could help. Are you sure a patient is even loose? The man grumbles, obviously pissed off, as he grabs her wrist and leads her back over to Krona's door. See, this is. He stops at seeing that the door is closed. He tries the door and it's locked. What the hell? He looks inside the room by the small window on the door, his face pales. How the hell did Krona get back in there? Are you sure he ever left? Maka fake sighs and starts to walk away from the distressed nurses. I don't know, maybe you guys should check yourselves in the asylum, the job's getting to you, you're delirious. She smirks smugly as she walks away from them, hearing the nurses talk urgently with each other discussing their mental health. Oh yeah, she's a boss. Krona won't be getting into any trouble, he's safe. She closes her eyes and puts a hand to her heart. Krona made her feel good. A huge weight has been lifted from her shoulders after talking about her mother. It felt so good to speak and to not be judged, to admit she was afraid when she thought it to be so wrong before. One thing is for sure. Maka pushes the down button on the elevator and smiles. She can't wait to come back here Saturday. Chapter 2. Maka stares out of the window, enjoying all the stares she's getting from all her classmates. Let them look. They all mumble under their breaths, glancing at her trying to be discreet about it, but it's obvious they're looking at her. Maka keeps her face blank as she watches a bluebird fly past the window. It looked so happy. Sometimes she wishes she had wings like a bird, so she could just fly away from here, away from her troubles, away from these people. But she doesn't have wings and she's not a bird. She's stuck here. I heard that she goes into the dark forest near the asylum some nights just to stare up at the full moon. Some say she does witchcraft, cursing the people who work on her mother. Maka hears some girl say, but she doesn't even turn around. Let them say what they want. So many rumors are going around this shitty school about her anyway. What's one more? There are rumors that she doesn't sleep, that she is a witch, and that she is just as insane as her mother going around. It just goes to show how big of dumbasses the people in this town are. Sadly, it's not just her classmates that pass these rumors, it's the adults as well. Spirit always tells them off when he hears a rumor in the bar and comes home to complain to her about it. What is she supposed to do about it? People will believe what they want to believe, and really Maka could care less. That's so creepy. Why the hell is she still here? Shouldn't she be in the insane asylum with her mother? Another girl whispers harshly, yet Maka can still hear her. It's rude to talk about people when they're in the same room, you know. Maka speaks motor-toned, still not looking over at them. The scenery outside deserves her attention more than these people. Just her speaking gets the girls to let out a heap. Silence falls after, but she can feel their stares. Maka watches as the clouds move across the sky. It's a beautiful day out. She wishes her mother could enjoy it. Thinking of her mother causes her to remember that patient she had just met the other day. This isn't the first time Krona crossed her mind. She can't seem to get those pale blue eyes out of her head. Maka has been trying to think of a reason she spilled her guts to Krona, why she would even speak to a stranger in the first place, or even help a stranger for that matter. She didn't know Krona, she didn't owe him anything, Krona wasn't her problem, she could have just left him for the nurses to handle. Which is what she would have done to anyone else, but not Krona. That patient is different. Krona fascinates her. She felt something inside of her tug, and saw a part of herself she thought was long gone. She didn't even know she could be concerned about anyone other than her mother. The blue sky reminds her of Krona's eyes. Oh, how she loves those eyes. They're like ice, frozen crystals with light stuck inside of them, yet they have a dull appearance and a sadness that breaks her heart. She remembers how those eyes had sparkled when she gave him her bread, how they twinkled when she told him she would see him again. Her heart swells, and it feels odd she didn't even know she had a heart to swell. She remembers the patient's small body, how skinny he was, his bones that stuck out, how his waist curved, how he fit perfectly in the small corner he hid himself in. She remembers how small his wrist felt in her hand. How clumsy he was. She remembers everything about Krona, but there is so much she doesn't know. One thing she doesn't know is really bothering her. Is Krona a boy or a girl? She still doesn't know, and if Krona is a girl, Maka doesn't know if her fascination is normal. Well, she already doesn't think it's normal, but it will be a little odder if she's a girl. But then again, it's not like she's attracted to Krona. She's just fascinated, like someone would be when they see a new fish in aquarium. That may sound wrong, or cruel, but that's what it is. She's just curious, nothing more. Suddenly there's a bang on her desk. Maka takes her eyes off the sky to look at what had caused it. A boy leans on her desk, both of his hands resting on it, Maka guessing he had slammed his hands down on her desk, causing the thump. He looks angry, his teeth are grit, but Maka just chuckles at him. This boy looks ridiculous, with his big odd swirly glasses, his bald head, and his nerdy attire. He is just a walking joke. Maka raises an eyebrow at him. It's not every day she's greeted by such a sight. Is it true you called my girl a bitch? He sounds angry. Maka can see all the classmates are staring at them now. They're all looking at him in awe. Since you know, it's so amazing he had the balls to threaten the crazy girl. What girl would that be? Sorry, I call a lot of girls bitches. Maka smiles smugly, putting her hands together on the desk, faking innocence. She isn't innocent. Not at all. Kim Deal. He speaks confidently, but she sees some sweat has formed on his brow. Kim. Maka puts a hand to her chin, sarcastically thinking. Oh. She puts a finger in the air. You mean the girl who's actually not your girlfriend, just a girl that you're obsessed with and wished she would feel the same for you but she doesn't. You mean that Kim? Well, I believe I did. She likes to run her mouth about me, so she's a bitch. Maka smirks at this boy. His face has become completely red at the first part, but as she kept talking his expression changed back to anger. You. Sit down, Ox, I don't really care what you have to say. She rolls her eyes. Maybe if Kim was your actual girlfriend I would take you a little more seriously, but you're just a nerd with a obsession. Get out of my face. This causes the boy's face to get hot with embarrassment, and all the other students send her a glare. She doesn't care though. Ox grumbles something as he walks away, his bald head is red from how embarrassed he is and Maka can't help but to laugh. Like she said, this guy is a joke. Maka looks back out the window. Class is going to start any minute. Sometimes she wonders why she comes so early to class. She's always the first one in, and she always takes the seat in the very back, the only one next to a window. It's not like she likes going to school, she hates it, but it's better than her house. She'd rather be here than home any day. Look who's here before me. No surprise there. Maka turns from the window to glare at whoever dare talk to her. She's getting tired of talking to others. Her expression softens when she sees her best friend standing in front of her desk, giving her a warm smile. Oh hey kid. I wasn't expecting you to be here today. Maka watches as the boy takes his seat next to her, keeping his back so straight and his chin up. His black hair curling neatly around his face like it always does. I thought you were still sick. I got better. He smiles over at her as he readjusts his sleeves, then he readjusts his tie like the perfectionist he is. He always dresses so formally no matter if he's going to school or to the park. Maka doesn't think she's ever seen him in chill clothes or just chill at all, but then it wouldn't be kid. The boy is a sposs. Flu season can be quite troublesome. Yeah, but lucky me I never get sick. And that wasn't a lie. She hasn't gotten sick since she was 10, and that was just a slight case of the flu. Maka thinks it's because all she eats is oranges. They have some vitamin that helps the immune system, right? What about that time when you were 10? Kid speaks carelessly, but once the words are out he tenses like he said something he shouldn't have. You remember that? Maka raises an eyebrow. Why yes, just because I remember that day I was waiting for you. He looks at his rings as he readjusts them, doing this because he's a perfectionist or maybe because he doesn't want to look at her. It was the day of our big math test, remember? I was excited to get a better score than you, so I was waiting for you. When you didn't come I asked the teacher and she told me you weren't feeling well. Oh yeah, I remember that. Maka smirks. I was so pissed. I knew I had it in the bag too, I was going to get the better score but then I had to get sick. She shakes her head remembering. That's right. Her and Kid used to be rivals, enemies. They hated each other. Well, that's how she took it. Kid and Maka have always been the top of their class. When they were younger they would fight all the time over who's smarter. Maka finds it weird that now Kid is her best friend. She doesn't even know how it happened. He was her rival throughout middle school and the first year of high school. They were in all the same clubs, both fighting with not just their smarts but talents, trying to be better than the other. They spent a lot of time together because of this, and at some point the fighting turned into talking and then talking turned into laughter. She doesn't remember when this happened or why it happened, but she's glad. Kid is her one and only friend. She didn't think of him as a friend until the day her mother was taken from her. The news spread fast through this small town that her mother burned down their house and how she attacked the firemen. As Maka stared at her ruined home, the townspeople gathered around just to watch her, to see what was going on. No one approached but Kid. He came out to where she was and held her in his arms. By then her tears had stopped and she was weak. She was limp against him, like a broken doll, but Kid just kept holding her. He said nothing and he didn't have to. Maka already knew then that he cared. Well, your grade said otherwise. He smirks at her. Maka's expression falls. That's right, she had failed that test. Just cause I was sick and I didn't get a chance to study. She grunts and averts her gaze. She can feel she's getting a little angry thinking about it. She hates losing. I know. His soft voice causes her to look over at him. He's giving her a smile. You're a smart girl, any test you fail there's a reason. Even as a child I knew this. Good. Maka grunts. She watches as the boy starts to bring his things out for this class. He moves so carefully, it's like watching a scientist working with something dangerous. He takes his book for biology out slowly, then just as slowly he places it on his desk. Then he goes back and grabs some pencils. He places one on the left of his book and one on the right. He looks between the two intently a moment before shaking his head and moving the right pencil a little bit over. He looks at the two pencils again intently, a determined look on his face before he smiles, pleased with himself. Ah, perfect symmetry. He beams and Maka sighs. This boy is crazy for symmetry. Kid has really bad OCD, and if one side of something isn't the same as the other, he flips. Like if there is more desks on one side of the classroom than on the other, he will start pulling out his hair and won't stop flipping till it's fixed. It can get very annoying honestly, but she puts up with it. Just cause he puts up with her. People think he is insane now because he's friends with her, though he has had OCD all his life. After he befriended her, it's like they all just realized it and decided they didn't like it. She doesn't like that. Kid had a lot of friends and he was liked by all. How could you not like such a gentleman? But after he showed her kindness, he was shunned like she is. She told him to stop being her friend. To stop talking to her, but for some reason he didn't listen. He still talks to her and sits with her, ignoring the glares he gets, and Maka doesn't know why. She's not worth the trouble, why would he even bother? Me too. She points to her book, the two pencils next to it just like kids. She has gotten used to doing this with sitting next to the OCD boy, so now even when he's not here she just does it. Oh splendid, oh wait no. Kid beams only to frown, looking at the pencils with his nose wrinkle. Nice try Maka, but the left pencil is a little more over than the right. He reaches over and seemingly fixes it for her. They're now splendid. He beams again. Great. Maka looks down at the pencil he just moved, not really even seeing what he did. He barely moved it. Thanks. You're quite welcome. He smiles, his golden eyes sparkle. Maka looks at him and freezes. His eyes, they're so interesting. They're like golden rays trapped into small orbs. It's so unnatural yet so captivating. Maka has a thing for eyes, she loves them. She loves the different colors and shapes. She believes eyes are windows to the soul, for you can see all you need to know about a person through their eyes, or at least she can. Right now Kid is happy and maybe relieved. His eyes sparkle, giving his already golden eyes a more yellow tone. Her fingers start to twitch as she stares into Kid's eyes. Can I draw your eyes? She blurts out, not at all ashamed. Kid blinks in confusion, but realization lights up his eyes again and he smiles at her. Again. He chuckles. They have a nice light to them today. She shrugs. She draws Kid's eyes a lot, she just likes them. They're so different. She's not a good artist. She sucks actually, but for some reason she can draw eyes very well, and that's it. She has a sketchbook of just eyes, most of them being kids. Okay. Well, that will be fine. I don't mind. He smiles again and something flickers in his eyes. Is he excited? Why? All she's about to do is draw his eyes, nothing special, but every time she does, Kid seems happier or in a better mood. She doesn't understand it. Maka is about to reach in her book bag, pull out her sketchbook, and draw his eyes right then and there, but before she can, the teacher walks in. She groans and her head falls to the desk. She had ran out of time. She can't draw when class is about to start. Her drawings take all her forces. Seems we are about to start class. She can't see Kid's face, but he sounds disappointed. Yeah, sorry Kid, some other time I guess. Maka sighs as she sits up. Well, how about this afternoon? Kid coughs into his hand nervously when Maka looks over at him with an eyebrow raised. How? I don't see you then. Maybe we could meet up later. His eyes lock onto hers, they're blank right now. He's masking his feelings from her. You know that new diner just opened up, we could check it out. My treat. He smiles charmingly, but Maka can see the faint pink in his cheeks. Maka blinks, and her brows furrow. Kid, are you asking me out on a date? The boy's cheeks get darker, and he gives her a nervous smile. Aye. He coughs into his hand again, like that would help him. Maka decides to spare him. I'm just playing with you, dude. She smirks as she pats him on the back. I know you're just being nice. I'm not just being nice, Maka. Kid. Maka. The teacher growls. He must have been talking but they didn't hear him. Stop talking. I expect better from my top students. This causes both Maka and Kid to blush. This is the only thing she would get embarrassed about. She likes this class so she rather not get into trouble. The teacher looks between the both of them before turning his attention back on the board. Maka touches Kid's hand halfway through class to get his attention. They haven't talked since the teacher interrupted them. Kid looks over at her curiously. About this afternoon. Maka gives him a forced smile. I'd love to. Kid's eyes shined incredibly bright at that. Are you sure you don't have to check with your father first? Kid asks as him and Maka walk out of the school together, shoulder to shoulder, but Maka doesn't mind the closeness. Yeah, I'm sure. She grunts and leaves it at that. She probably should check but she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to speak to Spirit. Well, okay. I just don't want you getting into trouble, Maka. He frowns over at her as they passed a group of kids. They look at them coldly and start to talk. Probably talking about all the rumors about her. Too late for that. She chuckles humorlessly and Kid's frown deepens. So are you paying for the diner? Because I'm broke. Maka pulls out her pant pockets as to emphasize. Of course. I said it was my treat. Kid's frown turns into a slight smile. What kind of gentleman would I be if I let you pay? I don't know. What kind of gentleman are you now? She smirks, teasing the boy as they walk down a dirt road. This is the closest path to the diner from the school and it goes through the park, so that's a bonus. Maka loves the park. Her mother used to take her there. Maka, are you alright? Kid has stopped walking, his hand on her wrist, stopping her. She stares at him a moment, before looking around. They aren't where they were just a second ago. They're in front of the benches where her and her mother used to sit. She must have blanked out or something. I'm fine. She mumbles absent-mindedly, staring at the bench, her eyes glossed over. She sees her and her mother sitting on the bench together now like they did when she was a lot younger. Both are holding a cone of vanilla ice cream, smiling and laughing. Maka knows it's just a vision of the past. That was before her mother was insane. You have been staring at that bench for a while now. Do you wish to sit down? He looks at her with concern. She can see it in his golden eyes. Maka just shakes her head. No, let's keep going. I can sit at the diner. She glances one last time at the bench, glosses at her and her mother's smiling faces one last time before she starts to walk again. Kid stares at her, his hand still holding her wrist as he walks with her. It takes a while but he finally lets go of her. It's a pretty day out, huh? Maka mumbles, trying to change Kid's attention from her. Quite. He keeps looking at her. It's not making her uncomfortable but she doesn't understand it either. She glances at him and the boy looks away. Strange. They walk silently down the dirt road, both not saying a word. This awkward tension filling the air, though she doesn't understand it. I heard this diner has apple pie. Kid decides to break the silence. Maka looks over at him, her eyes bright, and he smiles. Your favorite? Heck yeah. She smiles excitedly as she grabs his wrist. The boy blushes. Come on, we're going to slow. I want that pie. She starts running down the path, dragging Kid with her, who is chuckling but he's keeping up. In no time they're in front of the diner. It's small and simple, just like this town. Maka doesn't even take time to see what it looks like. She just drags Kid into it. Table for two. She blurts out right when she's inside, the waiter at the front tensing a little at how sudden she was, or maybe she tensed because of who she is. The insane girl. Oh, sure. She fiddles nervously with the menus before starting to walk away. Come this way. This seems like a nice place. Kid comments as they follow her. He looks around, taking in the furniture, probably trying to see if it's symmetrical or not. Luckily this place is actually symmetrical. There are the same amount of tables on one side as it is the other. Kid sighs in contentment. Yeah, I guess. Mako looks at all the odd pictures that decorate the walls. They all seem to have something to do with Roman times. One is a picture of an odd-looking angel over a church, one is of chariots, and one is of what looks to be Julius Caesar. This is your seat. The waiter points to a table that's not against a window. Mako frowns. Could we get a table with a window, please? Kid speaks politely with a small smile on his face. Mako looks over at him and raises an eyebrow. Oh, yes, sure. The girl blushes and leads them over to a table that's by a window. Thanks. He smiles charmingly as he walks over and pulls a chair out. Mako thinks he's sitting there and is about to sit on the other side, but she notices Kid is staring at her expectantly. She looks between the chair and him for a moment before it clicks. He's pulling out the chair for her. Mako shrugs and sits down. Kid smiles and pushes her in before he takes his seat across from her. What can I get you two? Apple pie. Mako cuts her off and Kid chuckles at her. Yes, a slice of apple pie and I'll take a tea. He smiles at the waiter who just nods and leaves. You're not getting anything. Mako raises an eyebrow. So you're going to make me feel like a fat ass. You're not big, Mako. He frowns. If it upsets you, I will order something to eat. I'm just messing with you, Kid, I don't care. Mako smirks at him. Don't do that. He sighs. She shrugs and looks out the window. She wonders what Krona's doing right now, all alone in that cell. He's probably huddled in that corner where he's comfortable. She wonders if Krona has thought about her any like she's been thinking about him. She wants to see those eyes again. Wants to hold Krona's small wrist in her hand, to feel the bone there, feel how frail Krona is. She wonders if Krona's okay right now, if those nurses tried to give him any trouble. Mako, are you listening? Kid's voice jolts her out of her thoughts and she looks over at him. His eyebrow is raised, and Mako notices he has a cup of something he didn't have before in front of him. She blinks. Your pie is here. He nods downward. Mako looks down and he's right. A big slice of hot apple pie sits in front of her, vanilla ice cream sitting on top, it melting all over it and onto the plate. Oh. She smiles sheepishly before she takes her spoon and takes some of it into her mouth so she doesn't have to explain herself. Kid watches her, something in his eyes she can't register. She continues to eat. The pie is amazing. Mako thinks she's found her favorite restaurant. Have I ever told you how much I like your hair? Kid suddenly smiles, breaking the silence. Mako swallows some of the pie. Yes, many times actually. She chuckles. Well, I'll tell you again. I love your hair. I know, symmetrical, right? He loves her hair because she always wears it into pigtails. You know, complete balance. She doesn't know why she still wears her hair like this. It makes her look childish, but her mother used to always put her hair into pigtails when she was smaller, now it just comes naturally. She feels odd if her hair isn't up, like she wouldn't be Mako but someone else. Yes. His smile grows and something flickers in his golden eyes that confuses her. She sees adoration in them. What could he be adoring? Maybe her hair. She doesn't really care, she just cares how his eyes look. I'm going to draw your eyes, don't think of anything. She comments as she starts digging into her book bag, bringing out her brown sketchbook. She quickly turns to a blank page, taking out a pencil she sets to work. Kid's eyes haven't changed. Perfect. Mako stares at them as her hand moves on its own, drawing those golden orbs. So you're not embarrassed of being seen with me outside of school? A lot of people are staring, you know. She speaks the truth. A lot of people are staring, they're talking too. She wishes she didn't say anything because Kid's eyes change expression. Her drawing is ruined now. She has to start over. Of course not, Mako. I'm not embarrassed of you at all. I enjoy your company. You know they're going to shun you more. She speaks without taking her eyes off his, her hand a blur, getting all the details of whatever emotion he's feeling. I do not care. He frowns and that same expression stays in his eyes so she's able to finish it. Mako looks down at her sketchbook when she knows she's done. A pair of Kid's eyes stare back at her. If only she had color they would look lifelike. That expression frozen inside of them. She wonders how it would be like to draw Krona's eyes, To catch those beautiful crystals on paper, would he let her? Would she seem odd to him? Can I see it? Kid smiles at her and she pushes it over without comment. He stares at it, his smile growing. Wow, Maka, you're such a good drawer. Just with eyes. She grunts. If I were to draw the rest of you, your face would look like a deformed potato. I doubt that. He looks at the book for a moment before holding a page between his fingers. He looks up at her. May I? Go ahead. Maka watches as Kid flips through her book. His expression is of awe, and something else. She doesn't know. These are all of my eyes. His cheeks tint a little. I like your eyes. Maka shrugs. Does that bother you? And no. I'm quite flattered. He smiles brightly as he hands her back the book. Maka just nods at him. She likes Krona's eyes more though. I'll see you Monday, Kid. Maka waves slightly as she walks up to her front door. Hopefully Spirit isn't home. Yes. He stops at her gate, and coughs into her hand. Maka, may I ask if you have a cell phone? Yeah, who doesn't? She grunts, confused at why he's asking this. Well, could I have your number? His voice is so quiet. Maka raises an eyebrow. What is with Kid today? He's being so clingy. Her eyes light in realization. What if he's lost all his other friends because of her? Is that why he had asked her to hang today? Because he has none else. And now he wants her number. She should feel bad, but she doesn't. It's his fault. Sure. Maka waits till he takes out his phone, which is the iPhone 5. It must be nice to be rich. She tells him her number, gives him a wave and walks into her house. Spirit is sitting on the couch. He has been waiting for her. Shit. Maka, where have you been? Papa was so worried about you. He jumps up, his eyes wide, his face pale. I thought you would be at the bar. Maka mumbles as she puts her book bag on the floor. Of course I wouldn't be at the bar. Not when I don't know where my baby girl is. I called everyone. I was about to call the police. He breathes a sigh of relief, but his expression changes to anger. Where the hell were you? I was out with a friend. She grunts. You need to tell me these things, Maka. He growls. I don't have to tell you anything. She pushes past him. Maka. I really don't want to hear it. Why don't you go to the bar and get drunk like you do every night? Why should this night be any different? Maka doesn't wait for an answer, she just walks into her room and slams the door behind her. She makes sure she locks it. Maka doesn't hear anything from Spirit the rest of the night, and she's glad. She spends the remainder of her time awake trying to draw Krona's eyes from memory. She can't do it. They're too special. Krona's too special. Chapter 3. Where are you going? Maka looks back at Spirit blankly, holding her wooden basket of bread close to her. It's heavier this time. She made extra for Krona. He seemed to like them. It's Saturday. She states bluntly. Maka, it's not healthy for you to go to that place so much. Spirit sighs as he rubs his head. His eyes are glossy and Maka knows he has a hangover. He went drinking last night. Like she knew he would. Don't you think you're spending too much time there? No, I don't. Her green eyes look at him coldly. Don't you think you're not spending enough time there? This causes him to tense, his blue eyes flickering. She doesn't like his eyes, she doesn't like him. Maka, you know I've been busy. Oh, that's funny. Maka's eyes narrow. I didn't know getting drunk and banging whores counted for being busy. I don't. And what about right now? She tries to keep her voice in check, but she can hear it's raising. What the hell are you doing right now that you can't come to see Mom? When he doesn't answer, she looks away from him. She hates him. Mom's stuck in that place and you don't even take the time to come see her. She grips her fist. As soon as Mom was taken away, you took that as your chance to do whatever the hell you want behind her back. She shakes her head. No. It was always like that. Even when Mom was here with us, you hurt her, you cheated on her. Maka, I love your mother. I don't give me that shit. Maka's voice almost cracks, but she would not allow that. You're a pig. You don't care about my mother. You don't even have the fucking decency to come to see her. Maka, please, this whole thing is hard on daddy. He sounds so desperate. It's pathetic. I wasn't aware this was so hard on just you, Spirit. Maka bows her head. I feel so fucking bad for you. She speaks so bitter. You know I didn't mean it like. I don't care. Just stop talking. Maka walks out of the house and slams the door behind her. She can't talk to him anymore. She hates him. Besides, her cab is waiting for her. Maka takes a deep breath as she walks down the small concrete path from the front door to the road. A yellow cab sits there waiting for her. She opens the door and hops in the back without comment, not even giving that place a second glance. Dark side. The cab driving asks glumly. She doesn't answer. She doesn't have to. The man sighs and starts to drive. Maka looks down at her basket and can't help but to smile a little. Her sketchbook is inside with the bread, a pencil sharpened and ready to draw. She's so excited to see Krona, to see those eyes. She really wants to draw them. Maka looks out of the window, watching as all the small houses pass by and the people who are out and about doing their daily business. She wonders if Krona's excited like she is, if the patient even gave her a second thought. She hopes Krona did, but she doubts he is as fascinated by her as she is of him. She keeps calling Krona a boy, but really she doesn't know. She hopes to find out today. She hopes to find out a lot about the patient today. All she really knows is Krona's name and the fact he is a patient, also that his mom is a bitch who abandoned him. Maka's grip tightens on her basket's handle at that. What kind of mother would do such a thing? She doesn't deserve the title of mother. She doesn't deserve such a fascinating child like Krona. Maka begins to wonder if Krona has a father, or any other family. She guesses not, because no one came to see him unless they all abandoned him like his mother. This thought makes her heart sink. She wonders why Krona is even a patient. He didn't seem insane, just very timid and shaky, but that's it. Of course it's odd he sits in corners, but that's not anything. So why is he a patient? What got him there? Maka feels something vibrate in her pocket. It destroys her thoughts. She raises an eyebrow as she pulls out her cell phone, a plain brown track phone, but hey, it's a phone. She opens it up and is a little surprised to see a text message. No one messages her. It's from Kid. Hey Maka, smiley face, how are you today? Huh. Maka sighs. Kid has been texting her since last night, and to be honest she finds it a little odd. She doesn't like talking to people for too long, even her best friend. But she doesn't mind talking to Krona for some reason. Good. She texts and puts her phone back in her pocket. She feels her phone vibrate soon after, but she doesn't answer it. She doesn't feel like it. Maka just watches the scenery change from out her window, how it changes from a small town to a dark forest. Dark side is getting closer. She wishes the asylum didn't have to be so far away, that it didn't have to be in a forest as if it was a haunted place. The only thing the asylum is haunted with is broken memories and forgotten dreams. The patients forget their dreams because they can no longer have them, and their memories are broken because who would want to remember what they used to have and what they used to be when they are now stuck in a cell? No one. The cab finally comes to a stop in front of the familiar building. Maka says nothing as she hands the cab driver some money and gets out the car. She doesn't look back at him, but she knows he's probably already gone. Maka walks into the building, not even looking around. What's the point? Nothing changes. There she is. The woman at the front desk smirks at her as she walks closer. Two other old-looking women stand behind her, eyeing her cautiously. The brown-haired lady gets the large book out. Kami, right? Yes, and I also want to visit another patient. The brown-haired woman stares at her a moment before she smirks, and turns her attention back to the two others. Oh, visiting more of your family. They chuckle. They chuckle at her with their joke. What a bitch. No, it's not family. Maka keeps her tone neutral even though she just wanted to give her the middle finger. I want to visit Krona. Krona. The woman turns her attention back on Maka, a frown on her face, her eyes wide. You mean Krona Gorgon? Is there any other Krona here? No. Then that's the one. She speaks bluntly. The women look at one another before looking back at her. You want to visit Krona Gorgon? The brown-haired lady repeats, looking at her like she's stupid. Did I stutter? She sighs, getting fed up. Yes, I want to visit him. Girl, have you went and lost your mind? The brown-haired lady stares at her in disbelief. Do we need to lock you up in here? Why the hell do you want to see Krona? Don't you know that he... We're not supposed to talk about that. One woman speaks up, looking at the brown-haired lady harshly, shushing her. Talk about what? Maka raises an eyebrow. Nothing. The brown-haired lady starts to rub her temple as she pushes the book over. You know I don't care. You're insane, girl. I'll be expecting to see you in here real soon. Maka ignores her and just signs for her mother, then for Krona, before pushing it back. The brown-haired woman doesn't look at her as she rings the bell. The same man from before coming out of the door in the back. The woman just points at Maka and the man nods. He already knows. Maka follows him to the elevator. She's quiet as he pushes the button and they walk in. He pushes another button before, looking down at her basket. Here we go. He takes the basket from her and starts digging through it. She waits for him to give it back to her, but he doesn't. What the hell is this? The man takes out her pencil, giving her a glare. I believe that's a pencil. You know people use that to write with. Don't be a smart ass. You know you can't bring this into a patient's room. They could stab you or themselves with it. My mother wouldn't do that. You don't know that, okay? She's not in her right mind, that's why she's here. Shut the hell up. Maka snaps as she grabs the pencil from his hands, going to try to take it from him, but he keeps a tight grip. She glares at him, something slowly snapping inside of her. Don't talk about my mother. Let go of the pencil. I have to take it. Maka struggles with him. She needs that pencil in order to draw Krona's eyes. I said let go. He tugs, and just like that the pencil snaps in half. Maka stares at the piece in her hand, the half with just the eraser with big eyes. She had liked that pencil. The man rips the other half from her and stuffs it into his scub's pocket. You should have listened. He grunts as he hands her the basket. Maka's silent. She just turns away from him and waits for the elevator to open. She doesn't want to speak to him anymore. She can't. The doors open, Maka rushes out with him right beside her. She doesn't speak the whole way to her mother's room. Hey look, I'm sorry I snapped on you, sweetheart. The man suddenly sighs. Things have been kind of hectic around here since you left, you know. Maka doesn't respond. He looks over at her as they stop at the familiar door 403. He gets his keys out and unlocks the door. Nurses are already inside for you. He mumbles. Maka just pushes past him and into her mother's room. She takes a deep breath. She has to be strong, but she's afraid. She thought that was something horrible to say, that you're afraid of your own mother. She felt as if she was betraying her mother, but she can no longer deny her fear. For she spilled it out to Krona and made it real. Her mother used to tell her, when she was sane, that bravery isn't not fearing, it's facing your fears and conquering them. She has to be brave. She has to face her mother. She has to face her fears. Maka is relieved to find that Stein isn't here. Only a couple of nurses sit in the room, all looking at her with blank expressions. Her mother is sitting on her bed. She looks good. It seems she must have just gotten out of the shower or something. Her hair is dark and slicks to her face. Water slowly drips from her hair onto the bed's covers. Her green eyes are blank, not dilated or glossy, just blank as she swings her legs over the edge like a kid waiting for something to do. She looks bored. Hey mom. Maka forces her smile as she walks over towards her. Her mother doesn't respond. It's me, Maka. Maka. Her mother looks up at her with wide eyes. They slowly go to normal size. You came back. Of course. She stands right in front of her, holding the basket close. I'll always come back. They think I'm crazy, don't they? Her mother looks down, her eyes getting glossy. The folks back home, they must think I'm insane, right? That I'm crazy, huh? Her legs are starting to tremble. No. She lies. She doesn't know why, but it just came out. Do they treat you bad, Maka? Her mother speaks no more than a whisper. Because of me? No. She lies again. She would continue to lie. I'm Geld. She throws her head back, her neck looks like it's in a painful position, the veins sticking out. You're such a pretty girl, such a beautiful girl, you don't deserve any bad, you don't deserve what has happened to me. You deserve to fly, my little angel. She speaks motor-toned. Fly far, far away, Maka. I could never leave you. Maka speaks the words staring at her mother. She dare not look away. Even if I did have wings. You are an angel, Maka. Her mother slowly looks back at her, straightening her neck. Her eyes are dilated and odd-looking. Maka wants to back away but she doesn't. Come here, Maka. Her mother moves her hand in an odd way as to beckon her closer. Mommy wants to tell you something. Maka hesitates. What's wrong? Something flickers in her mother's eyes and she frowns, her eyes becoming more glossy. Or are you afraid of me too, Maka? No. Maka shakes her head, mad at herself for even hesitating, for making her mother feel bad. She sits next to her mother without comment, all the nurses perk up, ready to run over if they have to. Her mother starts to play with one of her pigtails, twirling it around her fingers, an odd smile on her face. Maka just lets her. My dear. She leans over so her mouth is close to Maka's ear. Time is short, you know. We must put the man to justice, Maka. Before it's too late. She doesn't want it to, but her expression falls in doubt. There is no man. She knows there isn't. Mom, you don't believe me either, do you? Her mother suddenly pulls away from her, her eyes narrowing. You think I'm crazy too, don't you? Mom, please. Maka frowns, not liking the look her mother is giving her. It makes her stomach turn in guilt. If I'm so crazy. Her mother leans in closer, a serious look on her face. Then why is he standing next to you, my dear? The tone of her voice causes Maka to tense and she whips around only to be greeted by nothing. No one is standing by her. He's standing next to you, Maka. He wants you but he can't have you. Her mother starts to laugh, throwing her head back. The nurses are starting to talk. Mom. Maka. She screams, her green eyes looking at her in fear. He's reaching out to you. Don't let him touch you. Don't let him get to you. Her mother gets up and pushes her. She pushes her right off the bed. Maka tumbles and falls to the floor, landing hard on her side. She's in too much of shock to do anything. Her mother is standing in front of her, screaming her head off as she starts punching and kicking the air as if she is fighting something, but nothing's there. The nurses are on her in seconds, and before Maka can see the needle even pierce her mother's skin, she is pulled out of the room by strong arms. The door shuts. I'm sorry. I wish this visit was going to be better than the last one, but it seems this medication isn't working either. Stein lets go of her once he has her steadied. Maka doesn't say anything. She's still in shock. Why don't you go home, Maka? The man frowns slightly. If you don't have a ride, I will be happy to take you home to Spirit. This snaps her out of it. I'm not going home. I have to visit someone. She looks down at her basket of bread. Her mother didn't even get to eat any of it, more for Krona. I was worried you would say that. Stein sighs, his glasses glaring. Don't you think after such a traumatic experience you should go home and relax instead of seeing a nothing patient, one you don't know, who could try to hurt you like your mother? Krona won't hurt me. Maka, I know you don't know anything about Krona. I'd like to know how you even know who he is. Stein studies her. That's none of your business. She grunts. And if you're concerned because I don't know him, why not tell me some things about him? That's not allowed. Stein looks at her coldly. Okay then. Maka sighs. I want to go to Krona's now. Maka, I don't think. I don't really care what you think. Maka states bluntly and crosses her arms. I promised him I would see him today and I keep my promises. Follow me. Stein seems reluctant about the idea, but he starts to lead her over to the door 408. Maka's heartbeat picks up. This is it. Be careful, okay, Maka? There will be nurses inside to help you if you ever feel threatened, okay? He looks at her carefully as he takes out his keys and unlocks the door. I'll be fine. She pushes past him and into the room. The room is crowded with nurses. They all look unsettled to be in here. Maka. She turns over to look in the corner of the room and sure enough Krona is sitting in it, looking at her with awe, his mouth slightly agape. Why you really came back? He speaks breathlessly, his blue eyes staring at her with disbelief, not blinking as if he was scared if he blinked she wouldn't be there. I said I would, didn't I? Maka's lips tug in a smile, this person has such a odd effect on her. She walks over with her basket and sits it in front of him before sitting in front of Krona, hugging her knees to her chest like he is. Why yes, but I. Krona's eyes are huge and Maka feels sad she doesn't have her pencil. She would love to draw how cute they look on Krona. I thought why you were just being nice and humoring me. Krona mumbles, gripping his knees tighter. I'm not nice. Krona frowns at this. But why you can back? Yes, because I wanted to. Not because I'm nice. Maka speaks the truth bluntly. Krona's whole face lights up at that first part, Maka can feel her heart tug. Well, I think why you're really nice, Maka. His lips turn in a small smile. Maka is left almost breathless. What the hell? She almost blushed. I am so glad you came back. Krona lets out a sigh of relief as he puts a hand to his small chest. I didn't think you were going to. I mean, it's not that I think you're a liar or anything. His blue eyes shift all over the place. I am just not used to such kindness. It's not kindness. She says again and he looks at her confused. It's because I wanted to. To me that is a kindness. Maka watches as Krona hugs his knees tighter, trying to hide the blush on his cheeks from her. And no one has ever wanted to see me. I don't know why. You're really interesting. Maka states as she looks into his eyes, those eyes freezing her and making her excited. His expression falls and he looks at her with a slight frown. Maka tenses. Did that offend him? She didn't want to do that. You're special. She tries again, but that sounds wrong too. Krona's brows furrow. You fascinate me. Maka looks away from Krona, feeling a little embarrassed to say that out loud. Oh. She can't see his expression, so she looks back at him. Krona looks confused before he digs his head into his knees. I don't know how to deal with that, I don't understand. He grips his head and his breathing speeds up. I'm sorry. Maka frowns, she didn't want to upset Krona. He doesn't respond. Her heart feels griped. Why would saying he fascinates her offend him? Does he think it's because he's insane? Her eyes light in realization. What if he thinks she's like the nurses and doctors? That she just sees him as some test subject and not a person? He still doesn't respond. His grip is so tight on his hair. Krona. Maka reaches out and grabs his hands. He whips his head up, an odd look in his eyes. The nurses start to talk. I didn't mean to upset you. When I said you fascinate me, I meant that I really like you, and I think you're different but in a good way. That odd look disappears from Krona's eyes as his lips slightly part, his cheeks tinting a deep red, and he trembles. Why you like me? His gaze shifts everywhere and the grip on his hair loosens. Maka takes this chance to take his hands off his head, and she holds them. Yes, I do. She smiles at how Krona seems back to normal. Krona gives her a wobbly smile and she feels hers grow. Her heart almost hurts. I like why you too, Maka, why you're so nice. He pulls his hands out of hers to fiddle with his fingers nervously, a blush frozen on his face as he looks away. There he goes again. Calling her nice. She just lets it slide this time. I brought you some more bread. Maka pushes over the basket. Krona's blue eyes light in excitement, but it falls once he sees the nurses all looking over at them. He shakes his head. I can't, I am sorry. He bows his head. Why not? Maka raises an eyebrow. I can't eat in front of. His eyes shift around the room just to fall back down to the floor. So many strangers, I am too nervous. He trembles. I am so sorry, Maka, why you brought this for me and I'm being you ungrateful. I really like your bread, it's so good, but I am afraid to eat. It's fine. His breath hiths when Krona sees her small smile. I don't like eating in front of others either. I'll just leave this basket for you so you can eat it when I leave. But how will you get your basket back? I'll get it Thursday. Why Yuri? His eyes are huge. As long as you want me to, I'll continue to visit. Maka averts her gaze. He doesn't respond, he stares at her with his mouth open and his cheeks so pink. Krona looks so cute. I'm sorry, all these nurses are in here. Maka looks around the room. It's a little too crowded for her taste, so she wonders if it's affecting Krona too. It's because of me? And no, it's fine, I don't really like them, but I can deal with them if it's because of you. His mouth closes but his blush hasn't left. They're afraid I'm going to hurt you. This part is nothing but a whisper. Maka opens her mouth. Do you think I'm going to hurt you? He looks away from her like he's scared of the answer, his small body trembling. No, I don't. Krona doesn't look at her, but Maka can see the smile he tried to hide from her. Gee, good. He looks up at her, his choppy bangs getting in his face. Without thinking, Maka reaches out and brushes the bangs out of his face. One strand of his bangs is partially long and she tucks that behind his ear. All the nurses tense and Krona gasps. He stares at her like she just moved a mountain. You had hair in your face. She states bluntly. She's used to doing that for her mother, so the action just came natural. Oh. He blushes and averts his gaze. All the nurses look at her like she's crazy. Maka just ignores them. How is your mother? Krona asks, looking down at his bare feet. They look big compared to the rest of his body. Did you see her? Maka frowns, remembering the incident, how her mother had pushed her. Yeah, I saw her. She guesses Krona can hear in her voice something's wrong because he looks up, a frown on his face. Is she getting better? Krona's gaze shifts. They changed everyone's medication this week. I don't think so. It feels like she just ripped glass out of her heart to say that, to admit that. Her mother isn't getting better. No. She's getting worse. Maka, are you okay? Krona's frown has deepened. Yes. Why, you're crying. She tenses and her hand flies to her cheek. She is crying. Her cheeks are soaked. I don't like seeing you sad. If this upsets you, we don't have to talk about it. He mumbles sadly, looking at her with concern. Maka's breath hitches. That concern always gets to her. She feels the tears fall more. Maka. My mom isn't getting better, Krona. The words come out, and she can't stop them. She's getting worse. She wipes the tears off her cheek, her heart hurts so much. Today she pushed me, Krona. What? Krona tenses and sits up, he looks over her frantically. Did she hurt you, Maka? Why would she do that? She said she saw the man Ajian. Are you scared of your mom? Krona's words are no more than a whisper. The words pour out. Maybe a little. She admits, shamefully bowing her head. Her heart is ripped. It's okay, Maka, I am scared of my mother too. Krona's voice is so soft, and when she looks up, he's looking at her with understanding in his blue eyes. Why are you scared of your mother, Krona? She had to ask. She had to learn more about Krona's so many reasons. His blue eyes flicker and he looks down, his bangs covering his eyes. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Okay. Maka, what do you think I am? Krona suddenly looks up, an odd expression in his blue eyes. What do you mean? What, gender? Krona looks away, his cheeks tinted a bright red. Do you even know what I am? He looks so vulnerable, like her answer could break him. Yes, I do. Maka prays to God she is right with this. She's been looking at Krona, studying him. Yes, he is very feminine, but something just screams male, and she sees no hint of chest at all. You're a boy. Krona's face lights up so bright, his eyes holding awe in them. Maka's heart beat speeds when the boy takes a deep sigh of relief. Why, you're right. Krona speaks breathlessly, still looking at her with those eyes. And no one ever guesses right. They all think I'm a girl. I'm not sure how to deal with that. Well, I knew you were a boy. It's not a complete lie, she at least thought of him as a boy, or at least wanted Krona to be a boy, so her fascination wasn't well too odd. Why, you're amazing, Maka. The boy's eyes become half-lidded as he smiles at her, such a small smile, but it's sincere. Maka loves it. She loves it so much. Her heart beats faster and her fingers twitch. She must draw this boy. Our Ragnarok said you thought I was a girl, and I was worried. Krona hugs his knees, he rests his head on them, smiling. I'm glad he's wrong. Ragnarok. Maka raises a eyebrow. She doesn't know why, but that name sounds familiar. Why, yeah, he likes to mess with my head. Krona's smile falls. Who is he? Maka frowns suddenly. Is he a patient here? And no. His gaze shifts around. I am not supposed to talk about him. Why? Maka presses, and maybe she shouldn't, but what if Krona has a bully here? Is there even bullies in a place for insane people? Of course she doesn't understand why she cares so much. It's not her business. But she cares. She cares a lot. He's bad. Krona leans in, his face close to hers, this odd look on his face. His voice is no more than a whisper. Maybe a normal person would have backed up, maybe they would have been a little freaked out at how the boy's eyes look. So shaky and unstable, but Maka stands her ground, she's not freaked out. She's fascinated. Maka's eyes lock onto his, Krona doesn't back away, he stays inches from her face. She can feel his breath on her lips. What the hell is she doing? Why isn't she backing up? Maka hears a nurse say, but she doesn't care. She could care less. Krona blinks. His eyes get wide like dinner plates, as if he just realized how close he got to her, as he quickly moves away, escaping farther into his corner than he was before. I am sorry. He squeaks, his face a dark red. I don't know what that was, don't be mad at me. He cries, throwing his arms over his head as if to protect himself from her. Why would I be mad? Maka frowns a little, disappointed their closeness is destroyed. She was enjoying it. Why you? He points a finger at her, it shakes as he does. Alright visitors, it's 6:30, if you haven't already left it's time to go. The intercom sounds, causing Krona to tense and look around the room as if he was looking for the speaker. All the nurses in the room sigh in relief. Damn, 6:30 already. Maka mumbles as she forces herself up. She winces in pain. Ow. Maka puts her hands on her bottom, it being very sore from her sitting on the hard floor for hours. Maka, are you okay? Krona jumps up so fast, his blue eyes wide in concern as he looks her over. Yeah, my butt just hurts from sitting on the floor. She grunts. Krona's face becomes an impossible shade of red and he averts his gaze. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't be. She smiles before turning her back on him, about to walk out, about to go back home. She doesn't want to. Why, you're coming back? He speaks uncertainty. Yes. She smiles back at him. I will see you Thursday. A huge smile rips out on his face, it almost looks painful. Oh, okay. I can't wait. Neither can I. Oh, how her heart hurts. Couldn't she just keep him? Just steal him away from here. Take him home where she can just draw his eyes, catch all the different emotions she sees in them on paper. Thank you. His eyes are half-lidded again. Why, you're so kind. I'm not kind. Maka opens the door, but I make a exception for you. Just me. Just you. Maka. His eyes are so wide and she loves it. She smiles. Goodbye, Krona. She walks through the door. Goodbye, Maka. The door shuts behind her, separating the two. Maka lets out a sigh. What a day. As she walks down the hallway, her phone starts to vibrate. She sighs and brings it out. She has a couple of messages, but she just opens the first one. It's from Kid. Call me. Maka frowns, what could he want? She types in his number and pushes send before she puts it to her ear. Maka. She tenses and drops her phone, turning around to lock eyes with Stein, the scientist, looking at her blankly. Stein. She sighs and puts a hand to her heart. Don't do that. I apologize. His glasses glare. How was the visit? Did it go well? Yes, it went great. She glares at him. Like I said, Krona didn't hurt me. Maybe not this time. He sighs. Maka, Krona is a dangerous patient. I cannot give you any details, but I must tell you it's not smart to be visiting him. Krona's not. It's bad enough you see your mother so much. He frowns. To see your mother like that, I know it must be affecting you, Maka, even though you try to hide it, to suppress it. I'm afraid for your mental health, Maka. I don't need your concern. Her eyes flare. I'll be attending your next visit with Krona. He eyes her cautiously. You shouldn't get into things that aren't your business, Maka, it will always lead to trouble. Whatever. She grunts before she picks up the phone she dropped watching as the odd man leaves her. Hello. She hears Kid's voice faintly from her phone and her face pales. Shit, did he hear all that? Hello. Maka puts the phone to her ear, answering nervously. What was that all about? Who was that man? Shit, he heard. Just a doctor at the insane asylum. She speaks bluntly. Well, I won't pry into your business, Maka. I'm sure that wasn't meant for me to hear. Thank you. She sighs in relief. This is why she likes Kid. He understands these things. No problem. He coughs, probably coughing into his hand. He has a habit of doing that. I wanted to see if you wanted to do something today, maybe go to the movies or go get something to eat. It's kinda late, Kid, I'm not even home, I'm still at the asylum. I could come to pick you up. It would save you money and I could take us wherever after. Maka thinks about this. She gets to save money and not go home. She loves the idea. Okay, sure, if you really don't have a problem with that. Not at all. She can hear the smile in his voice. I'm on my way. With that the call ends. Maybe this will be good for her, she needs to get out, but really. She just wants to go back and be with Krona. Just enjoy being looked at with those beautiful eyes, to watch him as he trembles and stutters and blushes. Oh, how he fascinates her. She will never be satisfied till she knows everything about him. Maybe she won't even be satisfied then. Chapter 4. So, things Maka knows about Krona. His full name is Krona Gorgon. He is a boy. He has a bitch for a mother who abandoned him. He's afraid of his mother. He's very timid and shaky. Likes to hide in corners. Likes cherry bread. He doesn't like to eat in front of strangers. He is a patient in the asylum. He knows someone named Ragnarok. Doesn't like to be called interesting or special. Doesn't like nurses. Escaped his cell to try to get to a phone to call his mother. His eyes hold concern for her. Maka looks over all these facts on the piece of paper she's writing them on before nodding. She skips a couple of lines. Okay, now things she doesn't know about Krona. Who his mother is, what she looks like, or her name. Why Krona is afraid of his mother. Why she would just abandon her son. If he has a father or other family. Who Ragnarok is. Why he is a patient. How old he is. Why everyone says he's so dangerous. Why he got offended with being called interesting. His past. Maka looks between what she knows and what she doesn't know. It seems she knows more things than she doesn't know, but the things she doesn't know are the things she wants to know the most. Maka frowns and begins to chew on her eraser, a habit she has when she's thinking hard about something. A couple of the things she doesn't know are really bothering her. One is, who the heck is Ragnarok? Krona said he likes to mess with his head. And when she asked about him, he said he's not supposed to talk about him because he's bad. So what does that mean? He said Ragnarok's not a patient, so then what is he? A nurse? A doctor? Whoever it is, she knows she doesn't like them. The look on Krona's face told her this person isn't his friend. He could be a bully maybe, or a jackass doctor. The grip on her pencil tightens. She swears if she finds someone is bullying Krona. Wait, why does she care so much? Maka can feel her face turn hot with anger just at the thought of someone messing with Krona. Why is she so concerned with the boy? She doesn't know. Another thing that she doesn't know that's really bothering her is why Krona's scared of his mother. Was she abusive? Did she hurt him? Maybe he's scared of her leaving him or not caring. Maka bites hard into her eraser, the taste of rubber ruining her taste buds. Whatever the reason, Krona is afraid of her. It can't be good and she hates this. A mother is supposed to be caring and loving of their child. Maka's mother is the only reason she's scared of her mother is because, well, she's insane. Maybe so is Krona's mother. It then hits her. What if Krona's mother is a patient at the asylum too? No, then why would he try to call her? Maybe. What are you writing, Maka? Maka looks up from her notebook to look at Kid, who is sitting across from her. His eyebrow is risen, looking at her with curiosity. He holds a cup of coffee in his hand, steam slowly coming off. He must have just came back from getting it from the coffee shop. She didn't even see him return. Nothing. School work. She grunts as she closes her notebook up and puts it back in her book bag that is resting by her chair. She has to lie. She could never tell Kid about Krona. It may be greedy, but she wanted to keep the boy to herself. She feels like she's found a treasure and she doesn't want to share it with anyone. Not even Kid, her best friend. He wouldn't be able to appreciate him anyway. He would probably think she's creepy for writing such things, but oh well. She doesn't have to worry about that, for he's not finding out. Ah, I see, always the hard worker. Kid smiles at her as she looks at him. If I'm not careful, you may surpass me. PSSH, I already have, Kid. She smirks at him. I totally bested you in that biology test today. Please. He waves his hand as if waving off the idea. I studied all week for it. So did I. She counters. The two glare at one another for a moment before their lips rip out into smiles. Nothing's changed. Kid chuckles. We are still like how we were as kids. So competitive. Yeah, it doesn't help we both hate losing. She grunts. Yes, Maka, are you hungry? Kid looks at her with blank eyes, staring at her mouth. She pauses when she realized she was chewing on something. She glances down, seeing her pencil is still in her mouth. How charming. No. She takes the pencil out of her mouth and spits out a piece of eraser that she chewed off. Kid watches her and she expected him to wrinkle his nose at such a disgusting sight like he does when he sees something unsymmetrical, but he doesn't. His face is kept blank. Are you sure? I could buy you something to eat, Maka. Kid, you're spending too much money on me. She sighs. He really was. Kid has taken her out every single day of this week. He took her to the diner, to the park, and to the movies. She doesn't understand why he would even want to spend so much time with her or spend so much money on her. Then again, he is rich, so she guess money doesn't really matter to him like it does to her. Today it's Wednesday and he's taken her to the mall. The town which they live doesn't have one, so he drove them outside the town in his Hummer. Yes, Hummer, he's rich. You have done so much for me already, you're starting to make me feel bad. Do not feel bad, Maka, it's my pleasure, really. He gives her a charming smile, a smile most girls would melt at seeing, but Maka just blinks. I'll never understand you, Kid. You say it's your pleasure to spend money. She grunts and rolls her eyes. Rich kids, I swear. Not just spending money, Maka, spending money and time on you is my pleasure is what I meant. Kid's smile still hasn't fallen, his golden eyes holding something Maka's been seeing a lot in them lately. Adoration. She doesn't understand that. What could he be adoring so much? Is it really her hair? Or something else? She doesn't know, but really she's getting tired of drawing that emotion. Maybe she could cause another one. I don't know why, Kid, I'm not fun to be around, I'm broke so you pay for everything, Maka, forgive me for interrupting, but I must say that is not true. You are a lot of fun to be around, like I said, I enjoy having you around. His golden eyes flicker with something, but it's gone too quick for her to even think about drawing it. Well, thanks, man. She forces a smile because he deserves one. If it wasn't for you, I'd be stuck home. Alone or with Spirit. She didn't like either. My pleasure. He smiles again, placing his hand over hers. She glances at it curiously and he quickly pulls away, his cheeks flushed. I'm sorry, Maka. He averts his gaze. For what? You just touched my hand. She blinks. You don't mind? He looks back at her, excitement flickering in his golden orbs. Not really. She shrugs. But it may look wrong. She sees excitement a lot too in his eyes, so she doesn't want to draw that wrong. He frowns. Now there's a emotion she hasn't drawn. Uncertainty, maybe even fear? Yes, wrong. She comments as she pulls out her sketchbook, flips to a page, and places her pencil on the paper, her eyes never leaving Kid's. The fear has grown, but it's hard to see, like a small candle light in the blazing sun that is his eyes, but she sees it. What do you mean wrong? He averts his gaze down to his hands and readjusts his rings, a slight frown on his face. I mean, people will think we're dating. Maka's hand is a blur, drawing the boy's eyes as she stares at him. And that's wrong because we're not. Maka, done. Maka beams, finishing her drawing. She looks down at it, deciding it's good enough to show Kid, and she pushes it over. You have fear in your eyes. What are you afraid of, Kid? You nothing. He coughs into his hand, his cheeks tinted at seeing the drawing. Your eyes don't lie. Well. His gaze shifts and it reminds Maka of Krona. She can't help to smile, not at Kid but because of the thought of the boy. What's with the smile? Kid's blush deepens at looking at her, his eyes flicker with hope. Maka just shakes her head. Krona is her secret. Well, ready to head home. Kid looks down at his watch and frowns. It's already 7, and we have school tomorrow. Nerd. She grunts, smirking at him as she gets up, Kid following her. Oh, you're one to talk. He smirks back as he grabs his backpack. Maka puts her sketchbook back before throwing her book bag over her shoulder. Whatever. She rolls her eyes as the two walk out of the food court together, no one paying them no mind. That's why she likes coming out of town. No one really knows who she is, they don't know her as the crazy girl. She didn't have to worry about Kid getting shunned more or about the rumors. To these people she's a nobody, just another face, and she likes that. She likes that a lot. Rude, he fake pouts as they walk out of the mall together. Yup, that's me. She grunts. And don't you forget it. How could I? He sighs. Maka just shrugs. Yeah, she's rude, but she's not to Krona. He's a exception. I thought we were going home, Kid. Maka raises an eyebrow at the boy as he parks his car in front of a forest. She noticed that they were taking a different way than usual to get back from the mall to home, but she didn't think anything about it. Now she is somewhere she doesn't know and she doesn't like that. She's not a trusting person. Well. He tenses a little at her tone, she didn't sound happy. He takes a deep breath as if to gather himself. I apologize, this may seem a little odd, but I have a legit reason for it. You know I don't like that word. She glares, talking about legit. People say it way too much that it just pisses her off when she hears it. And what the hell is the reason? I wish to show you something. He looks her in the eyes, his golden orbs are firm. I was going to wait to do this some other time, but tonight is perfect and I wish for you to see the full effect. He holds his gaze, and Maka almost feels like praising him because she knows she's glaring holes into the boy. But I understand it's late. If you believe you will get in trouble, say the words and I shall take you home. What do you want to show me? Maka's glare falls, her eyebrow raising in curiosity. It's a surprise. Kid smiles, seemingly pleased with the change of her attitude. Maka opens her mouth to tell him she hates surprises, but before she can, Kid gets out of the car, walks around, and opens her car door. Come. He smiles charmingly, holding out his hand for her to take. She looks at it a moment before she hops out of her seat by herself. She didn't need anyone's help. Kid doesn't seem offended by this, he just closes her car door. Now close your eyes. What? Maka glares. Close your eyes, it's a surprise, remember. He smiles reassuringly, his yellow eyes shining through the darkness. Maka just keeps glaring at him. Okay, so let's do a little thinking here. Kid has been really nice to her lately, for some reason spending all his time with her and money. Today she saw fear in his eyes, fear she believes because he just realized what he's doing with her looks like to the other people. If he's fearful of what people think, then why would he be spending time with her in the first place? Maybe this was all a part of his grand plan, and he's really in cahoots with all the other kids in town. Maybe this is a prank, or some kind of cruel trap. Why else would he be nice to her and then drive her to a dark forest? It's suspicious and she doesn't like it. Now he wants her to close her eyes like hell if she is. You'll really like this, Maka. Kid takes a step forward and she takes a step back. He frowns. What's wrong? What is this, kid? She growls, causing his eyes to widen a little. Some kind of sick game. What on earth are you talking about, Maka? His frown deepens. Maka turns her back on him, her arms crossed. She's been through this before. She used to have a lot of friends, believe it or not, but after what happened with her mother, she lost them all. Some stuck around for a little bit. Maka thought it was out of kindness, but no. They all ended up betraying her somehow, earning themselves some points to their reputation in that stupid town. Kid is probably no different. If it upsets you so much, you don't have to close your eyes. His voice sounds weak. I just thought it would add to the effect. This isn't a game, Maka. I don't know where you would get that idea. I've been through this many times before, kid. I'm not falling for it again. You think I'm like them? The boy's tone causes her to turn to look at him. He's looking at her with a hurt look in those eyes, a frown on his face, his brows furrowed. Maka just stares at him, not speaking. Maka, I am nothing like them. The hurt in his eyes grows as he takes a step forward. I would never betray you like they have, or abandon you. Do I come off as shallow as those people? Do you think of me as a judging person? For I never passed judgment on you, and I have been loyal to you. She just keeps staring, not saying anything. Do you really not trust me? His voice is weak again, and his yellow eyes shake. No, I don't. She grunts. Do you think I'm stupid, kid? After every fucking person in my life turned on me, do you think I would still trust? No. She shakes her head. I see. Kid looks down a moment in thought before looking back up at her. I understand. I do not wish to make you uncomfortable, Maka, so I can show you this some other time. He walks back over to the car and opens the door for her, his face blank. Maka just gets in without speaking. Kid walks over and gets into the driver's seat. He takes a deep breath. I know you do not trust me, but I want you to know. He locks eyes with her, his yellow eyes seeming to glow in the darkness. I am a true friend to you, I'm not like the others. I care for you, Maka, and I'm going to work hard with you. I will unharden your heart, and show you it's okay to trust again. For you can trust me, Maka. I will never hurt you. Maka just nods. She doesn't believe him. Kid sighs sadly before turning on the car. This is going to be an awkward ride home. So Maka, what do you wish to do tomorrow? Kid parks his Hummer in front of her house as he looks over at her. I can't hang tomorrow, I'm going to visit my mom. She opens the door and gets out of the car, not giving him even a glance. I see. Maka looks back at him to see he is smiling. I hope your visit is good, Maka, I'll text you. Alright, see ya. She waves before she starts walking up to her front door. Bye, Maka. She hears the car zoom off behind her as she opens the door to her home and walking in. Oh, guess who's back? Spirit slurs sitting on the couch facing the front door, his arms crossed and his face red. Coming back a little late, don't you think? No. She grunts as she puts her book bag down. You're never here anymore, Maka. Spirit's eyes start to get watery and he sniffles. You're always gone. So are you. Maka rolls her eyes. I'm surprised you're even here now, even if you are drunk. Maka, why are you so mean to me? Spirit suddenly stands up, he stumbles a little but he's glaring at her. I worked hard to put food on our table, I bought us a new home after what your mother did. I protect you from those nasty rumors, but you still hate me. You hurt Mom, you don't care for her. She glares back. And I don't care for you. Why do you always talk like that? He sobs. You have to care for Daddy. I don't. She walks past him, towards her room. You're cruel, Maka. And you're a dick. She grunts before waking into her room and slamming the door. Shit, she forgot her sketchbook. Oh well, she isn't going back out there. Right now Spirit is in his crying mood, but soon that would change. She didn't want to be out there when that changes. Maka holds her head in her hands for a moment before she flips off the lights and jumps into bed. She doesn't want to be awake anymore. Her thoughts start to drift away from her as she hears Spirit yelling and cussing. Something hits her door and she hears glass shatter. Nothing new. She thinks of Krona and how she would see him tomorrow. She smiles thinking of the boy. She can never stop thinking about him. Every night, every day she thinks of him and wonders about him. Krona has captivated her mind, making anything she sees relate to him in some way, like how she did with Kid when his eyes shifted like Krona's. She misses him. Thursday could not have came any slower. It's sad really how Krona has taken over her mind, because she doesn't even know if he thinks about her, if he's curious about her like she is him. She wonders if Krona has thought about her. She hopes so, because all she's done is think about him. Maka starts thinking of how he blushes, how his blue eyes always shift everywhere as if he can't look at something for too long, how he smiles so big when she says things he thinks are nice, how Krona makes her heart feel, how he makes it tug, how he squeaks over the smallest things, how he makes her into a different person. Maka thinks of how small Krona is, how he fits so snugly in that corner, how his face is so pale and sunken in. She thinks of the bones she can see, and how frail he felt. Maka hopes he ate all of that bread. Maybe she should make something else to bring him too. The boy needs to eat. Maka remembers that smile Krona gave her when his eyes became half-lidded, causing her stomach to turn. Now all she can think about are those small lips, and that wasn't normal, was it? All of this isn't normal. She's way too fascinated with him for it to be normal. Maka remembers how Krona leaned in so close, his breath touching her lips, and her face gets hot. Is she blushing? She touches her face and it feels hot. She's never felt this way before. Her heartbeat speeds thinking about how soft his face felt as she brushed his hair out of his face, how he had gasped such a small sweet sound that made her stomach turn, how his doe-like eyes looked at her with such awe, those cute lips parted. Is this still fascination, or is this something else? She doesn't know, but one thing she does know. Maka slowly drifts to sleep, Krona still on her mind, a smile frozen on her lips. She can't wait for tomorrow. Chapter 5. It's Thursday. Maka has a big smile on her face as she gets out of the cab, feasting her eyes on Dark Side Asylum. The reason for her joy. Maka almost feels like humming. Maybe she has gone insane, but really she doesn't care. She's just excited to see Krona. Maka glances at the container she holds in her hands. She had made Krona a little surprise. She hopes he will like it. On top of the container is her sketchbook. Even though she doesn't have a pencil, maybe somehow she will get lucky and find a way to draw the boy's eyes. She hopes so. Maka pushes the glass doors open using her shoulder, her eyes falling on the front desk. Her smile falls. There standing next to the front desk is Stein, the doctor, seemingly looking at her, but she can't tell. His glasses are glared. The brown-haired lady seems as weary as Maka for him being there. He's never on the bottom floor. Maka. He addresses her as she walks cautiously up to the front desk. His glasses stop glaring and she can see his eyes. They're so cold. I will be taking you to Krona's room today. I have already signed you in. Follow me. He turns to walk away. Well, hold up now. She raises an eyebrow and he pauses. What about my mom? I always see her first. Kami isn't taking visitors. He speaks bluntly, not looking back at her. What do you mean she's not taking visitors? Maka glares dangerously at the back of the man. It's Thursday. I always go to see her. She isn't in good enough condition for a visitor. He starts walking again. Now come. Hold the hell up. Maka growls and he pauses again, still not turning to look at her. What do you mean she's not in good enough condition? Maka's whole expression falls, fear flickering in her eyes as she walks closer to Stein. What's wrong with my mom? Is she okay? What happened? There was a incident today. A incident what? Maka freezes. She just stops. Her green eyes fall on Stein's wrist. It's bandaged up, some parts of the white bandage red from his blood. She knows what happened, her heart feels gripped. She bit you. It's no more than a whisper. Yes, I'm afraid. Stein sighs. She attacked me and another nurse. The nurse is being sent to the hospital. Maka. What did you do? She finds her voice again and she swallows the lump in her throat. What? Stein turns looking at her coldly. What did you do to make her attack you? Maka glares, her eyes shaking. My mom doesn't hurt people for no reason. What did you do to her? Maka, your mother attacked us for no reason. The nurse was just giving Kami her medication when she attacked. I had to rush in to get your mother off her, and in turn I got bitten. His eyes lock onto hers. We did nothing but our job. She's probably sick of you giving her new medication. She wants to pin this on them, she wants to take the blame from her mother. Her mother isn't someone to just hurt people, right? Please tell her she's right. Maka, I know you love your mother and you are upset with this, but you must know that Kami's condition is getting worse. Maka's breath hitches and her expression falls. We are trying to stabilize her, but as the days go on it's getting harder and harder. He shakes his head. I know you must have noticed it, how your mom has been acting. She's becoming more unstable and I know you see it. She averts her gaze, bowing her head. She doesn't want to hear that. She wants to hear that her mother is getting well, that soon she will be back home, but Maka knows that's not happening. We are doing all we can, Maka. Something changes in Stein's eyes as he takes in the small girl, his stone expression softening. I will try to work with Kami so you can see her Saturday, I promise you we are trying. Maka keeps her head bowed. Come on, I believe you still want to visit Krona, yes. Maka nods her head. Then come. Stein walks over to the elevator, clicking a button. Maka walks over to him. Once the elevator opens they both walk in. Stein clicks a button and looks down at what she's holding. What is that? Apple pie. She mumbles. And my sketchbook. Why do you have apple pie? It's for Krona. Why are you doing this, Maka? Stein turns to look at her, studying her carefully. I know you don't like to even talk to strangers, let alone spend time with them and make them things, but yet here you are doing this for Krona. What do you wish to gain from this? I don't wish to gain anything. She growls. Really, it's none of your business, and I made him this pie because he's so small. I'm starting to believe you don't feed him a thing. We feed him, he just doesn't eat. He eats what I give him. Maka hugs the container closer to her chest, ignoring the look she's getting from the doctor. He hums in thought as the elevator doors open. Maka hurries through, with Stein right by her side. Interesting. Maka ignores him as she follows Stein to the doors. 408. It feels weird not going to her mother's first, but at the same time she's still excited. She's about to see Krona. Now for this visit, it will just be me, you, and Krona. Stein takes his keys out, and unlocks the door. I heard some interesting things from the nurses who were in here with you two last time, and I'd like to see it for myself. Maka wants to just say fuck you, but she doesn't. She pushes past him so she's the first one inside. Maka. She hears Krona cheer as soon as she's in the room. She looks over at the corner and gives him a smile when she sees the boy, looking at her with those big blue eyes. Hey Krona. Maka's smile is frozen on her face as she walks over to him. I got you a pee pillow for you, know. He averts his gaze as he points a shaky finger at a black pillow that's sitting in front of him. I didn't want you to get hurt again from sitting down on the floor. I am used to it, so I didn't know you would get hurt. Thank you, Krona. Maka sits on the black pillow, her butt sinking in, but it's much better than just sitting on the plain floor. How cute. He was concerned about her. And no pee problem. He gives her a smile at seeing she's pleased with his doing. He perks up. Is it better? Does it hurt? Nope, my butt feels great. She chuckles at how dark Krona's face gets. Suddenly Krona's blush is gone and his face turns really pale as if he's just seen a ghost. His blue eyes shake. Maka realizes he's not looking at her anymore but behind her. Hello Krona. Stein's glasses glare as he comes close to the two teens, his notebook out and ready. How are you today? Krona's lips go in a tight line, his small body trembling at looking at the doctor. He looks so afraid and she hates that. Can you back the hell up? Maka growls at Stein, glaring at him. You're scaring Krona. Maka. Krona's lips go back to normal, as his blue eyes fall on her. He looks at her with awe again. I will be over here then. Stein doesn't seem to be offended as he walks over, taking a seat on Krona's bed. He's still in the room, but he's away from them, and that would have to do. I'm sorry, I brought him in here. Maka sighs as she hugs her knees to her chest. You don't like him either, huh? And no. He scares me. Krona's gaze shifts around. I don't know how to deal with when he comes in my room. He always gives me needles and it hurts. I don't like the feeling of it. Every time his blue eyes fall on Stein, his breathing speeds up, his trembling get worse. He looks so scared. He's not here to give you a needle, he's just here to watch us. Maka speaks calmly. He never comes in you unless he's giving me a needle. He grips his pink locks, his blue eyes are so shaky. He's not giving you a needle. Maka reaches out and grabs his hands lightly. I won't let him, Krona. Why you won't let him? His eyes slowly stop shaking and his grip loosens enough on his hair that she can take his hands off. No, I won't. She holds his hands in hers for a moment, rubbing them with her thumbs, trying to soothe him. Oh, okay, Maka. He takes a deep breath, his cheeks tinting pink at looking at their hands. Okay. She smiles and lets go of his hands when she thinks he is calm enough. His blush still hasn't left. Sometimes I think you're not real, Maka. Krona averts his gaze, his cheeks turning redder. I mean, how could you be? Why you're so nice to me and why you come to see me, why you don't hurt me and you're... His eyes fall on her only to shoot away again. Sometimes I think you're just a amazing dream or vision, but when you touch me I can know you're real. He speaks breathlessly. Yes, I'm real, Krona. She blinks, she feels her cheeks tint a little at how he was talking about her. He speaks so highly of her when no one does that. Not anymore. She doesn't really know what to say. I never thought people like why you existed. His cheeks keep getting redder. There is no one like you here, so I thought you must not be real, but I feel you. I'm not as special as you make me out to be, Krona. Maka can't stop her blush, her heart beats speeding. Why yes you are. He smiles now into his knees. Why you're so different, but I'll like that. Why you're not afraid of me like everyone else. There's nothing to be afraid about. She smiles at him. I know you won't hurt me. Krona suddenly reaches out a shaky hand, his fingertips brush against her cheek. He gasps, his eyes wide before he pulls away. I just had to make sure you're real again. How is it you're not scared of me? Why is it you keep coming back? His gaze is shifting all over the place. I already told you, you fascinate me, Krona. She smiles as she grabs the hand he had touched her with and holds it. I want you to know that I am real, you don't even have to second guess that now. Oh, okay. He speaks breathlessly again, staring at his hand in hers with his lips parted and his eyes wide. His breath hitches when he looks away from her, a frown coming to his face. Dr. Stein is staring at us. He's writing stuff down. Krona trembles as he takes his hand out of hers. I don't think he likes us touching. I don't really care what he likes. Maka glares back at Stein, who is writing stuff down, staring at them intently. He just needs to mind his own business. That's what Ragnarok says. Krona mumbles, looking at his feet. He doesn't like Stein much. Oh. Maka looks back at Krona. She really just wants to ask who he is again, but last time that upsetted Krona, she would have to go about it more subtly. So Ragnarok has him as a doctor too. And no. Krona shifts his body, obviously not comfortable with the conversation. How does he know who Stein is then? Maka presses. Because he has came in my room when our Ragnarok was here. Krona averts his gaze. I also talk about him sometimes to Ragnarok. Ragnarok is a visitor. Maka frowns, she hasn't seen anyone other than herself visit Krona. Why you could say that? He mumbles, his body is becoming tense. I really shouldn't be talking about him, Maka. Krona's blue eyes shake as he looks away from her. I don't want him to come while you're here. He's bad. Please don't ask me about him anymore. He's trembling so bad, and his breathing is heavy. Okay, Krona, I won't. Maka nods and suppresses a sigh. She really wants to know who this Ragnarok is and why Krona seems so afraid of him and how he got into his room. She has so many questions but she would not ask them if it upsets Krona. Thank you. He sighs in relief, putting a hand to his small chest. You're welcome. Maka's gaze falls into the boy's sunken-in cheeks. Hey Krona, did you eat the bread I left you Saturday? Why yes. He suddenly stands up. He walks past her, stumbling a little as he walks over to another corner of the room where she sees her wooden basket is. Maka's eyes are glued to the boy, and she can't help that her eyes take in everything about him. He is so tiny and tall his long legs barely move as he walks, making him look like a clumsy robot. Though he barely moves his feet, his hips sway badly, making it hard for Maka not to look there. His hip bones poke out of his gown, but as her eyes fall on his bottom, that's definably not bony. It's like all the fat he has is in his ass, but in a odd way Maka likes it. She likes the boy's feminine curves and ass. She likes how small he is, how frail he looks. It makes her just want to hold him close, to protect him. The gown is baggy on him, his shoulder blade showing on one side that it's hanging off of. She feels her face get hot with just watching him walk over to the other side of the room and back. She's captivated by his body, captivated by him. Here is why your basket. He puts it next to her before sitting back down in front of her. He gives her a smile and Maka's heart tugs. Thank you for the bread, it was really good. He frowns suddenly. Maka, are you okay? He reaches out a shaky hand to touch her cheek, his eyes widen. Why, you're so hot. Are you sick? Do you not feel well? She feels her face get hotter at his touch and at his concern. It's so embarrassing, but she can't stop looking at his lips, how they part slightly in shock. Maka. He's beginning to tremble, she can hear in his tone he's worried about her. I'm fine Krona. She puts a hand over his on her cheek to steady it and she gives him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, it's nothing. Are you sure? He looks at her with such concern that it causes her face to get hotter and her breath to hitch. Why, you're getting hotter. He frowns. It's okay Krona. She smiles again, but it's sheepish. I brought you something else. She brings over the container, hoping changing the subject will get rid of her blush. Maka. He still frowns, studying her. I'm fine. She reassures one more time and finally her blush leaves her. Krona visibly relaxes. I hope you like apple pie. Maka opens up the container, taking out a spoon and handing it to Krona. Apple pie. He looks so confused. Aren't they two separate things? No, it's one thing. Maka blinks. You never had apple pie before? And no. Should I have? Yes. Krona squeaks, looking at her with wide eyes. Maka coughs a little in her hand, a habit she picked up from kid. I'm sorry, I'm just a little surprised. You need to try this right away Krona. She pushes the container so it's right in front of him. But. His gaze shifts behind Maka and she knows who he's looking at. I don't know if I can. Here. Maka suddenly gets up, she gets really close to Krona, standing up on her knees. Maka, what are you? He can't see you. She looks down at the boy who is looking up at her with wide eyes. Sorry, but I really want to see the look on your face when you take your first bite. Oh, okay. He blushes darkly as he takes a small spoonful of the pie. He studies it a moment before he sticks his small tongue out, licking it. Maka can feel her blush return at watching this, it's just too cute. Krona's face lights up, it's almost glowing as he shoves the rest into his mouth. He closes his eyes, enjoying the pleasure that is apple pie for a moment before he goes back to eating the rest of it. He attacks the pie, not giving it a chance. He takes a spoonful after another, making cute like MMs every once in a while. Maka's heart hurts at seeing him so happy to see something she made do that to this boy. That was amazing. He finally speaks after the whole pie is gone. He puts a hand over his stomach, letting out a content sigh. I'm glad you liked it. Maka giggles. Wait, what? She just giggled? What the hell? When did she become so prissy? Did you make that? He looks at her with those beautiful eyes. Yeah. Is all that comes out. Oh, of course, that's why it was so good. He smiles at her, his eyes becoming half-lidded. Oh, her heart hurts so much. Nah, apple pie is just always good. Maka averts her gaze. He does a cute little hum as he looks at her. Maybe he's studying her. Maka wonders what he sees. What's that, Maka? He raises an eyebrow looking at something next to her. She follows his gaze, seeing her sketchbook. Oh, that's just my sketchbook. She picks it up, just to look over it. What's that? He stares at it in fascination. It's a book where I draw things in. I also write poetry in here. She smiles at the book. See, can I see? Sure. She hands it over. Aries. Krona mumbles, running his fingertips over the word on the cover. Why is there a ram on your book? It's my horoscope. What? Krona looks so confused. It's hard to explain, but it's something with the stars and it's affected by your birthday. My birthday is March 28th, so I'm a Aries. She smiles at him. What's your birthday? I could tell you what you are. B birthday. He frowns. Yeah, birthday, you know, the day you were born. Maka's smile falls at the serious look Krona is giving her. He doesn't know what she's talking about. You don't know your birthday? And no. His gaze shifts. She never told me. I didn't know it was something you were supposed to know. By she, Maka's guessing he means his mother. Didn't she throw you a party one time a year? Maka's heart is feeling gripped. P party. His frown deepens. That was it. Oh, Krona. She leans in, wrapping her arms around the small boy, bring him close to her. He gasps and drops her sketchbook. He tenses in her arms. She had to hug him. He's never had a birthday party. His mother never celebrated it. She can almost say she hates this woman, whoever she is. Maka, what are you doing? He trembles in her arms. She can feel the boy's body warm up. She can't see his face, but she can just imagine the look on it. I'm hugging you. She tightens her grip around him, nuzzling the top of his head. What is it? Are you going to hurt me? His hands hang limply by his sides. He is so stiff like a statue, but he hasn't stopped trembling. No, Krona, a hug is something you do to people you like to comfort them. She holds him firmly, and at her words he stops trembling. There's a moment of silence. I think I like it. He mumbles, but his hands stay by his side. It feels nice. Maka's heart hurts. Not only has he never had a birthday party, but he's never been hugged. Not even by his mother. What kind of monster is she? I'm sorry, Krona. She tightens her grip on him. For what, Maka? She just shakes her head. Maka, could you come over here for a moment? She hears Stein say from the bed. She sighs but pulls away from Krona. Krona stays frozen in the position as if she was still hugging him. His mouth is open, and his eyes wide. His cheeks are so pink. She smiles at him before she gets up. This seems to snap him out of his trance, as he looks up at her with a frown. What's wrong? Where are you going? Are you leaving? He looks at her sadly. No, Stein just said he wanted to talk to me. She smiles reassuringly. You can look at my sketchbook while I'm gone if you want. Krona nods, but he's looking at Stein with a deep frown on his face. Maka turns and walks back to the doctor, her face falling to a glare. She is not happy he is taking time away from Krona. I couldn't help notice how touchy you have been with the patient. His glasses glare when she stops right in front of him. It's dangerous that you are even in here, but when you go and keep touching him, you're just asking to be hurt. Krona won't hurt me. She glares. Maka. Did you know he's never been hugged before? She averts her gaze and frowns. Her fist is gripped. Did you know his mother never thrown him a birthday party before? That he doesn't even know his birthday. Stein just looks at her with those uncaring eyes. There is probably a reason for that, Maka. Oh? What reason could a mother have? She shakes her head. No reason. Stein writes something down in his notebook before sighing. There's more to it than that. Well, if you know so much, why don't you enlighten me? She snaps. I can't. Stein writes something else down. It's classified. Is this what you called me over for? She sighs. No, I'm just warning you. Stein locks eyes with her. Stop touching him so much. Maka grips her fist before turning her back to him and walking back to Krona. She hates how this man tries to act like her father. He isn't, and really neither is Spirit. She has no father. Krona is looking through her sketchbook, but he looks up immediately when Maka starts walking over. What did he say? Krona frowns, an odd look on his face. Nothing, being stupid. She grunts as she takes a seat on the pillow again. Oh. Krona looks down at the book he's holding. These are really good, Maka. Why you like eyes? Why you seem to draw the same pair? Yeah, I like drawing eyes, but only certain ones. Maka smiles at him. I've only found 2 people I want to draw. Who? Krona looks at the drawings of kids' eyes, something flashing through the sewn blue ones. His expression has fallen to a pout. Well kid, that's the eyes in their end. She waits till Krona looks at her. You. Me. He squeaks, his face so red. Yes, you. She giggles. Why me? His blush is just getting darker. I love your eyes. She smiles. They're beautiful. Are really? His gaze shifts, and he grips his knees tighter to his chest, but he can't stop the smile that forms on his lips. Yes. She smiles. I wanted to draw your eyes, but I couldn't get a pencil in here. And no one has ever liked my eyes before. He buries his head into his knees. I've heard that they're creepy but not be beautiful. They're not creepy. Who said that? She frowns. Everyone. He mumbles. I hear the nurses talk all the time. They think I don't hear, but I do. They like to talk about my eyes and my body, like to talk about how pathetic I look. His voice completely changes, his tone is low and dark. Don't listen to them. Maka looks at the top of his head, not able to see his face. Krona slowly lifts up his head, his bangs cover his face for a while before she can see those blue eyes. They look glossy and dilated, reminding her too much like her mother. Krona. He blinks. Maka. He shakes his head as if to regain himself, his eyes falling on something behind her again. Stein is hurt. He mumbles. Yeah. Maka bows her head, she can hold nothing back from him. My mom bit him. Oh and no. Krona frowns, looking at her with concern. Is that why you came here so early? Why you didn't get to see her? No. She shakes her head. Her condition is worsening. What's going to happen, Maka? He frowns, that concern shining through. I don't know, Krona. She takes a deep breath and looks up. Is it okay if we don't talk about this? I kinda don't want to think about it. Yes. His gaze shifts a moment. I understand. Can I ask you something, Krona? Maka moves a little closer. Why yes. He squeaks, his cheeks tinting. Do you ever think about me when I leave? All the time. He mumbles before his eyes light in realization, his whole body tenses up. I mean. I do. I don't know why you're just hard to not think about, and I don't know how to deal with it sometimes, and I'm sorry why you must think I'm weird now. It's okay. She almost sighs of relief, her heart is pounding so hard against her ribs. I think about you all the time too. Why you do? His face is an impossible shade of red, his large eyes looking anywhere but her. Yes. I'm glad I'm not the only one. She giggles a little in relief. Why do you think of me? I am nothing special. He looks down, his blush leaving him and an odd look coming to his face. I ruin everything, I can't do anything right. Who told you that? Maka frowns from the change of his attitude. Medusa. He trembles, his eyes shaking. She's still mad at me, you know? I messed up so bad I ended up here. She said it's my fault, and she's right, it is my fault, it's all my fault. Who is Medusa? Her frown deepens. How did you mess up, Krona? What are you talking about? She's my mother, OOPPs. He puts his hands over his mouth, a deranged chuckle escaping his lips. OPPs, sorry. I forget she told me to never call her that. I don't know what Medusa is. His chuckle soon dies on his lips. All I know is she's all that I have. You're wrong. Maka grits her teeth. She told her son not to call her mother. She hates this, absolutely hates her. You have me, Krona. How can I be sure that you won't just leave me like she did? He narrows his eyes at her, his tone dark, not even sounding like the timid boy. Medusa didn't even want me, why the hell would you? Maybe a normal person would be worried with the way Krona is glaring at her, and how he's getting closer. But she's not. She stands her ground. She understands how Krona is feeling because she felt the same way with Kid last night. He doesn't trust her, and she understands that. How could he when, like he said, his mother abandoned him? I'm not her, Krona. I want you because you're amazing. I come back because I want to, because I care about you. She locks eyes with him as he stops inches from her face. I don't know what you have been through, Krona, what she has put you through, but just know I won't do that to you. Maka's eyes become glossy. I know how it feels to be abandoned, but I could never imagine it if my own mother did. She swallows the lump in her throat. I'm so sorry. He stares at her, not blinking. I won't abandon you. She stares right back into those dilated eyes. You have nothing to fear. Krona suddenly gasps, his pupils going back to normal. His shoulders slump, making him look not as tall. His face becomes a dark red as he tries to pull away, but Maka just wraps her arms around him, pulling him into an embrace. He tenses against her for a moment, but then he relaxes. Did you mean it? He trembles, he feels so frail in her arms, like if she hugged him too hard he would snap. Why you won't abandon me? Why you won't leave me alone? No, I won't. She tightens her grip just a little bit. I will come here every visitor's day. You won't have to worry about me missing a day for you. You're not going to be alone anymore. I won't let it. Maka. His body completely relaxes against hers. It almost feels as if he just passed out, but he continues to speak. I don't understand this feeling you give me. It makes me feel all warm and safe. I don't know what it is. I've never felt this way before, and I don't know if it's normal. Krona. Maka. He pulls away from her, a serious look on his face. I want you to know I trust you. Maka's heart swells and her breath hitches. He trusts me? Even after all he's been through, he's going to put his trust in her? This feeling. He puts a hand to his chest. I got it from your words. I believe them, and I believe you. Maka can just stare at him, all words have left her. I know you're nothing like Medusa. He averts his gaze. But please, if this is just some joke, please end it now. He trembles. I don't know if I could take it. It's not a joke. She finds her words, and she's surprised at how firm they are. You are my friend, Krona. Friends. We're friends. A wobbly smile rips out on his face, his whole face lighting up. Why can't she have her pencil? She really needs to draw those eyes. Yes. She smiles, and it almost hurts her face, it's so big. Krona suddenly reaches out, brushing his fingertips against her cheek before pulling away. I am sorry. He averts his gaze, his blush so dark. I just had to make sure you're real, Ajian. She hums as she cups his face in her hands, rubbing his cheeks gently with her thumbs. What are you doing? He squeaks, his face getting hotter in her hands. I had to make sure you're real. She leans her forehead against his, smiling as she nuzzles him. Oh, I'm real. His face is so dark, his eyes so wide. And so am I. She gives him a smile as she lock eyes with him. Good. His smile is so large, his eyes sparkle as he looks at her like she's some angel sent from heaven. She's far from it. But she would be an angel to him if that's what he wanted. It's 6:30 people, time to get the heck out. The intercom sounds, ruining the two teens' conversation they were having. Both Krona and Maka glare up at the ceiling, glaring at whoever just cut them off. It's time for you to go, Maka. Stein stands up from the bed, he stretches his hand, probably from him writing so much. I know. Maka sighs as she stands up, her butt not hurting this time. Ah. Krona pouts as he stands up with her, a frown on his face. Tea time goes by too fast. Maka can't help but smile at him. He's acting like a little kid who got cheated out of their candy. It's so cute. Yeah, it does, but time goes by fast when you're having fun. She gives his nose a soft poke. The boy blushes, a little giggle escaping his lips. Maka freezes. That has to be the cutest laughs she's ever heard. Her stomach turns, and her face gets hot again. She opens her mouth to tell him just how cute he is. Maka, let's go. Stein looks between the two with cold eyes. All right. Maka sighs before giving Krona one last smile. Goodbye Krona, I'll see you Saturday. See you Saturday. He blushes and shifts his feet. Damn it, just why? Krona's too cute for his own good. See you Saturday. She gives him a wave as she walks out the door with Stein. The doctor turns and locks the door. So it seems you two are on a personal level. Stein mumbles as he turns to face her. I must say watching you two was very interesting. Krona was almost a completely different person. Are you sure that's not who he really is? Maka sends him a glare. I don't know why you guys say he's so dangerous, I never feel threatened with him. Well, with him acting like that around you, I don't blame you. His glasses glare. But just remember there's a reason why he's here, and that reason is what makes him so dangerous. Could you tell me the reason then? Maka raises an eyebrow. No. He states bluntly. Could you at least tell me his birthday? Maka averts his gaze. I know you must have his records. We do. He looks at her a moment. But I can't give you any information concerning Krona. Not even his birthday. No. Stein turns his back to her. I have a lot of things to think about, but Maka. He looks back at her, a serious look in his eyes. I still don't think you should hang around Krona. He may be acting good now, but he could snap at any moment, and how would you take that? He looks away from her and walks away. Not very good. I don't care what you think. She mumbles as she turns on her heel. She bumps into something hard, causing her to stumble back a little. Hey, watch where the hell you're going. It's you. Maka regains herself and looks at that male nurse, the one who usually takes her to her mother's. Surprisingly, he looks happy to see her. I was looking for you. He scratches the back of his neck and averts his gaze. Here. He takes a pencil out of his scrubs pocket, and reaches it out towards her. Maka raises an eyebrow but takes it from the man. What's this? A pencil, you know you use them to write with. He grunts, using her own line against her as he walks past her. It's yours to keep, just don't bring it here next time, alright? He shoves his hands in his pockets, he keeps walking, not waiting for her to answer. Maka watches him leave before looking down at the pencil. Oh well, what do you know? She smiles a little, gripping the pencil in hand. She starts walking down the hallway. It's not much, but even she knows an act of kindness, and she rarely gets those. Maybe she would talk to him, and thank him when she came back Saturday, but she doesn't know. Krona's cute little giggle enters her mind as she gets into the elevator. She knows Saturday is only 2 days away, but that's 2 days too long. Chapter 6. Do you ever think about me when I leave? All the time. Maka's face is becoming flush, thinking about the boy as he cowered in that corner of his. She holds her face in her hands, feeling how hot it is. She doesn't know why the boy's words are affecting her so much now when they hadn't when he actually said them, but maybe back then it didn't completely hit her like it is now. Krona thinks about her. All the time. It's not just her. This thought makes her heart beat speed, and her already hot face to get hotter. Why does he have this effect on her, this boy? She doesn't understand it, and maybe neither does he. I don't understand this feeling you give me, it makes me feel so warm and safe. Could it be he is feeling exactly like she is? The warm feeling he speaks of is how she feels all the time around him, or when she thinks of Krona. Medusa didn't even want me, why the hell would you? Maka's blush leaves her as she recalls what happened after the boy's confession. He was happy when Maka told him she thinks about him, but then he changed. His voice got low, and dark. His eyes were glossy and dilated. This doesn't really scare her per se, but it makes her worry a little. The change in the boy was caused by talking about Medusa, his mother, the bitch. Maka grinds her teeth, and grips her fist. What kind of woman is she? To never give her son a birthday party or hug him. She's abandoned him at the asylum, but maybe she wasn't even really there to begin with. Krona's always been alone. She wouldn't let that be anymore. I want you to know, I trust you. Her heart swells and it feels like the breath has just been taken out of her remembering that. Krona trusts her, he believes her. She would not let him down. Maka. Maka is jolted out of her thoughts as she sees a pair of nice Polish shoes stop in front of her. Apparently she's been looking down this whole time. She slowly looks up, taking in the formal attire till her eyes lock onto Kid's golden orbs. He is frowning, an odd look in his eyes. It's a mixture of concern and hurt. Yeah. She says dumbly, blinking. Her mind is still in a haze. She's there but not really. Are you avoiding me? He averts his gaze, his voice soft. What? Maka blinks. Ever since Wednesday you haven't even speaked with me in class, you barely even look at me, you haven't answered my messages. He takes a deep breath. I didn't mean to offend you, Maka. If you're mad at me, please tell me, I wish to talk about it. Sorry kid, I'm not mad, I've just had a lot on my mind. She sighs, looking down at her hands. Like what, Maka? He frowns and takes a seat next to her on the bench, looking over her with concern. Maka just shakes her head, keeping her gaze straight. She watches the ducks swim in the small pond a little a ways from them. The pond was always her favorite thing about the park. Maka and her mother used to go over to feed the ducks, the only birds that didn't seem to be willing to walk over to the benches where they usually are. She used to be afraid of ducks, really. They make weird noises and will chase you if you have bread. Maka hates being chased, it's a fear of hers, it makes her feel helpless. How did the visit with your mother go yesterday? Kid's voice jolts her back. Maka doesn't really want to tell him about the whole situation with her mother. She hasn't been thinking about it at all because she doesn't want to. To think about it will make it real. To talk about it will make it real. She didn't even talk about it to Krona for this reason. I understand you don't want to talk about it. Kid's soft voice causes her to look over at him. He's giving her such a caring smile. I will not pry. Thanks. Maka sighs in relief, leaning back on the bench. You're quite welcome. He studies her. So you are not mad at me? No, why would I be? Maka turns her head to look at her best friend. To be honest, I thought you would be a little upset with me. No, it was incinerate of me. He shakes his head. I understand with all that you went through these last couple of years, I should have known better. Maka doesn't respond because he's right. He should have known. You didn't wait for me today like you usually do. He averts his gaze. I was looking for you, it's only by luck that I happened to decide to take a stroll in the park and see you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was going to wait for you but... Maka takes a deep breath. I'm sure you heard of that new rumor going around, right? No. What new rumor? Kid's frown deepens, the boy moving closer to her in concern. Well, a lot of dogs and cats have gone missing. No one knows what's been happening to them, but apparently. Maka looks down at her hands. They found one of the missing cats in a garbage can somewhere in town. The cat's neck was slit and its body shaved. That is quite odd, but what does that have to do with you? The rumor is that they think I did it. Maka's face gets hot. They think I'm doing some sort of witchcraft, and that I'm the one stealing all the animals to sacrifice. She locks eyes with Kid. They think I killed that cat, and drank its blood. That's ridiculous. Kid's eyes flare, the boy gritting his teeth. Maka blinks. She's never seen Kid angry before, and well, he looks pissed. How could they even come up with something so wrong? What is the matter with this town? Well, their reason for believing it's me is because of my mom drinking the fireman's blood. Maka looks down, thinking about the words she overheard. Of course she drunk that poor cat's blood. Her mother drunk human blood, and if it's true she's as insane as her, what's some cat blood? Nothing. She hates how everyone knows everything about what happened with her mother. She hates it so much. You're not your mother. Kid stands up, his fist is gripped. His golden eyes are burning. They have no right to say such things. This is getting out of hand. You're pretty riled up, huh? Maka blinks, staring at the boy. Aren't you? He turns to look at her. They're speaking lies about you, Maka. I don't really care what they say about me, I just care about my mother. She locks eyes with him. These people will say what they want, and believe what they want. It don't really matter. But. His expression falls, his golden orbs holding concern for her Ajian. Don't be so worried. Maka smirks. This is just one rumor, I've heard worse. Maka looks down. It's not the rumor that caused me to just run out of school. She sighs. The girl who owns the dead cat is pissed, and apparently she really believes I did it. I've heard that she's gotten a group of people to, bring me to justice. Maka shakes her head. Today I saw a pretty large group of kids around my locker, and well, I was smart and just left. Whatever they wanted isn't good. They won't touch you. Kid growls, causing Maka to look at him a little surprised at the boy's tone. They have no proof. They can't just pass judgment like that. Kid walks up to her, his golden orbs flaring. I won't let them hurt you, Maka, I will clear your name. His breathing is becoming uneven. If I must, I will get father to make an announcement. This is going too far if they are planning on trying to hurt you for a crime you did not commit. Kid. Maka just stares up at him, still in shock. I promise you. The boy is getting closer, his face getting closer to hers. I won't let them hurt you. I don't need protection. Maka pulls away and crosses her arms. I can handle myself. Maka. He frowns. Hey, there she is. Maka and Kid turn around to see a group of kids, about 5 guys, all of them they go to school with. Maka just blinks as they point at her, sending her glares, but Kid's glaring right back. Hey, you little bitch, you thought you could just run off from us. The biggest boy growls, probably the leader. You're not going to just fucking kill my girl's cat and get away with it, you freak. I believe I didn't run. Maka shrugs, not at all affected by them. I believe I walked calmly out of the school ground, and to the park to enjoy myself. Alright, you smart ass. Enough. Kid growls, getting in front of Maka protectively, glaring holes into the 5 guys that are getting closer. You will not touch her. She has done no wrong. She fucking killed my girl's cat. The big boy growls, the other boys nodding in agreement. Give me proof of this. Kid growls, gripping his fist. Where is your proof? We don't need proof. The boy speaks uncertainly now. She's insane. That's all the proof we need. Another boy speaks up, sending Kid a glare. Where is your proof of that? Kid takes a step forward and they take a step back. If Maka is insane, then why is she still here? And not in the asylum? I don't know, man, but her mom is fucking insane. If your mother is a murderer, does that make you one too? Kid's voice is so dark, his breathing becoming uneven. She is not her mother. You cannot pass judgment on her because of that. Why the hell are you sticking up for her, Kid? Like what the hell, you used to be awesome, man. The big boy shakes his head. If I was awesome in someone like your eyes, then I must have been the opposite of that. Kid's glare hasn't fallen. Get out of here now. If I hear that you try to mess with Maka again, I will handle you myself. Man, fuck you, Kid. The big boy growls, but he's backing up, all the boys are. Nothing good can come out of being friends with her, she will just bring you down with her, man. Kid's glare doesn't fall as he watches the 5 guys walk away, he doesn't stop till he can no longer see them. He's right, you know. Maka watches them leave, her face blank. What are you talking about? Kid turns to look at her. Nothing good will come out of you being my friend. Maka looks back, her face staying blank. They're going to shun you more now, you know this, don't you? I don't care, Maka. He shakes his head. Why did you do that? Maka takes a step away from him, not looking at the boy. Why did you get involved? I didn't need your help, I don't need anyone's help, alright? Maka. You don't deserve this. She growls, glaring at Kid. Why do you keep doing this? Helping me, and talking to me when all it's getting you is hurt. Because I care for you, Maka. He takes a step closer. I don't care what those people think of me, but I care about what you think. Well, you shouldn't. She looks away from him, her breathing becoming uneven. Kid, I don't want you talking to me anymore. What? His eyes are wide with hurt. You're not my friend, don't talk to me, stop being around me, and stop sticking up for me. She pushes past him, a glare frozen on her face. I don't need your help, I don't need anyone. Maka. His voice sounds weak as he follows her. Why? Stop following me. She growls before she starts running off. She doesn't hear what else he says and she's glad. She couldn't handle much more. She keeps running till she's sure she's far enough away. Tears steam down her face, but she quickly wipes them away. She had to let Kid go after seeing what he did for her. She knows what the town is going to do. They're going to talk about him, going to hate him like they hate her, going to shun him like they shun her. She wasn't going to let that happen to Kid. If they aren't friends, then it won't happen. Hopefully Kid will be angry with her with how she acted. Maybe he would even tell the other kids how much of a bitch she was to him when he tried to protect her. She hopes he does. That would get him a lot of points to his reputation. It could even heal it completely. The kids would like him again because they're not friends and he talks bad about her. And that's what she wants. She doesn't want Kid to be dragged down with her like that big boy said. She knew his words were true. Well, look who it is. Mako looks up to see that big boy smirking at her without her realizing it. Those 5 boys from before have formed a circle around her. There is no escape, she's trapped. Looks like Kid's not here. You can't hide behind the mayor's son now. The boy chuckles darkly as he takes a step forward. I wasn't hiding behind him. Maka grunts, staring him in the eyes. They're brown, a ugly color of brown, and wild looking. Oh. The boy smirks, and the other boys chuckle. It looked like you were back at the park. You cowered like a little bitch. Kid didn't know what he was talking about. Maka blurts out, glaring. He isn't my friend, so I wasn't hiding behind him. When you left he tried to beat me up, so I ran away. She's only lying for Kid. So that they can accept him again. Well, really? The sneaky bastard. The boy shakes his head, a grin on his face. He just wanted all the fun for himself. I knew he couldn't actually have cared about you. I mean, you the hell could. I don't know. Maka almost smiles. Perfect, Kid's going to be okay. Too bad I got to you first though. The boy grabs her by the shirt and lifts her up. His brown eyes dance madly. Don't cry like a bitch when you feel the pain. Maka kicks him in the balls hard. The boy yelps, dropping her. He falls to his knees, tears forming at the corner of his eyes as he rolls around. Well, only if you can take your own advice. Maka smirks at the in-pain boy. On my balls. He cries, his face red as he looks at her dangerously. Don't just stand there, beat the shit out of her. All the other boys jump at Maka at the command. Maka punches and kicks crazily, getting some good hits on the boys in their faces, and in their stomach, but soon the 4 boys are able to grab her arms, holding her where she's vulnerable, so she can't defend herself. One boy punches her in the stomach. The wind is knocked right out of her. She grinds her teeth as she takes another hit, this time it's her face. The boy's fist connects with her cheek, sending her head to the side. The boy smirks as he pulls his fist back to hit her again. Maka closes as her eyes, waiting for the blow. What the fuck? Holy shit. What? Maka hears a lot of movement, realizing that no one is holding her arms anymore. She opens her eyes. She can't believe what she sees. Kid is beating the shit out of those 4 boys. 2 are already out on the ground, pasted out. She didn't know he knew karate, and by the looks of it he must be a black belt. Kid does a flipping kick on one of the boys, knocking the boy to the ground, and out for the count. The last boy standing charges him. Kid just grabs him by the arm and flips him. Holy fucking hell. The big boy who Maka had kicked in the balls looks at all his friends with horror before he forces himself up and tries to run away. He doesn't get far. Kid runs after him, and in a second is on him. He grabs the boy by the shoulders and throws him hard against the wall of a building. What did I tell you? Kid's breathing is uneven. I told you not to touch her. Whoa, okay, look, I'm sorry man, we whoa, okay. The boy's eyes shake as Kid tightens his grip. I will have you all arrested for this. He growls. Don't, okay, look, sorry man. We won't touch her again, I swear to God. The boy looks like he's about to pee himself. That's right, you're not. Kid lets go of the boy, and as soon as he does, he takes off running. Maka can just stare at him, she's in shock. She can't even move or comprehend what she just saw. Maka. Kid turns and runs to her. He kneels by her, looking at her frantically, searching for any wounds. Are you alright? She can just stare at him. Oh Maka. He reaches out and touches her cheek, a deep frown on his face. She winces in pain. I'm so sorry. His expression changes to anger again. I will have them all arrested for this, Maka. I will talk to father about it immediately. Kid, what are you doing? She speaks breathlessly, it's all that could come out. Helping a friend. Maka opens her mouth. I know you are worried about me being shunned, Maka, but I don't care. He wraps his arms around her, pulling her into a hug. I only care about you. You idiot. Maka's voice cracks and she trembles. I didn't want this. I could have taken that beaten, Kid. I wanted you to get your life back. I don't want you to be dragged down with me. Maka, I am your friend. I could not sit back and watch you get hurt. Kid pulls back to lock eyes with her. I will not abandon you, I already told you that. I don't care what they think, Maka, I've told you this. Kid. I can't stop talking to you, Maka, or stop being around you. Kid moves closer. I must protect you from these people, they are the ones who are going insane. You're stupid, you know that. She chuckles sadly. If I say I'm a fool, will you keep me as your friend? Maybe. I'm a fool. He sighs. Yup. Maka can't help but to smirk at him. Now say I'm smarter than you. Hey. That's going a little far, aren't we? I don't know. She smirks when Kid's face pales. I'm just playing, I don't want to crush your dignity. If you really want to stay my friend, then whatever, do what you want. Maka forces herself up. Kid teases to help her, but she just pushes him off. I don't need help, Kid, I've taken worse beatings than this. She smirks at him. This is nothing. Maka, who else has put their hands on you? Kid's expression changes to pure anger, his teeth are grit. Maka averts her gaze and crosses her arms. It was a long time ago, I don't want to talk about it. Maka. Thanks for your help, Kid, even though you're stupid. Maka forces a smile. Stupid for helping you? Yes. Then I will count you need to be a fool. He touches her cheek gently, frowning when she winces. Do you think a bruise will form? Maka looks at him. No, it's just red. He studies her. Did they hit you anywhere else? Just the stomach. She shrugs. Come with me. Kid grabs her wrist and starts to lead her away out of the alley she somehow ended up in. Where are we going? She raises an eyebrow but just lets him lead her. She said this beating was no big deal, but really she's feeling kinda dizzy. That boy had an arm. To my house, I'm going to clean you up. Maka just follows. Her head is feeling really fuzzy. I won't let this happen again, Maka. Kid looks back at her, his yellow eyes shining. She doesn't know what to say to that. Now are you sure you're okay? Kid studies her as she gets out of his Hummer. I'm fine, Kid. Maka grunts, turning around to look at him. Stop being a worrywart. I can't help it. He frowns. You almost passed out at my house. Did she? She doesn't remember. Well, She averts her gaze to look at her home. Thanks for the ride home, Kid. You're welcome, Maka. Kid smiles gently, looking at her with a emotion she doesn't understand. See you, Kid. She starts to walk away just to stop. Hey, Kid. Yes, Maka. I trust you. She hears him gasp before she walks up to her home, and through her front door. She couldn't really look at him, but it's true. She trusts Kid. He protected her, and Lord knows what the kids are going to do to him now. And he doesn't care. Maka looks around the living room. No one's here. Maka sighs in relief as she makes her way to her room. She closes and locks the door. She takes her book bag off, dropping it to the floor as she looks in it. She pulls out her notebook, and takes a seat on her bed. Maka turns to the page that she dedicated to Krona, looking over all the new information she has. So new things she knows about Krona. His mother's name is Medusa. She told him never to call her mother. He doesn't know his birthday. Has never been hugged. Loves apple pie. Ragnarok has been in his room, possibly a visitor. He doesn't like to talk about Ragnarok. Doesn't like to talk about Medusa. He trusts her. He thinks about her all the time. Maka's cheeks get hot again at looking at that last part. She wonders if he's thinking about her right now. If he's as excited to see her as she is him. She hopes so. Maka looks on the other half of the page. Okay, so things she still doesn't know. Who Ragnarok is. Why Krona is afraid of his mother. Why he is a patient. Why they say he is so dangerous. Well, those are the main things she wants to know that she doesn't. All these things are bothering her more and more, but really it isn't her business. She can't stop now though, she's into deep. She's too fascinated. Okay, so Ragnarok isn't a doctor, but Krona said he's like a visitor, yet she has never seen anyone visit him other than herself. The way Krona talks about him, she can just guess he doesn't like Ragnarok and he was worried he would come while she was there. Could somehow Ragnarok made it past her without seeing him? Maybe he visited Krona when she was seeing her mother. Wouldn't that be too much of a coincidence though? Maka's pocket vibrates, destroying her thoughts. She sighs and pulls out her phone. It's Kid. Hey Maka, you don't know how happy I am to have your trust. I wish to show you something tomorrow, Maka. I can't. Asylum. She texts back before looking back at her notebook. Now Medusa, that bitch. What could she have done to frighten him, did she? Her phone vibrates. She sighs and answers it. Oh, I understand, Sunday then. Smiley face, yeah sure. She puts her phone down and looks back at her notebook. Well, her train of thought is destroyed now. Maka sighs before putting away her notebook. What a fucking day. She runs her hands through her bangs to her two pigtails before taking them out, letting her hair fall down. She just can't wait to be with Krona again, to hold that small boy in her arms. Maka could hug Krona all day, he's bony but at the same time so soft. Her face gets hot as she lays down in bed. It's getting harder to stop thinking about the boy's small lips, thinking of the boy's cute tongue as he licked that pie. He's just too cute and she can't handle it. He just looks so innocent and he's so sensitive to any form of touch. It's too tempting. Maka thinks of the boy's cute giggle. Her stomach turns. She must make him laugh like that again. She's making that a goal for tomorrow. Maka's eyes close, a smile on her face. The boy has taken over her mind, it's his. Anything else he wanted she would gladly give him. When he smiles, she smiles. When he's happy, she's happy. She's into deep. Is this even fascination anymore? Maka falls asleep with Krona's small smile stuck in her head. Someone please tell her. Chapter 7. Maka puts a hand over her heart and takes a deep breath before she opens the doors to Darkside Insane Asylum. She prays to God she doesn't see Stein, that everything is okay and that she will be able to see her mother. Her eyes search the front desk and she lets out a sigh of relief. Only that brown-haired lady is sitting at the front, no doctor. Oh look. The woman glances at her before looking down at her phone. I didn't think you were coming, you're never late. Yeah, ran into some traffic. And by that she means the cab driver almost hit a fucking deer, but she wouldn't say that. Maka walks up to the front desk as the lady pulls out that familiar book. I can see my mom right. Maka looks at her, her face getting a little pale. Yes, Kami has been stabilized. The woman nods and pushes the book over. Just be a little careful of what you say and do, there will be so many nurses in there you probably won't be able to barely walk. Maka just signs for her mother and then for Krona, letting out a sigh of relief. Her mother is okay, she can see her. You're still seeing Krona. The woman looks up at her like she's stupid when she got the book back. Yes, now ring your little bell, I don't have all the time in the world. Maka grunts. The woman glares at her, Maka obviously pissing her off, but she rings the bell anyway. That male nurse she always sees comes out of the back. At seeing her he turns his head to the side trying to hide his smirk. Let me guess, Kami. The man grunts. And Krona. The woman sighs. Krona. The man's smirk falls and he gives Maka a suspicious look. Yes, Krona, now let's go, I want to see my mom. Maka walks past the desk, towards the elevator. The man just grumbles under his breath as he follows her. He pushes a button and they both get in. So. Maka watches as he pushes the fifth button and the doors close. Thanks for the pencil. She's feeling in a good mood. That's the only reason she's doing this. Hell, don't mention it. He grins over at her. Maka blinks. This man has very sharp teeth. You better not have brought it though. He sighs. I would hate to have to break one I gave you. Oh. How horrible would it be if you broke a pencil you spent 5 cents on? Maka rolls her eyes. Hell, I didn't even spend that. He chuckles. You got a mouth on you, huh? Yup. She grunts. She can see a vein beginning to pop out of the man's head. He has a short temper, huh? This should be fun. Damn kids. He grumbles as the doors to the elevator opens. Have no respect. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know giving away an old pencil equals me giving you respect. She smirks at the man as they walk down the hallway together. It wasn't a old pencil. Well, okay it is, but it's a good quality, damn it. The man looks away from her. I've used that pencil for years for my artwork. It used to give me sort of luck back when I was an artist. He looks at her and gives her a grin. Dr. Stein told me you have a sketchbook, so it's a good thing I did give you that pencil. It's fucking awesome if you want to draw small details and shit. His eyes flicker with excitement. Have you tried it out? No, I haven't. Maka studies him. Not being rude, but I would never see you as the type to be an artist. He really didn't. He looked more like I'm going to spend all my time drinking and getting into fights kind of person. Much like the people from the Jersey Shore. He's even tan like them. Whatever. He grunts and looks away. He looks almost embarrassed. I'm not really an artist. Maka keeps studying him. I only draw eyes. What about the rest of the body? The man turns and looks at her again. Just eyes. She shakes her head. Well, I'd like to see your sketches sometime. He grumbles and averts his gaze again. But you better use that fucking pencil, it was one of my favorites. Then why did you give it to me? Maka grunts. That was stupid of you. Because I broke your stupid pencil and for some stupid reason felt bad. The man grumbles, a vein sticking out of his head. I'm starting to regret it now. Already. She smiles smugly at him. The man gives her the middle finger, just for his face to pale. Sorry, old habits die. Maka sticks out her middle finger, a smirk on her face. The man stares at it a moment before a large grin rips out on his face. I like you, you little brat. He chuckles. You have some balls for a girl. Damn straight. Maka smirks and puts her finger away as they stop in front of the familiar door of 403. Well, I'll be back later to take you to Kronos. His face scrunches up at saying his name as he pulls out his keys and unlocks the door. When do you think I should come back? I don't know. She shrugs, as she takes deep breaths. She has to be ready for this. I'm sure Stein will call me, but I'll be back after I get a smoke. He smirks. I quit drinking, but hell can't quit them both. You still drink? Maka grunts. What? He blinks. I said you still drink. Maka leans in and takes a sniff. You drank some vodka this morning. I don't count that as quitting. Okay, how the fuck did you do that? His eyes are wide. I have a alcoholic father. She shrugs. I just know these things. So don't try to lie. Well, I'll be damned. He grumbles and starts to walk away. Hey. He turns to look back at her. Maka smirks as she gives him the middle finger before walking into the room. She can hear the man chuckle as she looks around. When the woman at the front said there would be a lot of nurses, she wasn't kidding. There has to be at least 20 in this small room, and it's making her feel a little claustrophobic. All the nurses give her an odd look, some look scared, some look nervous, and some look pissed off. Maka's eyes fall on her mother and, "Oh God, please just make this stop." Her mother is laying on the floor, her limbs spread out as if she's about to make a snow angel. She looks up at the ceiling and, those eyes will give her nightmares for the rest of her life. They're dilated and glossy like usual, but her pupils are so small it looks like she doesn't have any. Her veins are visible in her mother's eyes, they're more red than green now. Maka's feet move on their own closer to the woman on the floor, but really she just wanted to leave. To be away from here. Mom. It comes out as a whisper. Her mother's head turns at an odd angle to look at her, those eyes locking onto hers. Maka's legs are becoming weak. Oh Maka, it's been a while, hasn't it? Her mother's lips go into a tight line. Yes. She doesn't know what else to say. What, no bread? She pouts as she studies her daughter with those eyes. No, I'm sorry, Mom. Maka sighs. Spirit hasn't gone shopping. Spirit. Her mother's eyes become more glossy. Who? No one, Mom. If she doesn't remember Spirit, then that's for the best. She doesn't want her to remember that man. It would only cause her hurt. But Maka, I know Spirit. Her eyes become almost watery. Why haven't I seen him? I feel as if he should be here with me, but you're the only person who comes to see me. Mom, just forget about him. Maka almost growls. He should be here. But he's not. Does he not love me, Maka? Maka's breath hitches. No, she can't see this, no she can't. Tears slowly fall down her beautiful mother's face, her lower lip querying. Maka feels the lump in her throat. Mom, please don't cry. He doesn't, does he? He's abandoned me after all I've done for him. She shakes her head, her words so bitter. You don't need that asshole, Mom. Maka gets to her knees next to her, her eyes are shaking. I understand now. Her mother's tears keep falling. Was I the only one in love? Mom. Maka, time is short. Her mother's tears suddenly just stop, and her head jerks oddly to look at her again. What? She almost jumps from the change of her mother. Time is short, the evil one is getting close. She slowly sits up with her arms staying limp, she looks like a puppet being pulled up by strings. I don't. Please just listen. Her mother looks at her with panic eyes. Maka just nods, but she frowns. Baby, time is short, I'm getting weaker and weaker. Her mother leans in closer, but Maka stands her ground. I won't be able to last much longer. What are you talking about, Mom? Her frown deepens. Beware of the snake. Her mother moves her arms in an odd way, Maka guessing, trying to symbolize snakes as she makes hissing sounds. The nurses are starting to talk. Beware of the three-eyed man, Maka. Her mother gets so close she can feel her breath on her face. Her eyes are wide and odd-looking. He won't stop till he has you, my beautiful, beautiful Maka. He wants your soul, but as long as I'm here he can't touch you. Mom. Maka takes a deep breath, she has had enough. There isn't a man, okay? I know there isn't. The whole room goes quiet. Maka averts her gaze from her mother, not able to look at her. So it's true. Her mother's voice is shaky. Maka can feel her eyes start to water. Why, you don't believe me? You think I'm crazy? These's words are daggers to Maka's heart. Mom, I just okay, it's hard to believe that. Oh, I understand. Her mother's tone is hard and sharp like glass. You think I'm so crazy? Well, you won't when you start seeing the man. And then you'll be sorry. Her mother is panting, but Maka can't look at her. What am I saying? Her mother's tone completely changes. I don't want you to ever see him, baby. Please, you can think I'm crazy, but heed my warning. He will come for you next. Please never be alone, never look into mirrors for too long. Mom. Tears are starting to form at the corner of her eyes. Behold the three-eyed man. Her mother suddenly screams, pointing to thin air. He's come to torment me, for he knows my time's about to come. The nurses start to walk over calmly. Mom. Maka shouts, trying to get her to calm down, but she continues to scream as she rips chunks of her hair out. I'm not going down without a fight, you bastard. Her mother growls, and then she. No. Not again. Her mother attacks a nurse biting into her neck. Maka can only watch in horror as her mother fights 20 nurses biting, kicking, and punching. Blood is getting everywhere and it seems they just can't get a good hold on her mother. Her mother is swallowing their blood. Tears falling down her face as she screams bloody murder. I'll kill you. I'll kill you before you can touch her. She screams before she bites another nurse, ripping some flesh off his shoulder. Mom, stop. Maka screams, and before she knows it, she's charging. She's charging towards her mother. Her mother turns on her and slaps her across the face. Her mother's nails scratch across her cheek. Maka can't stop the tears, not because that hurt but because her mother had hit her. She had attacked her. Stand back. Suddenly Stein comes out of nowhere and tackles her mother. He struggles with pinning her down as the other nurses quickly come over and stab her with needles. Get her the hell out of here. Stein growls, motioning for Maka. He locks eyes with her. Go home, Maka, just go home. Stop it, the three-eyed man is here. Her mother screams as she still thrashes in their arms. Maka runs out of the room, tears streaming down her face as she bumps into something hard. Whoa, what the hell, hey, what's wrong? Maka looks up to see that male nurse looking down at her in concern. No words would form. Take her out of here. Stein yells one last time before they shut the door. I think they want me to take you home. The man looks at her a moment. Hey, what happened in there? Maka shakes her head. Take me to Krona, I need to see Krona. Maka takes deep breaths, her hands are shaking so bad. I think you should go home. I don't give a fuck, okay? She growls. Just take me to Krona. She needs him. All right. The man starts to walk away, Maka right on his heel. I'm not supposed to do this, but... He looks at her from the corner of his eye. I got you, all right? This will be our secret. Maka just nods as she wipes her tears away. She didn't want to just show up crying, she wanted to give him a smile first. What the hell? The man stops once they get to the hallway with Krona's room. Maka follows his gaze and can't help but to raise an eyebrow. A lot of nurses are standing by Krona's room, all of them chatting eagerly about something. Can you believe she came back? After all these years. I wonder how she's like. Okay then. The man leads her over to Krona's door. He gets out his keys. You can't go in there. A nurse turns to glare at Maka's nurse. What the hell you mean we can't? Maka growls. She's in no mood to play games. Krona already has a visitor. One nurse speaks up. Maka's expression falls. Another visitor. Her eyes widen. Could it be Ragnarok? Maka looks up in the little window trying to see this person, but she doesn't see anyone, she can't even see Krona. Shit. Who's visiting him? Maka growls, looking back at the group of nurses. His mother, Lady Medusa. One woman speaks up excitedly. Maka's heart almost stops. Medusa. The bitch who abandoned Krona, who never gave him a birthday party or hugged him. That bitch is here? Right now? Visiting him? Her breath is taken from her. Nothing is going as expected today, everything is crazy. How long has she been in there? Maka walks away from the doors to walk closer to the group of nurses. I think she just got in there about 15 minutes ago. They all hear the door creak open. Maka turns. Oh. No. A woman walks out of Krona's room and Maka immediately takes in everything about her. She wears a tight black dress, with nice high heels to match. Her hair is blonde with these two long strands that come to the front and do a weird braid. She looks nothing like Krona. And her eyes. Maka glares at this woman, anger burning her deeply. Those eyes are the eyes of a snake. They're golden like kids, but she hates them. She hates her. Lady Medusa. It's been so long. One nurse chimes excitedly. All the nurses seem to have perked up except the male nurse. Yes, it has. The woman gives them a sweet smile. It's fake. Maka knows it is. How was your visit? Gosh, I couldn't imagine having a daughter like that, Lady Medusa, we all feel for you. One nurse says. Oh, if looks could kill, Maka would have killed that woman. Krona's a boy. Maka growls, her eyes burning dangerously as all eyes fall on her. Don't you fucking talk like that. She's lucky she has a son like him. Maka sends a glare to Medusa. You don't deserve Krona as a son, he's amazing and you fucking abandoned him. Her breathing is speeding up. You only spent fucking 15 minutes with him. I know. Medusa sighs sadly. I am a horrible mother, you're right, I don't deserve Krona. All the other nurses look at her with concern, but Maka's glare hasn't fallen. She can see right through her. I've been rather busy with work and but that's no excuse. She shakes her head as her snake eyes lock onto Maka. You must be Maka, right? How did you? Krona told me all about you. Medusa smiles. That's pretty much the only thing he talk about, his friend Maka. Maka can't help it. She blushes. I'm glad to have met you in person. Medusa holds out her hand, a sweet smile on her face. I'm Medusa, Krona's mother, thank you so much for being there for my son. It's so kind of you. Maka just looks at the hand. She would not touch her. Oh, I understand. Medusa pulls her hand away, but that smile hasn't fallen. Well, it was nice, Maka, I hope I see you again. The woman turns and walks away, the group of nurses following her. Real soon. Maka can hear the smugness in that if no one else could. Huh, she seems like a nice woman. The male nurse shrugs. I was expecting her to be crazy or something. Maka just walks into Krona's room, slamming the door in the male nurse's face. She is not a nice woman. She is a snake. Krona. She shouts, maybe a little loudly, but she's worried. A fear is gripping her heart. Maka looks over in the corner. Her breath hitches. Krona sits in the corner like normal, but his head is hanged, his bangs covering his beautiful eyes. Her heart feels gripped. He looks so frail and she's afraid if seeing Medusa could have broken him. If she hurt him. Krona. Maka rushes over, skating on her knees across the floor to stop right in front of him. He doesn't respond. Krona. Maka reaches out, touching the boy's hand that's resting on his knees, a frown on her face. The boy tenses at the contact. He slowly lifts his head up. His eyes are big and odd-looking, they're not blinking but they're looking at her. Krona. She tries again. He blinks. Maka. Krona blinks a couple more times and then rubs his eyes before looking at her again as if he couldn't believe she was there. As he focuses on her, a smile rips out on his face. Why, you're back. As soon as that smile had come, it was gone. Krona frowns, looking down at his feet. His face looks like it's getting paler. Krona, did you see her? His eyes shake, his face becoming pale. Yes, I did. Maka takes a deep breath. Did she really only stay here for 15 minutes, Krona? I don't know as she wasn't in here for too long, but... He smiles, but Maka can see it's a sad kind of smile. I am so glad she came to see me. I thought she had forgotten about me. Maka's heart hurts. When was the last time you saw her? She gets closer, studying the boy. She told me it's been 7 years. His gaze shifts. Oh. No. 7 fucking years? And she has the balls to come in here for 15 minutes. The saddest thing though that breaks her heart is... Krona's okay with that, he's happy she just came. She hates that bitch. How was the visit, Krona? She grits her teeth, she has so much she wants to say but she doesn't want to upset him. Gee, good. By the way, his eyes shift and his face pales. She knows he's lying. Did she hurt you, Krona? Her voice comes out sharp, almost a growl. Krona looks at her with wide eyes and she can't blame him. It surprised her too. And no. She's never hurt me before. He mumbles and averts his gaze a faraway look to them. If she ever did, you would tell me, right, Krona? Maka gets closer. I don't want anyone hurting you. Maka. He looks at her, those beautiful eyes holding off for her again. They stare into each other's eyes for a moment before the boy nods and averts his gaze with a blush on his face. I'll tell you, Maka. So I heard you talked about me a lot to her. Maka smiles, trying to change the subject to something lighter. She expected Krona's blush to deepen, but Krona's blush is lost and his face becomes a deathly pale. His blue eyes shake as his body and he can't look at her. It's okay Krona. I don't mind that you. I didn't want her to know about why you. He mumbles and Maka barely hears it. Why? She blinks when she feels some stabbing pain in her heart. Is she feeling hurt? I am worried, no not worried, I'm terrified that she'll. He trembles, his breathing becoming uneven. That she'll take you away from me, or that she'll make me. Krona grips his hair tightly, his eyes wide with panic. He's panting as if he can't get enough oxygen. No matter what she does Krona, she couldn't take me away from you. Maka grabs his hands, and starts to rub them gently for comfort. You have nothing to worry about. Maka. His trembling has died down as he looks at her. Why you don't know Medusa she? He bows his head. Well she don't know me either. Maka lifts his head to look at her, she gives him a firm look. I already told you I'm not going anywhere and nothing Medusa could do would change that. His eyes shake as he searches hers. He's looking for something and Maka guesses he finds it because he lets out a sigh of relief and his body relaxes. Maka smiles and lets go of his hands. She knows he believes her. He trusts her. Okay Maka. He averts his gaze, his face is still so pale. He bites his lip while gripping his arm tightly with the other. His eyes shift and she knows he's having some sort of battle in his head. Maybe he doesn't trust her. How? He takes a deep breath and it sounds almost painful. He still doesn't look at her. How was the visit with your mom? Maka's breath hitches everything that had just happened with her mother hitting her hard, making her relive the gruesome scene. His question, along with his soft voice, broke the dam she kept in her heart to hold everything back. It's destroyed now and everything is leaking out. Maka cries, not silent tears, no, she's actually crying, making noises as her shoulders shake. It sounds so disgusting, she's so disgusting. She tries to hold back the weak sounds but it just makes them worse. Now it sounds like she's coughing between whines. She hates this but she can't stop. Maka. Krona jumps up, getting closer to her, panic in his eyes. I am so sorry. I take it back. I am so sorry I asked. Please don't be, said Maka. I'm so sorry. And no. She croaks out through tears and before she knows it she's throwing herself in his arms, burying her head in the crook of his neck. Maka. He tenses at the grip she has on him but she can hear the concern in his voice. I didn't want to upset you. Why you don't have to talk about it Maka, I shouldn't have. Maka shakes her head, silencing him. And no. This need to come out, I need to talk about this. Maka grips the thin hospital robe against the boy's chest weakly, she can't stop the words. I need you Krona. She hears him gasp, his body so tense for a moment before he completely relaxes. Oh okay Maka, if you need me I am here. Krona's pink locks brush her cheeks as he turns his head towards her, his words are so soft and it just causes the tears to fall more. He still isn't hugging her back but all she needs is his words. My mom says she's completely losing it Krona. Maka takes deep breaths but she can't stop. She attacked 20 nurses while I was there, she bit them and there was blood, God there was so much blood and she kept swallowing it. Maka trembles in his arms. She kept screaming about that damn man, that he was in the room and fighting him when really she was just hurting the nurses and then she takes deep breaths. She attacked me. This comes out no more than a whisper. Krona's whole body tenses up. What? Did she hurt you? She can hear the panic in his voice though she can't see his face. She doesn't answer. Maka please, I don't like people hurting you either. He trembles. If she hurts you, you will tell me too, right? Maka nods and takes a deep breath. She didn't hurt me, it's just the fact she hit me. Krona doesn't relax. My mom would never hit me. Maka can't stop trembling. That woman I saw, she can't be my mom, but... She's no longer making sounds but silent tears fall down her face. That's the horrible thing Krona, I know that she is my mom, that the woman I used to know isn't there anymore, she can't be. Maka. I just don't know what happened, my mom never acted strange the day before the fire, she took me to the park. She was normal, she wasn't insane. Maka's grip tightens around Krona. Just what the fuck happened? I don't know Maka. Krona's voice is so soft as if he's afraid of speaking. I don't know what to say or do to help you Maka. He's trembling so bad. I don't like seeing you sad. I want this to stop so you can be happy, but I can't do anything. I am so sorry, I'm so useless. Don't say that. Maka pulls away from him to lock eyes with the boy. She knows her eyes are swollen but her tears have stopped. I never want you to say you're useless because you're not. She cups his cheeks in her hands. Krona's face is becoming so red as she leans closer. You are the only one that can break whatever lock I have on my heart. You're the only one I want to talk to about these things. She leans her head against his, closing her eyes. Without you I don't know what I would have done. She opens her eyes. Krona's looking at her with such big eyes, his face so red and his mouth agape. You help me so much, just you being here listening to me is all I need Krona. The boy's mouth opens and closes. It kind of reminds Maka of a fish, a cute fish of course. And despite all that has happened, Maka finds herself giggling. Krona tenses, his face becoming a darker red. "Ah, cat got your tongue." She smirks. His whole face becomes pale. What? A sea cat. He sticks out his small tongue trying looking at it. Please get it off. I don't know how to deal with sea cats. Maka blinks. She can't help it. She cracks up. Maka please. What if it mistakes my mouth for a bee bathroom? He looks so scared but Maka can't stop laughing. No Krona. She grabs his hand, still laughing. It's just a figure of speech, there's not really a cat on your tongue, it's just another way of saying something has made you speechless. Oh. He visibly relaxes and puts a small hand to his chest. That's so weird. Why not just ask why they're speechless other than asking? He gulps. If a cat has why your tongue? I don't know. She shrugs. It is kinda odd, huh? I never really thought about it till now. He looks at her a moment before sticking out his tongue. Maka watches as he tries to look at it but he can't. Maka's breath hitches. He just crossed his eyes. That was too adorable. Maka, are you sure there isn't a cat? He whines. There isn't a cat. Maka blushes looking at his cute little tongue. Damn it, is everything cute about this boy? Oh okay, I trust you. He sticks his tongue back in and lets out a sigh of relief. You don't like cats, huh? Maka gives him an amused smile. And no. Medusa had a lot of them at home. His gaze shifts. They used to steal my food and they make scary noises. Yeah, cats piss me off. Maka smiles. I'm more of a dog person, they're so loyal and they know that they're the pet and you're the owner, while cats are just assholes and do whatever the hell they want. Dogs are scary too though. He tightens the grip on his legs. They have sharp teeth and they bark. Yeah, they can be scary. Maka gives him a reassuring smile when Krona looks at her. But if you earn the trust of one, they're loyal to you and will protect you. Cats would never do that. Earn the trust. He tilts his head. Dogs can trust. Well yeah, at least I think so. She shrugs. He hums in thought and tilts his head again. Everything this boy does is so cute. I'm sorry Krona, I wasn't able to bring you anything today. Maka averts her gaze. She really wanted to make him something but there's nothing at her house to make. Oh no, that's fine Maka. He suddenly hops up, surprising her. He looks so excited. Why, you just reminded me. Huh. Maka watches as the boy walks past her, walking clumsily like he always does. Her face gets hot when her eyes fall on his backside. His hips sway way too much for a boy. But again she likes it. She watches the boy with curiosity as he walks over to his bed, his hand slightly shaking as he grabs something that was resting on it. I made you something. He turns to face her, a bowl in his hands. It shakes and his face is so red, his gaze anywhere but her. Really? Maka stands up and walks over to him, raising an eyebrow. How? Here at the asylum they give us a choice once in a while to do activities. His frail body is shaking so bad. I usually don't do them because it's too much to deal with but I wanted to make you something nice because you always make me stuff so I attended home and made you pudding. His head is bowed trying to hide that killer blush but Maka sees it and she's blushing too. Krona made her something. Doing something that usually scares him for her. It's too cute, it's too nice. Thank you so much Krona. Maka smiles and it almost hurts her as she walks over and takes the bowl from the boy. There's a spoon inside for you. His feet shift as he glances at her to the floor. Tell me if you like it. It took a while to make. Okay. Maka smiles as she takes the spoon, scoops up some brown pudding, and shoves it into her mouth happily. It tastes disgusting like she just took a scoop of puke and shoved that into her mouth. If this was anyone else she would have spit it out in their faces and told them how disgusting it was but this is Krona so she swallows it. Then she takes another bite of this pudding. And she swallows it. By pure willpower she keeps her face from wrinkling up in the disgust and keeps the smile on her face. Krona's face is priceless. He stares at her with his mouth open, his eyes sparking and with every new bite she takes out of his pudding his lips turn into a smile and it keeps growing and growing. She eats the whole damn thing and she feels sick but at looking at Krona and how happy he looks. Hell she would eat another bowl of it. Why you liked it? Krona's eyes are sparkling. That was the best pudding I ever had. Maka smiles at him she's a natural at forced smiles. Why yes. Krona actually jumps a little off the ground, doing a little cheer. He tenses when he sees Maka looking at him with a smile on her face, causing his face to become an impossible shade of red as he looks away from her. Sorry. I am just so happy why you liked it. I didn't know if you would. Krona fiddles with his fingers nervously. It's fine. She giggles. I liked that little cheer you did. Why you did? Krona's blush darkens. Maka nods. It was cute. See cute. He squeaks and loses his footing tumbling back, he falls against his bed, his face so red. Maka can't help but to laugh. It dies on her lips after she's just realized something she should have noticed a lot sooner. They're the only ones in his room, there are no nurses. Maka raises an eyebrow as she looks around the room. Medusa was just in here so wouldn't there have been nurses when she was here? Are you afraid? Maka turns to look at Krona to find he's right in front of her, the boy gripping his arm with a sad look on his face. Are you afraid to be here alone with me? No. Maka shakes her head and gives him a smile. I actually like it, I hate being watched by all those nurses. Me too. He sighs in relief and puts a hand to his heart. You're really not afraid to be alone with me? Nope, not at all. She shakes her head. I like it. Maka. He takes a step forward, not noticing the bowl she had just placed on the floor. She has a habit of that. The already clumsy boy trips over it, falling right on top of Maka. The boy is small but he's heavy, she falls down from his weight. She hits her head kind of hard against the floor but she's frozen. It's not the fact that this boy's small body is pressed against hers but his lips are against hers. He's kissing her. Their lips had clashed when he tripped. Maka's whole being is warmed, the breath being taken from her. Krona pulls away but Maka can't move. Maka, I am so sorry. He looks down at her, his face so pale, his body shaking so bad. He's so scared his teeth are chattering. I didn't mean to. Please don't be mad. I didn't see the b-bowl and then Maka grabs the boy by his face and pulls him back down, pushing her lips back against his. Krona's breath hitches and he tenses but he doesn't pull away. She couldn't hold that back. The feel of his lips are too nice. They're dry yet so soft. Her heart is beating so fast and she can feel Krona's heart beat against her chest. Somehow it's beating faster than hers. She's never kissed before so this is her first. She doesn't really know what to do so she just keeps her lips pressed against his. It's more of a long peck, there's no movement. They're both frozen. Maka pulls away to look Krona in his eyes. His eyes are so wide, his face so red as he looks down at her with his eyes full of confusion and happiness. Maka. His voice is breathless, she had taken it away. What was that? That you just did. That was a kiss. She sounds almost as breathless and it's a little embarrassing. She's frozen under him, feeling the small body against hers. A kiss. WYW, what does it mean? He's trembling, but that happiness is still shining through those eyes. A kiss is something you give someone you like. She gives him a smile, just adoring this boy that's above her, his eyes, his cute face, those lips. You give it to someone you think is special, someone you think is cute. Why you? He takes deep breaths as if that knocked the wind out of him. His face is so red he almost looks like he's about to pass out. Why you think I'm so cute? Yes, you are too adorable. Maka pitches his cheek, feeling how hot he is. Sometimes I think I'm going to explode from all the cuteness. Jiga. He jumps off of her, his eyes wide with panic, and he grips his hair. Maka, please don't explode. I'll stop whatever I'm doing. I don't want to lose you. Krona. I meant not cutesy. Krona tries to do a weird face Maka guesses, but really he just made himself look like a pug and she thinks that's adorable. Please don't explode. Krona. Maka giggles sitting up. I'm not going to actually explode, it's just another figure of just meant that you're so adorable, the cutest person I've ever met. I don't like figures of speeches. He mumbles and crosses his arms, pouting. They're scary and make you think it's really bad when. His breath hitches, his eyes becoming wide. Wait, did you just say I'm the cutest person I've ever met? Yes. Maka tries to get up, but there's a sharp pain in the back of her head that causes her to fall back down and grab it. Maka. Krona's by her side in seconds, looking her over in concern, a frown on his face. What's wrong, are you hurt? His frown deepens. Did I hurt you? No, I'm fine. She looks him in the eyes and gives him a smile. I promise, just a headache. Krona's eyes fall on her lips, she catches it before he looks away, a dark blush on his face. Why did you say you give people kisses again? If you like them, or you think they're special, or you think they're cute. She raises an eyebrow at how much he's shifting. Oh. His blush deepens as he keeps glancing at her from the corner of his eyes. See, could I? Maybe kiss you. Why, you're all those things to me, Maka, and I want. He trails off, his body shaking so bad. I want it too. She cups his cheeks in her hands before she leans in, pushing her lips against his. Again, it's like a frozen kiss, but it's a kiss. Her whole body warms again and she can feel his do the same. His face feels hot, his lips feel so soft. Maka doesn't want to, but she pulls away. She wants to look in those eyes. Krona looks back at her, his eyes are half-lidded, his face so red. She probably looks the same. I change my mind. He suddenly backs away from her, averting his gaze. There's no way you're real, this feeling you give me, I'm so warm and your lips feel so good. This is too good to be true. Why you can't be real and nothing good happens to me? But I am real. Maka gets closer to him, he moves back from her till his back is touching the wall. His blush is still really bad. And that feeling you have, I'm feeling the same thing. She puts a hand to her heart. How? Why? His eyes shake and he averts his gaze. Why, you're too nice to be real, this feeling is too good to be real. I'm not nice, remember? She grabs him gently by the chin, turning his head towards her. I'm doing this because I want to, because I like you. I'm real, Krona. The boy leans in and kisses her. It's a ghost of a kiss, but it warms her being. I am so sorry, I just. He's trembling again, his face so red. I don't understand this feeling, Maka. It's too much to bear, but I like it, and why you're causing it. Krona. Her face is hot and she can't respond properly. It's 6:30 people, time to leave. The intercom sounds. Maka and Krona stare at each other for a moment, both looking deep into each other's eyes. Maka forces herself up. Krona grabs her wrist, stopping her. She looks down, surprised by the action. The boy is looking up at her with such sadness in his eyes. Do you really have to go? He trembles, holding on to her wrist, looking up at her with those puppy dog eyes. See, can you stay? I wish I could, Krona. She smiles sadly at him. I would love just to stay with you. I don't want you to go. His eyes get watery. I am so sad every time you go and I can't stop thinking about you. Same here. She leans down and gives him a hug. Krona's breath hitches but she holds on to him firmly. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it, maybe I'll bring you something new to eat, huh? Be back before I know it isn't soon enough. He mumbles, but when Maka pulls away from him he lets go of her wrist. I know. She smiles a little even when he's pouting. He's cute. But don't worry, just remember I'm coming back, and we're going to have an awesome time. Maka walks over to the door, with Krona following her, gripping his arm. Do you think we could do that thing again sometime? His face is so dark when Maka turns to look at him. I mean we don't have to, I just... It's okay. Maka giggles and gives him a wink. The boy looks like he almost dropped dead. We will definitely do that some more, in fact. She pulls him close, and gives him a quick little peck on the lips. They're a goodbye kiss. Krona is frozen, just staring at her in awe. Bye, Krona. Maka smiles. See you Thursday. He blinks but his face is still so red. See you Thursday. His smile is so big, his face so bright. I'll be waiting for you. Good. God, she doesn't want to leave, especially after kissing this boy. He's addicting. Bye, Krona. She opens the door. Bye, Maka. She walks out and shuts the door behind her. I thought you never were going to come out. The male nurse from before grumbles as he walks over to the door and locks it. I didn't want to. She shrugs and starts to walk away. You know it's rude to slam doors in people's faces. The man grumbles as he follows her. I know. She looks over at him. I'm a rude person. Maka can see the vein starting to form on his head and she smirks. I'm not walking you out of here, you can do that yourself. He grumbles as he stops by the elevator. You're right, I can. She smirks as she clicks a button. Thanks for taking me to Krona, I appreciate it. The man looks at her a moment before averting his gaze. Whatever. The doors open and she walks in. She smirks and right when the doors are about to close she gives him the middle finger. The man grins sharply and he returns it right back as the doors close. Yeah, fuck you too, girl. She chuckles as the elevator goes down. The middle finger is like a handshake for the two. Maka remembers Krona's lips being pressed against hers and her mind goes a blank. She had kissed Krona. She kissed Krona. Her heart skips a beat and she feels dizzy. Today was so crazy even for being at an insane asylum. Everything's crazy but despite this she feels giddy. She kissed Krona, her fascination was her first kiss. And she wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 8. Maka. She opens her eyes at his voice. She's in his room. Wait, how did she get here? Wasn't she just Maka? She looks over in the corner but he's not there. Maka raises an eyebrow and starts looking around the room. I'm right here. She feels small arms wrap around her from behind, a body being pressed against hers. She can't move, can't speak. Did you miss me? The boy is whispering in her ear, his small finger drawing a circle on her bare shoulder. Wait, bear? She opens her mouth but no words come out. I missed you, I always do. Maka feels his chest against her back, she feels his skin against hers. She feels so warm she doesn't understand what's going on and maybe she doesn't have to. Can't you just stay with me, Maka? She can feel his breathing on her neck, it's shallow and soon she feels those soft lips on her neck. Maka gulps as the boy's small tongue licks her neck, he's barely touching it. Can't you stay with me? He turns her head so she's looking at him. Krona looks at her with half-lidded eyes, his face so red, his bangs in his face. Stay with me. He leans in and pushes their lips together. Stay with me forever. Hey. She feels someone nudge her. Maka grumbles and pushes their hand away. Wake up, Maka. She groans and opens her eyes. Am I so boring that you would fall asleep on me? Kid frowns, sitting across from her, holding a cup of something in his hand. I was only gone a moment to use the restroom. No. Maka sits up and lets out a yawn. Sorry kid, I didn't really get any sleep last night. Please don't ask why. Please don't ask why. Why is that? Kid's frown deepens. Shit. Maka blushes, she can't help it. Last night she couldn't get any sleep because well she couldn't stop thinking about Krona. Couldn't stop thinking about his cuteness. Couldn't stop thinking about their kiss. Saturday was amazing. Just wow. She would have never thought she would have her first kiss, but she did, and it was with Krona. She has felt those lips against hers, she has felt his body pressed against hers. It just felt right. Krona makes her feel right. That first kiss was a mistake. But then she had kissed him, and he kissed her. It was such a simple kiss, just their lips pressed together and nothing more, but it was wonderful, it was amazing, it was lovely. There wasn't lust behind it or anything really. All she can think to call it is affection. They were showing affection for each other. That small kiss wasn't supposed to affect her so much, but it did. She wants more. And she can't help to wonder if Krona feels the same. Is it possible she actually has a crush on the boy? That it's not fascination that drives her but something else? But what? Kid suddenly reaches out a hand with a napkin in it to her face and wipes the corner of her mouth, his face blank. Sorry Maka, but you were drooling on one side and not the other, causing your face to be unsymmetrical. I couldn't take it for too long. It's fine. Kid pulls back and throws the napkin away in a trash can that he brought over to his seat. Yeah, don't ask her why. Now. He puts his hands on the table and smiles at her. Tell me why you could not sleep last night. Thinking about stuff. Maka takes a sip of her tea, trying to keep herself busy. Kid sighs, but he seems to force a smile. I understand Maka, you have things you wish for me not to know. Don't worry, I'll tell you sometime, kid. She looks down at her tea. Just not now. Okay. He smiles, and this time it isn't forced. If you were tired I could have picked you up later and you could have gotten some sleep. Nah, I wanted to get out of the house. Maka looks out of the window for a moment before she looks back at Kid. So what's the surprise? I'm not telling you. He smirks. That would ruin it. I hate surprises. She sighs. Oh well. He smiles teasingly. Ass. She glares. Now. Kid chuckles. I'll make it up to you, come on, I know something that will make you like me again. I doubt that. She grunts, but she gets up with him anyway. He leaves a tip on the table before the two walk out of the diner together. So what are you showing me now? Another surprise. Ass. Jail. Maka blinks as she looks at the town's very small jailhouse. Your surprise is jail? Not quite. Kid smiles as he grabs her wrist, leading her into the small building. You'll see. If this is about calling you an ass. He looks back at her. You're still one. She sticks her tongue out. Charming. He smiles smugly as he leads her through the building. The guards take one look at him before they just turn around and let them through. I won't be after this. Maka just gives him a doubtful look. Here we are. Kid stops in front of a cell, looking to Maka to see her reaction. She blinks. Well, she be damned. Those 5 boys that tried to beat her up are all in that one small cell. They all look so pissed off. Maka smirks. I take it back, kid, you're not an ass. I thought you would say that. He chuckles. Fuck you, kid, fuck you and that freak. One of the boys growls, but it's weak. I feel so refreshed. Maka sighs. I love justice. Yes, so do I. He puts a hand on her back. Now let's go and get some ice cream while these gentlemen stay in here for a while. Hell yeah. Maka gives those 5 guys the middle finger before she leaves with Kid. Justice is best served with ice cream. Everybody knows that. What are you doing? Kid's cheeks tint a little as Maka pushes him down so he's sitting on the park bench. I'm drawing you. She grunts as she sits next to him with her sketchbook. She had made Kid take her home to get it. And now. His cheeks are still pint as he straightens himself up. Yes. She flips to a page as she take out a pencil from her pocket, the pencil that man had gave her. I need to use this special pencil apparently. She holds it above her head like it's the Holy Grail. This is such a awesome pencil to draw details and shit, says a jackass. She chuckles to herself. Even though really it's just an old crappy pencil. Oh. Kid just looks up at it, not getting the joke. He doesn't know about the male nurse. He doesn't know about a lot of things. Let's see what this baby can do. Mako locks eyes with Kid and begins to draw. Her hand is a blur. I'm actually quite happy you're drawing me again. Kid smiles, but that same look is in his eyes, so it doesn't ruin the drawing. You haven't done so in a while. Yeah, I don't know, I've been wanting to draw Krona's eyes. Not in the mood. He hums and stays still. Done. Mako looks down at her picture. A pair of Kid's eyes stare back at her, and like all the times she draws, they look lifelike. They look the same. Special pencil her ass. Do you really have to cover my eyes, Kid? Mako sighs as the boy behind her leads her through a forest. It's dark, it's night, and she's letting this boy lead her blindly in a forest. When did she become so trusting? Yes, it adds to the surprise. Mako can hear the smirk in his voice. Hate surprises. She grumbles. You'll like this one. Maka's silent as she keeps letting Kid lead her. Damn, how far are they going in here? Where is Kid taking her? What is? Here we are now, open your eyes. Mako feels Kid take his hands off her eyes, so she happily opens them. Wow. They're in what seems to be a clearing in the forest on a hill, and all Mako can see is a sky full of stars. It's so beautiful, she's never seen so many there as far as the eye can see. Do you like it? Kid smiles over at her, seemingly pleased by her expression. I found this place one day when I was going hunting with father. There were a lot of stars out that night too. Kid looks up at the sky with a smile on his face, but all Mako can think of is, Kid goes hunting? I remember you saying you liked stars. He looks over at her. You seem to be a big fan of horoscopes. Just wow, Kid. Mako takes in them all and can't help the smile on her face, excitement bubbling inside her as she starts to walk up the hill more. Yes, I love stars. You can see the constellations almost perfectly. Her eyes get wide as she starts running around, pointing at different parts of the sky. There's Kaklum. Oh, and right there, that's Dorado. You can tell by how the stars form a fin. Mako is moving around like a child in a candy store, and Kid's just watching her with a smile on his face. And look there to the right. Kid walks up so he's right beside her and he points up. There's Taurus, that's one of my favorites. Why's that? Mako studies the bull in the sky, it's so clear right here. I'm kinda into Greek mythology. He smiles sheepishly. Call me a nerd if you must, but I know most of the stories by heart. Isn't Taurus like that bull that kidnapped that chick? Mako tilts her head. I guess you could say that. He chuckles a little as he looks back up at the stars. The Greeks believe that Taurus was Zeus in disguise. The story is that Zeus fell in love with this woman called Europa, and that one day when she was alone playing by the water, she caught sight of Taurus. Stuck by curiosity, she approached the bull. It knelt down before her and she got on its back. Taurus then sprang to its feet and took her to Crete, where Zeus made her his mistress. Yeah, so pretty much a kidnapping bull. Mako grunts. I guess. Kid takes a seat on the grass looking up at her. If you wish you can sit on my jacket if you're afraid about getting dirty. Kid, what do I look like? She flops down next to him. I'm more of a man when it comes to dirt than you anyway. I should be asking you if you want my jacket. Ha, very funny. He looks up at the sky. Does it make me any less a man that I don't like to get dirty? I guess not, you're just a prissy one. She looks around the sky, just taking it all in. May I ask? Mako looks down to see Kid looking at her. Ask what? Do you believe in fate, Mako? Kid averts his gaze looking at the sky. You are a fan of horoscopes, so do you really believe there is fate? And that the stars can somehow tell us this? That's a hard question. Her eyes get glossy as she looks away from him. I believe that there are some things that we can't control, and that is fate, but then there are things we bring on ourselves, and that's not. What do you mean? He looks over at her. Well, let's say you had the choice of going to the mall or going to the beach. Well, you picked to go to the mall, and that was your choice. Now some people will say that's fate, that it was fate they picked that, but I don't know about all that. Now let's say while you're at the mall someone pulls out a gun and shoots you. You could not prevent this, and it wasn't your fault. You were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's fate. She grips her fist. If fate is completely real, and we really don't have any choice in the matter, that everything we do has already been planned out, that's like saying all the people who kill aren't really murderers, fate just did that to them. No, they choose to kill others, but people who get cancer or die randomly, that's what I call fate. Kid just stares at her blankly as Maka takes a deep breath. When I think of fate, I think of death sentence, or a trap. If you make your own fate, then it wasn't fate to begin with, you caused it. Like if someone smokes all their life and then dies of lung cancer, that isn't fate. At the end of it all, at least they can say that they did this to themselves, that it was their doing, but with fate it's different. She's starting to tremble. What happened to my mom couldn't have been her fault. She has done nothing to deserve this, so I can only say that it is fate, that for some reason whatever God that is above us has set that my mother would become insane. Who knows, maybe it was a way to punish me, but why couldn't it have happened to Spirit? He's a horrible person, but nothing bad happens to him. He's not cursed by fate, and he's blessed by luck. Kid studies her for a long moment, his eyes flickering with something before he looks back at the sky. So you believe fate is only a bad thing? What could be good about it? Mako looks over at him. I haven't seen anything good come out of fate. What about meeting someone? That could be a good fate. Some believe love to be fate. Love. She scoffs and looks up at the sky. That's not fate, it's not even a thing. What do you mean? Love is a lie, it's a lie people tell themselves. Her eyes become glossy, a picture of her mother with Spirit flashing through her head. Love is certainly not fate, people choose it, they choose to be with that person and to deal with their shit. People hold on to the lie of love, and that's why so many people get hurt. They say things like, oh, he loves me, he'll change because he loves me, but what they don't understand is that it's all a lie. Love isn't real. Does he not love me, Maka? Was I the only one in love? Her mother's painful words repeat themselves in her head, and she grips her fist. People lie all the time, but love is a lie. The world has spoken. She's trembling. Love is kind, love is patient, love is forgiving, and if all that is true, why do couples fight? Why do they hold grudges? Why do they hurt each other? Why do married men cheat? Because love isn't real. If it was, this world would be a lot better than it is. We are not a perfect people, Maka. His voice is soft, the stars casting shadows over his face. So our love can't be perfect either. People make mistakes, people will hurt you, but you forgive that person because you love them. Forgive them for what? So they can do it again? So they can keep fucking hurting you only for you to speak that lie. Her voice is raising and she can't help it. No. It's all a lie. Then what do you think it is that brings people together? You truly can't believe that love isn't real, Maka. What brings people together is attraction, and what makes them stay together is attachment. She takes a deep breath. I believe in caring for another, and even in loyalty, but love? No. That's only in fairy tales. I know whatever I say could not change your mind. He sighs. You're very stubborn, but if there wasn't love, I think our world would be a lot worse than it is. Give me an example of love in the world. A love a mother has for her child. Some mothers hate their kids, some drive them insane, and even if they have a good relationship with your mother, you fight, they can hurt you too. No one is perfect, Maka, it can't. Love is though. She looks up at the sky. Or at least that's how I see it. Love is all these great things, but no one has it. Everyone hurts one another, we betray one another. Love isn't selfish, but we are all selfish. So how can we love? We can't. Love is a perfect concept and we are imperfect people. But if you believe in love, kid. She looks at him coldly. Just don't believe it's fate that a person was actually chosen for you from the beginning. No, you choose who you care about, you choose who you like. She looks away. And you choose to believe you love them. But what if you see someone or meet someone and you're instantly attracted to them? You didn't choose to see them, but you did. Don't you think that's fate? It's out of your power. At him saying this, Maka can't help but to think of Krona, of how that day she was just going to go home but he had ran into her. She wasn't expecting it, and it wasn't her fault it happened. Krona decided on that day to try to get to a phone, and he decided to run down that hallway. But he didn't decide to bump into her. Could that really have been fate? That they met? No. To her, fate is a trap, and meeting Krona hasn't trapped her, it hasn't sealed her to something she can't stop, some fate. right? Maka. Kid frowns and puts a hand to her forehead. Are you alright? You look awfully pale. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed the conversation, I didn't mean to upset you. She blinks, refocusing on Kid's concerned look. Yeah, I'm fine. She shakes her head. I'm alright, I know how you love to debate with me, neither of us like to give her. Yes. That concerned look doesn't leave his face. Well, thank you so much for showing me this, Kid. She forces a smile as she gets up. I think I should be heading home, though I'm still pretty tired from not getting sleep. Of course. Kid stands up with her and brushes himself off. I enjoyed taking you here, your face was priceless. I bet, you made me one happy girl. Maka looks up at the sky one last time, taking in all the stars, how beautiful they are, how. Something shoots across the sky. Maka blinks. That looked like no, it couldn't be. She must be going insane, there's no way. How could? Maka, stop. Kid shouts. But it's too late. Without her realizing, she had walked herself right over the edge of the hill and now is tumbling down it. She hits her back, and feels her foot hit a rock before she's jolted to a stop. Maka's too startled to even comprehend what's going on, her heart beating so fast as she's pulled back up the hill with strong arms. Maka. Are you alright? Kid gets her back on the edge of the hill, looking her over. He takes an intake of breath when he looks down at her feet. Oh God, your foot. You're bleeding, does this hurt? She feels him move it a little and she grinds her teeth. It hurts a lot. The good news is it isn't broken. Some skin got skinned off, but I believe that's it. He gives her a glare, but it's weak. What were you thinking? You could have been really hurt. That's the problem, she wasn't thinking. Come on, I'll carry you back to the car. This jolts Maka back to reality. I don't need any help. She pushes his hands away and forces herself up. As soon as her hurt foot touches the ground, she winces a little, but she bites her lip and starts to limp. I can get there by myself. Kid walks over and scoops her up in his arms, holding her against his chest as he starts to walk back. What the hell are you doing? I said I could walk. She struggles a little, but Kid's strong. I cannot allow you to walk on your hurt foot, you'll just make it worse. He states bluntly as he continues to walk, holding her carefully to him. Put me down, you asshole. I will when we get to the car. Maka struggles a little more, only to groan. Damn it, why? This is degrading. But no matter what she does, Kid won't let her go. Look, I can walk to my house. Kid opens her car door, and before she can push him away, he scoops her back into his arms, bridal style. Ass. I said I can walk. It's like 2 feet of walking. This is embarrassing. She groans as he walks her towards her house. You're bleeding badly, he states, an odd look in his golden eyes. Maka can't see her foot and she doesn't care. It's not like anyone will see if that's what you're worried about. I don't care what people think. She sighs. It just hurts my dignity to be carried by a man. I'll put you down soon. He gets to the door and looks down at her. Is it locked? No. She grunts. Nobody would rob us, they think I'm a witch, remember? Right. Kid opens the door by holding her tightly to his chest with one arm. He walks in and closes the door with his foot. I'm going to place you on the couch, okay? Whatever. She sighs. As Kid is placing her on the couch, Spirit walks into the living room. Tears are falling down his face and he's stumbling. Oh. Look who's here. I'm so glad you're having fun with your little boyfriend while I'm stuck here alone dealing with this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Maka growls. She's not happy they're about to do this in front of Kid, but oh well. The boy looks at the bottle in Spirit's hand wryly. I deal with so much shit. He throws the bottle on the ground and it shatters as he holds his face in his hands and sobs. Maka, I got a call from Dr. Stein while I was at the bar. What? Maka's whole expression falls, her face becoming pale. Dread grips her heart. He called to tell me that Kami is in bad condition. He sniffles. I'm so sorry, baby, your mother, something is really wrong with your mother. What the hell are you talking about? Maka feels faint. Kid comes and sits next to her, putting an arm around her shoulder and giving it a squeeze. This causes her to stop trembling. She didn't even know she was. Spirit takes a deep breath. Your mother has gone into a coma. Chapter 9. It's Monday. It's Monday, yet she's on her way to the asylum. Mako looks out of the car's window blankly, numbly. That's all she's been feeling after yesterday, numb. Like she feels the things around her, yet she doesn't. Last night was just awful. She hates that kid was there to hear that he's now a part of this when she didn't want him to be. Hell, she doesn't even want to be a part of this. Maka, everything is going to be okay, we're going to get through this like we always have. Spirit mumbles to himself. Well, that's how Maka took it because she's not listening to him. He drives the car with shaky hands. Maka slightly wonders if he's even sober enough to drive, but at this point she really doesn't care. She could care less. Of course, only when things get really bad would Spirit come to see her mother. Of course it makes sense, right? This fucking asshole, God, she hates him. She can't even stand to look at him right now. He doesn't care for her mother, no. This man, he's just coming for his own guilt. He should feel fucking guilty. Maka feels her phone vibrate. She already knows who it is and she doesn't want to answer. Her phone vibrates again. Maka gives in and answers it. Maka, please just let me know you're okay. Yesterday you kind of kicked me out, but I understand I wasn't supposed to know this. But now that I do, I can't let you face this alone. Maka, I'm here for you, please let me know about your mom, I pray she's okay. You can pray all you want, kid, but God has abandoned her mother. He has abandoned her. I'm fine, kid. Just chill out. I'll let you know about my mother when I find out. She texts back and puts the phone back in her pocket. Everything is numb, she doesn't even feel her foot anymore. She feels no pain. She doesn't feel anything. Maka grips her sketchbook close to her. Today isn't a visiting day, but she is going to see Krona. She needs him and she doesn't care how sad that sounds. He is the only one she wants to lean on. She doesn't want Kid. She doesn't want Spirit. She just wants Krona. This place is so fucking dreadful, why the hell is it out all the way here? Spirit grumbles to himself again. Maka doesn't respond. Talk to me, Maka, I need you in this, okay? She still doesn't respond. Do you really have to do this? Now of all times? We need each other, damn it. I've never needed you. She grunts, not taking her eyes off the window. I've stood alone visiting my mom, this is the first time you have decided to show up. I've never needed you. Go and fuck yourself, Spirit. Spirit takes a intake of breath as he drives up to Darkside Asylum. Maka stays quiet as he parks. She grips her sketchbook as she gets out of the car. Her hurt foot touching the ground causes pain to shoot up her leg, but she walks forward, not caring. Maka, let me carry you. Spirit reaches out and she smacks his hands away. Don't touch me. She growls. The man doesn't touch her. He knows better. Spirit and Maka walk into the building, the girl getting in first. That numb feeling has worn off. She feels the dread and it almost hurts, it's so much. Stein stands next to the front desk, his face blank, holding what looks to be a file. What happened to my mother? Maka can't help to yell, to shout as she limps over to the man. How the hell is she in a coma? What have you done? We haven't done anything. He looks at her coldly. We are just as surprised as you two, it wasn't expected. Oh, it wasn't expected, huh? You probably fucking gave her a coma from all those drugs you give her. She pants, she's so angry. I saw those nurses stick more than one needle into her the last time I was here. You fucking did this. I am aware that they did, but our drugs did not cause this. Then what the hell did? Tell me right the fuck now, what did? She's trembling. She's about to lose it. Maka, please calm down. Spirit walks over to her, frowning. Fuck you, Spirit. Maka turns on him, her eyes flaring. Don't tell me to calm down. You have no right to demand anything of me. Maka, do you wish to see your mother? Stein looks at her, not seeming affected at all by her outburst. Of course I. Then calm down. His glasses glare. Or I will have the nurses take you out of here. Maka takes deep breaths, bowing her head. Stein, can you please tell us what happened? Why is Kami in a coma? Spirit takes a step forward, his ugly blue eyes shaking. Follow me. The man gives Spirit a long glance, a knowing glance before he leads them over to the hallway next to the desk. They passed the elevator. We had to move Kami in a different room while we wait for the hospital to come pick her up. They should be here by tomorrow, so it's lucky that I have some equipment here to keep her stable till then. Thank you so much, Stein. Spirit smiles at him. Maka isn't thanking him, this is his fault. It's the asylum's fault. Now after I show you Kami, I have to take you back upstairs to her room. There are some things of hers I wish for you to take back. Stein continues to lead them. Apparently she's been hiding some things from us that she's not supposed to have at the asylum. Now I don't know who gave them to her. He glances at Maka. But we want them taken out immediately. What things are you talking about? Spirit raises an eyebrow, glancing at Maka. What the hell are you looking at? She snaps, causing the man to pale a little and look away. We will get to that later. Stein stops in front of a white door. It has no number. He takes out his keys and unlocks the door before walking through. Maka's breath hitches. She doesn't want this. She doesn't want to be here. Oh, Kami. Spirit looks at the pale woman laying in the small hospital bed. 2 IVs are stuck in her arms, an oxygen mask over her face. Maka rushes over, ignoring the pain as she knees by her side. She can feel her eyes water as she grabs a hold of her mother's hand. It's limp. What happened? Tell me right now. Her voice is shaky as she looks at her mother, feeling her lifeless hand in hers. We don't know. Last night we checked on her, and when we tried to wake her up for her pills she wouldn't. Stein looks down at the woman with uncaring eyes. It's strange, her vitals are good and I did an X-ray on her head. There is no bleeding in the brain and everything seems to be fine. This is the oddest case I have gotten. There has to be a reason. She can't just go in a coma. She glares at the man. That doesn't happen. Of all people I know this, but I couldn't find anything wrong with her. He looks down at her, something flickering in those stone eyes. Oh, Kami. Spirit walks closer and puts a hand on her mother's cheek. He rubs it gently, his eyes getting watery. What has happened to you? Suddenly a tear falls from her mother's closed eye, just one single tear. It falls down, reaching Spirit's hand, causing him to pull away. Mom. She shouts, a hope that she's awake. Calm down. That wasn't anything but excess water being dispelled from the eyes from being closed. Stein states coldly. No. No, that was a tear. She felt a sadness when she saw that. Spirit is making her mother sad even in a coma. She hates him. Don't fucking touch her, Ajian. She growls, sending that man a glare. You don't deserve to. Maka. Spirit looks at her with such hurt in his eyes. Hell, like she cares. Spirit, let's give Maka some alone time. I have a couple things I wish to talk to you about. Stein turns and starts walking out of the room. Oh, okay. He looks at Maka a moment before following the scientist out of the room. They shut the door, leaving her alone with her mother. Maka takes deep breaths, trying to calm down, but damn it, how can she? She's holding her mother's limp hand in hers. Her beautiful mother is so pale with that single tear still falling down her face. Don't cry. She reaches out a shaky hand, wiping that one tear away. Don't cry, Mom. She doesn't respond. Why is this happening to you? Maka trembles as she grips her mother's hand tighter. Just why? Why? Just fucking why? You haven't done anything to deserve this. She looks up at the ceiling, a dark look clouding her eyes. Wasn't it enough? Wasn't it enough that my mother became insane, that you took her away from me to be in this hellhole? Now she's in a coma. What has she done? What sin, what crime has she done to deserve this? No one answers her. There is no answer. Why won't you leave her alone? Why can't fate leave her be? Must you keep condemning her? Must you keep condemning me? She grips her mother's hand tighter. She looks back up at the ceiling. Why can't you just take me? Why can't you just punish me and leave my mother alone? I would gladly take her place if you would let me. There is no response. The door suddenly opens with Spirit and Stein coming back in the room. The doctor looks as blank as always, but Spirit looks different. He looks angry. Now Maka, I must ask you what caused your mother to attack last Saturday. Stein has that file open, a pen ready to write. I don't know, she just did. Maka looks away from him. She said she saw that man. Did she say anything odd before that? Did you maybe say something that upset her in any way? Maka looks over at Spirit. I mentioned him and she started to cry. Spirit's expression falls in guilt. I see. Stein writes it down before closing the file. The hospital will want to know this, hopefully they can diagnose the problem where I have failed. Surely I couldn't be the cause of this. Spirit looks at Stein, desperate for a way out of his guilt. It probably is your fault, you dick. Maka stands up, her fist gripped, her eyes flaring. Now let's chill out, Maka. Stein looks at her coldly. What good is pushing the blame on anyone? It will not make your mother better, you're just making your father more miserable. Like hell if I care. She growls. Come on, it's time to go. Stein looks at her for a moment. Say your goodbyes, she won't be here tomorrow, she will be in St. Paul's Hospital. Maka frowns. St. Paul's is miles away, how is she going to see her mother? It's hard enough to get that cab driver to drive this far and she's running out of money. She takes a deep breath as she turns around and walks till she's next to her mother. Maka takes in everything about her, trying to remember it all. She leans in and gives her mother a kiss on the forehead. You better wake up soon, you hear? Maka mumbles, staring at her mother's pale face. She doesn't respond. Yes, we both love you, Kami, we will be waiting for you. Spirit walks over and places a kiss on her lips. Oh, Maka feels the hate. She sends him a glare, but Spirit just ignores her. Come on you two, let's go. Stein walks out of the room, Spirit following close behind. Maka takes one last glance at her mother before she walks out after them. The group of three walks silently to the elevator, they get in and the doors close behind them. They are silent. The elevator opens and they walk out quietly. What is there to say? Nothing. Her mother is in a coma. She hates them both. Stein stops in front of the door 403. It used to be familiar because her mother was in this room, but she's not anymore. He grabs the door handle and opens the door. For once it isn't locked. Only because its prisoner isn't here. Now I am going to give you the items and then I'm going to excuse myself, I have a lot of paperwork to do. Stein states as he walks over to the black bed in the room, picking something up. He turns around holding a box. What is that? Maka raises an eyebrow looking at the small black box. She gets an odd feeling by it. I do not know, but... He opens it. Nothing's in it but a small mirror on the top. It has glass inside and that is forbidden for a patient to have. She could have hurt herself. He looks at Maka coldly as he hands it over. You have to be more careful with that, Maka. But I didn't give this to her. Maka looks at the box, her stomach turns and she's beginning to sweat. What the hell is this feeling? It's so dark. Whether you did or not, I want you to take it back, also this. He hands her a black key. Its edges are sharp, this has to be taken back too. What is this to? Maka reaches to take it from Stein, but Spirit snatches it before she even touches it. It's mine. He grunts as he shoves it into his pocket. He then rips the box from Maka's hands and shoves it into his jacket. So is this. Then why did Mom have it? She glares at him, giving him a dangerous look. Because I gave it to her. He doesn't look at her, his blue eyes holding something like realization mixed with guilt. Then how did she have it here? Because you haven't come to see her until today. Maka's eyes narrow. I don't need to explain myself to you. He snaps. Maka blinks. Defensive. Now that is out of the way. Stein starts to walk out of the room, Spirit follows close to him. Maka walks out of the room last. I have some paperwork to attend, be safe you two. The doctor walks away from them. Maka watches the man take the file over a couple doors down 413. He unlocks it and walks in. So that's where they keep the patient's files. The sneaky bastard has them in a room that looks like a patient's room. Come on, we're leaving this place. Spirit starts to walk away. Maka doesn't follow. Come on. He growls. No. Maka glares. I'm not leaving with you, I don't want to be around you. Oh really? He marches over and grabs her roughly by the wrist. Are you sure that's it? Or are you going to try to see that crazy boy again? Maka's eyes widen a little, but she still struggles against his grasp. He just tightens his grip. Oh yeah, Stein told me all about how you have been seeing a boy patient here behind my back. He told me this boy is highly dangerous. What the hell are you thinking, Maka? Do you want to end up like your mother? Get the hell off me. Maka growls, trying to rip her arm away, but she can't. Krona is not dangerous. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The doctor doesn't know what he's talking about, yet you do. Spirit growls. I forbid you to see this boy again, Maka. Fuck you. I don't have to listen to you. Get the hell off of me. She's screaming now. She hates him, oh she hates him. Spirit Albarn. Both Maka and Spirit pause as they turn to look around. That male nurse who gave her the pencil stands, his teeth showing and his fist griped. What the hell are you doing here? We have enough nut cases as it is. The man's eyes fall on where Spirit is holding on to Maka, they glint dangerously. Don't you think she's a little too young for you, Spirit? Stick to the whores at the bar, jackass, don't rob the cradle. Fuck you, Giriko. Spirit growls. This is my daughter. The man finally named Giriko blinks. You're a fucking father. And you're... He looks at Maka for a moment before looking back at Spirit. Man, I thought you were a piece of shit before, but you have a fucking family? I've seen the things you do at the bar, you're trash. I see you at the bars too, Giriko. This little nurse's outfit doesn't fool me, you haven't changed a bit. Spirit's eyes narrow. You're still a fucking loser. Fuck you. I got a degree, man, that's more than you got. And if I want to party I can. I don't have a family, I don't have a child, but you do. Giriko's eyes narrow. You son of a bitch. Why don't you mind your own business? Spirit growls and gives Maka a tug, but she stands her ground. We're going. No, you're going. I'm not going with you. She growls and finally he lets go, causing her to fall back on her butt. Hey, watch it, man, that's your fucking kid. Giriko walks over so he's by Maka. If you want to stay here, fine. Fucking stay here, I don't care anymore. Don't even call me later to pick you up, you're on your own. He glares at her before he walks away. Damn kid, I didn't know he was your father. Gerksho holds out his hand towards her. You weren't kidding when you said he was an alcoholic. I don't kid. She stands up without taking his hand. I'm guessing you know him because you spend most your time at the bars too, huh? I like to have fun, kid. He shrugs and takes a chug out of a water bottle he is holding. Apparently. She starts to walk away. Where are you going? He raises an eyebrow. To Krona's. She continues to walk. It's not a visiting day. Gerksho starts to follow her, a slight frown on his face. You know, kid, I hate that man, but how are you going to get home? Cabs don't run here on Mondays. I know. She grunts as she turns down the hallway with Krona's room. I'll figure something out. Why are you still walking this way? It's not like you're going to be able to get in. They come to a stop in front of Krona's door, the man looking at her with his eyebrow raised. You have keys, don't you? She looks over at him. Let me in. I can't fucking do that. It's not a visiting day. He crosses his arms. You're not the one to follow the rules anyway. Her eyes narrow. Still, I'm not losing my job for you, kid. He grunts. Well then. Maka walks over and takes a sniff into his water bottle. Just like I thought. This is alcohol, you're drinking on the job. Gerksho's face pales and her eyes narrow more. So if I'm not mistaken, you're breaking the rules now. What's one more? Either you let me in Krona's room or I'll go and alert the nurses of your drinking problem. God damn it. He grumbles, a vein popping out of his head. He glares at her. Maka glares right back. She isn't giving in. Shit. He sighs. Alright, I'll let you in. He glares at her. This stays between us, I won't say anything about this, and you won't say anything about this. He shakes the water bottle. Deal, now open the door. She walks up to his door a longing grabbing her heart. Damn fucking kid. He grumbles as he gets out his keys. I'll be waiting out here for you to keep watch and shit, so if something happens shout and I'll come to your damn rescue. Okay. She looks at him a moment as he unlocks the door. Here, you can look at this while I'm in there. She hands him her sketchbook. Kiriko raises an eyebrow. It's my sketchbook. That last drawing I used your pencil. She opens the door, giving him the middle finger. That's for telling me it was special, you ass. Mako walks into the room, hearing the man chuckle at her. Dick. She looks over in the boy's corner. Krona sits in it with his head buried in his knees, both or his shoulders are showing from where the gown has fallen down. Mako feels her heart be gripped. Is this really what he does? Just sit in that corner alone until she comes back to see him? That thought alone breaks her heart. Mako takes a step forward, her shoes make a patter sound. Krona's head whips up, his eyes are wide with fear, but at seeing her that disappears. They stare at each other for a moment before the boy frowns. Is this another dream? He mumbles and grips his legs tighter, averting his gaze. Go away. It's too upsetting to just have a vision of her. I only want the real Maka. Maka can't help but to smile. He's been dreaming about her. And he thinks she's one right now? Cute. Maka starts to walk closer to him. Krona, it's me, Maka. That's what they all say. He pouts, gripping his knees so close to his chest. Maka can't help but to laugh at this. The pout was cute, but the way he said that priceless. Don't laugh at me. It's not funny. I miss the real Maka badly. He frowns into his knees, causing Maka to feel slightly bad for laughing. Krona, it's okay, it's really me. She walks over and touches his cheek. At the contact, Krona grasps, looking at her with those big blue eyes. His hand shoots up and touches the hand that's on his cheek. She's getting lost in those eyes. Maka. It's really you. His face lights up so bright. Is it really Thursday already? I can't believe it. I'm glad I see. Can't believe it in a good way, not a bad way. It's not Thursday, it's Monday. She smiles at him. Even with all that's happened to her today, she can still smile. And it's all because of him. He gives her happiness. But Monday isn't a visitor day. His face suddenly pales, fear flickering in his eyes. Maka, did something happen? Did something happen to your mother? Yeah, my mom has gone into a coma. Maka bows her head, her heart unlocking at his question. I came to see her before she's taken to the hospital. I had to come see you. Oh Maka, I'm so sorry. Krona frowns, that concern shining through. Did they find out what caused it? No, Stein says he didn't find anything wrong with her, but I know that has to be a lie. She growls just thinking about it. People don't just go into a coma for no reason. Why yeah. Krona's eyes become glossed over, his voice sounding kind of odd. Hey Krona. She looks up at him, her just realizing something. How did you know something was wrong with my mother? Krona tenses up, his blue eyes shake as they shift. They hold something she's seen a lot today. Guilt. It was just a guess. Why, your mother is the reason why you come here, so I just assumed. He trembles, his voice shaky. Oh okay. Max studies him a moment, not really understand why this boy feel guilty. Why, you said your mother was going to be taken to the hospital. He takes in a breath of air and it sounds painful. Yes, Stein said she will be gone by tomorrow. Maka averts her gaze. My mom is going to be miles away. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to see her. Oh. His expression completely falls, a deep sadness in his eyes before he bows his head, his bangs covering his eyes. Krona. Maka frowns as she tries to push the bangs out of his face. What's wrong? Is this the last time I'm going to see you? He trembles as he looks up at her, tears at the corner of his eyes. What are you talking about? Why, your mom will no longer be here, so you have no reason to come back to the asylum. He averts his gaze. The boy looks so frail. Of course I have a reason. Maka grabs the boy by the chin, turning his head so he's looking at her. I still have to see you, don't I? Why, Yuri? He trembles, his eyes looking at her with hope. I told you I wouldn't miss a day. Just because my mom's not here, I'll still come because I want to see you. Why Yuri going to see come just for me? He looks at her with those eyes. She's powerless. Yes, just for you. She gives him a warm smile, to let him know she's telling the truth. Maka you're to kind. His eyes hold such relief, a smile tugs at his lips and her smile grows. No, I'm not. She pokes his nose playfully, causing the boy's cheeks to tint. Remember, I'm doing this because I want to. I'm not a nice person. Why you're nice to me, Maka. He blushes and averts his gaze. So nice. Only to you. Oh, only me? He speaks breathlessly, his cheeks growing in color as he shifts his body. Only you. She smiles at the boy, her heart being raised. Maka Krona's gaze shifts some more. He pauses and his breath hitches. Maka, what happened to your foot? He lets go of his legs to move closer to her, looking at her foot with wide eyes. Why you're hurt? Yeah, funny story about that. She smiles sheepishly at the boy, not looking at her foot. I fell down a hill being an idiot and not paying attention. A hill. He shrieks, looking at her as if she just told him a shark took a bite of her foot. How scary. I fall all the time, but a hill. He trembles. Oh, Maka, I'm so sorry. Was it a big hill? Is your foot broke? Are you okay? I'm fine, Krona. She smiles reassuringly. It wasn't a big hill, I just hit my foot on a rock or something, don't worry, it's not broke. It looks painful. He frowns, eyeing her foot sadly. It's not. She lies. Oh. He doesn't seem to be convinced. He keeps glancing at her foot, a frown on his face. It's obvious it's upsetting him. Hey. Maka grabs his face so he's looking at her and not her foot. She looks into those blue eyes, just loving them. Loving how they shake slightly, loving how they light up in excitement at her touching him. You know I missed you. I missed you too, Maka. I am so glad you're here. He smiles so big, his cheeks tinting again. So am I. She lets go of his face, satisfied with the smile she has gotten out of him. I started to make something else for you, Maka. Krona suddenly jumps up, Maka admiring his long skinny legs as he walks past her. It's not finished yet, but I want to show you. Is it a pudding again? Maka suppresses a grimace. Another bowl of that stuff just might kill her. But she would eat it if he gave it to her. And no. It's a picture. She hears Krona mumble, so she stands up, staring at him with new interest. Oh, cool. She smiles. Here. He walks back over, a piece of paper shakes in his hand as he walks over, stumbling a little. Maka's smile grows as she takes it from him. She looks at the paper. It's too cute. The paper is plain except for two stick figures. One stick figure has what looks to be blonde hair, and green dots for eyes. The other one has pink hair, blue dots for eyes. The two stick figures are holding hands, both smiling happily. It's a picture you would expect to get from a young child, the kind the parents would lie and say that Thidi would put it on the refrigerator, but really they are just going to throw it away. But Maka loves it. She thinks it's adorable. I am not a good drawer, but yesterday I attended a arts and crafts. I wanted to make you something. Why you're always so nice to me so. He shifts his gaze, obviously nervous about her opinion on it. I love it. She smiles at him. You like to draw? And not really. He mumbles. See, coloring is easier to deal with. Maybe I could bring some crayons and some coloring books for us to do Thursday. She smiles at the idea. I'm sure they won't have a problem with crayons. Not if they're dull. That sounds like fun. His face lights up in excitement. I haven't colored in one of those for years. Then I definably will be bring some. Maka watches as the boy sits back in his corner, not before he puts a black pillow in front of him. Here you go, Maka. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. He blushes slightly, looking away from her. Well, thank you, I'm happy you're so concerned about my butt. She giggles and takes a seat on it. I am not. He squeaks, his face becoming so red. It's not your butt, it's why you I'm concerned about. I. He trails off, his blush reaching his neck. I'm just playing, Krona. She smiles as she puts a hand on his bare shoulder. The skin feels so warm to the touch. I think it's cute how sweet you are. Why, you're not going to explode, are you? He frowns, but he's still blushing. Nope, figure of speech, remember. She giggles again. God, that sounds so weird. Oh, I remember. He pouts. Maka smirks at him before she looks around his room, realizing once again they're alone. No nurses are here to watch them. She looks back at the boy, only to find he's staring at her lips. At realizing he's been caught, his face becomes an impossible shade of red and he looks away. Maka stares at him a moment. They're alone now, but Thursday when she comes back there will be nurses again. She better take advantage of this. Krona. She moves closer. Why, yes. He squeaks, his face getting darker as he glances at her. Can I kiss you? She stops when she's just by his face. If you don't want me to just. And no, I want it. He speaks it a little too fast, causing him to squeak in embarrassment. I am sorry, I just. Maka cuts him off by pushing her lips to his, the boy tensing just to go limp. His lips feel so soft, she's missed them so much. Maka doesn't want to be still. No, she's going to deepen the kiss. She doesn't really know what she's doing, but she's been forced to watch plenty of romance movies with her mother. She's seen a lot of other people kiss. It can't be too hard, right? Maka lightly tugs at his lower lip, kissing him slowly, trying to get the feel of it. This feels right, so she continues to do it, well aware of how hot the boy is becoming. She pulls away to look at his face, only to find the boy is panting like that kiss had taken his breath away, his face so red, his eyes half-lidded. Maka, was that still a kiss? He speaks breathless, his lips are slightly swollen. Yes. Her breathing is a little uneven and she can feel that she's blushing. That one felt different. His blue eyes look her over, his blush has reached his neck. Was it too much? Do you rather me not move? She looks at him seriously. And no. I liked it. He mumbles, looking away. I liked it a lot. It just made me feel warm, and I'm going to do it again. If you want me to stop, just let me know, okay? She looks at him seriously again. He just nods, but that look on his face said it all. He wouldn't want her to stop. Maka eagerly pushes their lips back together, enjoying the warmth she's getting as she kisses the boy slowly at first. Krona's lips stay frozen, his body so tense like he's afraid to move. Relax. She speaks against his lips as she touches his cheek gently, rubbing it to soothe him. It's okay. At her voice, his body loses its edge and his lips slightly part. Maka takes this chance to lick his bottom lip. This causes him to gasp. She likes the sound he made, so she lightly sucks on his bottom lip. The boy's breath is becoming more and more uneven, his eyes flutter shut and he leans into her more. The sound of his breaths, of how hot his body is getting, is like motivation, causing her to kiss deeper, to kiss faster. A little hungry growl soon is heard emitting from someone's throat. Maka pulls away, surprised. Because that little growl came from the boy. Maka's heart beats faster as she takes in Krona. He looks at her with his eyes glazed over and half-lidded. His hair is a little messy getting in his face and his face is so red. He looks embarrassed and he trembles. I'm sorry Maka, but why you keep kissing me and it feels good. He trembles. I don't understand this feeling you're making me have. My stomach feels weird, but I'm not sick. Krona. See, can you please keep doing that? It's no more than a whisper, but Maka can hear the want in it, the need in it. She would give him what he asked for. Maka moves closer, a little surprised to find it's Krona who closes the distance between them. His lips move barely, lightly grazing her bottom lip. She follows his movements and she has to admit it's nice not being the only one kissing. She finds she's getting closer to his boy. Her arms have found their way around his neck, but Krona's hands stay by his sides. Maka pulls him more into the kiss, enjoying the pants she's getting out of the boy. She licks, bites, and tugs at his lower lip at the same time she's pushing him back. The boy's back hits the wall, but she keeps getting closer. She feels like an animal, but she can't help it. This boy brings out desire in her. He makes her feel better. She really needed something to make her feel better. Krona grips her sleeves lightly, a whimper escaping his lips as she subconsciously digs her nails into his back. Curious about the reaction, she scratches down his back again, causing a sound she hasn't heard before. He just moaned. It was quiet and breathless, but it warmed her whole being. She loved the sound, so she digs her nails again into his back as she deepens the kiss. The boy trembles and moans against her lips. He's so sensitive and she loves it. She loves the feeling this is giving her. She doesn't remember the bad, she can only feel the good of this moment. Ah! Krona breaks the kiss with a rather loud moan when she had scratched down harder than before. She quickly pulls him back into the kiss, silencing him. Something is telling her this is wrong, that she shouldn't be doing this, but she's not listening to that voice. She's only listening to Krona. Maka's body moves without it telling her, as if on an instinct, and before she knows it she's straddling the boy, still kissing him deeply. He trembles beneath her, so she breaks the kiss to look at him. Krona's looking up at her with wide eyes, his face so red, his eyes glazed over. He continues to tremble, fear in his eyes, his lips swollen with kisses. Krona, what's wrong? She frowns deeply, shifting her weight on the boy about to get off. Then she feels it. Her eyes widen in realization, the boy looks like he's about to faint. I'm SSSS sorry. I don't know what that is. What's came over me? Why, you were just making me feel so good, and His eyes shake in fear. I feel so warm. Please don't be mad at me. I don't understand this. Maka can't help but to pale a little. He doesn't know what a boner is. Has no one had the talk with him? Then she remembers who his mother is and she grits her teeth. That bitch. Maka, are you mad at me? He trembles, but she can still feel him. No, I'm not mad at you, it's my fault. She smiles sheepishly, her face getting hot. Should she really explain this to him? Ugh, this is embarrassing. What you're feeling is normal. Krona, boys get these all the time when they feel something they like or see something they like. Oh, then this makes sense. He takes a sigh of relief. It's not a bad thing. Maka hesitates for a moment. No, I guess not if you handle it correctly. I've never felt so good before, so that's why. He seems to nod to himself as if reassuring himself. Even in this situation he's cute, which makes her feel like a rapist. Do you have one too? He tilts his head. What? Maka blinks. Do you have one too? He repeats and glances down. Oh. If you're asking if I have a boner, no I don't. Girls don't get those. She frowns. You do know the difference between a boy and a girl, right? Oh, I know the difference. He mumbles something, flickering in his eyes before he looks away. I just didn't know if you were feeling as good as I am. I am, you always make me feel good. She shifts her hips so she doesn't feel his erection anymore and leans in to kiss him again. The boy kissing her back eagerly. What the fuck? Krona squeaks, his whole body tensing as Maka falls off of the boy, looking over by the door to find that it's open and Gerksho staring at the two wide-eyed. What the fuck did I just see? Krona hides his face in his hands, trembling, and Maka sends him a glare. None of your damn business. Why the hell are you in here anyway? She growls. I came in to tell you it's time to go, but then I saw that. He shakes his head before he takes a chug of his water bottle. Thank God I have this, I really need it now. Fuck you. She gives him the middle finger, which the man just returns. I'll be out in a minute, alright? Fine, hurry up, have sex on your own time, my shift's almost over. He grunts before he leaves. Maka looks over at the boy, who is still holding his head in his hands, trembling. She frowns. Hey Krona, are you alright? She moves closer, lightly touching his shoulder. He doesn't respond. I'm sorry about that. She looks away. I shouldn't have done all that, I don't know what came over me, I just... She shakes her head. She has no excuse. Don't be sorry, Maka. He finally pulls his hands away, his face is still very red. I liked what you did, I've never felt anything like it before. Me either. She stands up, Krona doing the same, looking at her sadly. It's time for you to go again. He mumbles as he grips his arm. I know, but hey, Thursday isn't too far away and I'll be there. She smiles reassuringly. And with some coloring books. I can't wait. He smiles, but then it falls, he looks nervous. Why, you're sure you're not mad at me, F'er? His gaze shifts. What happened? No, of course not. She gives his shoulder a squeeze. It's fine, Hurry the fuck up. She hears Gerksho growl. Sorry Krona, I have to go. She turns to walk out of the room. Wait. He grabs her wrist and she stops. His gaze shifts a moment before he takes a deep breath. He leans in and kisses her on the cheek. A goodbye kiss. He smiles nervously. Thank you. She blushes slightly. Bye Krona. Bye Maka. She looks at him one last time before leaving the room. Finally, Gerksho growls as he goes and locks the door. Damn. You think you know a kid? You don't know me? She grunts as he looks at her. Apparently, I didn't know you were fucking the patient. He takes a chug of his water bottle. We're not. Her face becomes hot and she glares. It's not like that. Sure. He rolls his eyes. You. Now you can get all pissy or you can listen to me for a minute. He studies her a moment. Now I know your hormones are acting up and shit, but remember this is a crazy person, alright? And you're fucking with a crazy teenage boy. I don't care how weak he seems, you're still putting yourself in a bad spot. I can take care of myself. She crosses her arms and looks away. Why do you even care? He looks at her a moment before looking down at the sketchbook he has in his hands. You know I liked your drawings even though they're all of the same pair of eyes, they're pretty good. I still say you get a new muse though. He smirks at her. Why don't you draw my eyes? Your eyes are wild looking. She states while looking at them. They seem a little odd to me, but I think I could deal with drawing them. Awesome, better use my fucking pencil. He chuckles. I say that last drawing was the best out of them all. Of course you would say that. She grunts and takes the sketchbook from him. So kid, how are you going to get home? He crosses his arms. I don't know. Maka thinks about kid, but she really doesn't want to keep bothering him. I'll take you back. He grunts. My shift's over anyway. You. She looks at the water bottle. But you have been drinking. So? Hell, I'm the best driver. He moves his hands as if waving off the idea. Oh, I'm sure, because the best drivers drink before they drive. She rolls her eyes as the two make their way to the elevator and get into it. Hell yeah, they do. I'm not getting in the car with you. She crosses her arms. What, you don't trust me? He grins, his sharp teeth showing. No, you have teeth that could put the big, bad wolf to shame. You smell like beef and sweat, and you have been drinking. Kiriko blinks. Then he blinks again before a vein pops out of his head. Alright you little bitch. I was just being nice, but fuck that. He gives her the middle finger that Maka just returns. He growls as he walks out of the elevator, Maka right behind him. Hey Gerko. He pauses and looks back at her, obviously still pissed off. Thanks for helping me today, I appreciate it. She smiles at him. The man's expression falls and he looks at her blankly for a moment. Heh. He turns around and starts walking out. You're a strange girl. And you're a strange man. Fuck you. Fuck you too. She watches as the man leaves before sighing. Today was crazy again. Maka takes out her phone and puts in Kid's number. She thinks about what she did with Krona and her whole face heats up. Hopefully her blush will be gone by the time Kid gets here. Chapter 10. It's Thursday. Maka is having a crisis. She holds her head in her hands, well aware of the stares she's getting from her classmates. She feels their glares and their harsh voices, but she doesn't care. No. She has bigger problems. It's Thursday, you know, the day she's supposed to see Krona at the asylum, but she has no way to get there. She has ran out of money and there's no way Spirit would take her. He would know she's going to see Krona, and yell at her again. Spirit has been just a dick and somehow her hate for him has grown. He won't take her to the hospital to see her mother. No, he can't stop drinking long enough for him to be okay to drive. Her mother is alone now in some unknown place and she has no way to her. She has no way to the asylum either. Just look at her, she's about to lose it. Someone says in a whisper, but again she can hear them. She's already lost it. Did you hear what she's been doing to those missing animals? Yes. And I heard that some kids tried to confront her about it and she kicked their asses. Who knows if they're even alive right now? I heard they haven't come back to school. Maka's leg shakes as she just holds her head in her hands. They're all dumbasses. It's not helping her. So much shit is going on right now. What is she supposed to do? Her mother. Krona. Hey. Someone hits her desk causing her to look up. Ox is grinning at her in triumph like he's done something so amazing. On most days she would crack up from seeing him, but she's in no mood for jokes. What the hell do you want? She growls. I just wanted you to know. He leans closer, a creepy smile on his face. Me and Kim are a thing now, so if I hear you call her a bitch again I will deal with you myself. How did you manage to get her? Did you tell her you were dying? Maka grunts, looking up at him blankly. Get out of my face, Ox, you can't do shit. No, I didn't. He glares only to smile again. She just realized how much of a catch I am. Despite it all, Maka cracks up. That was just too funny. Laugh all you want, Maka, but I know you're jealous. He smirks and crosses his arms. It's sad really, how you're not going to ever know love like I do. Maka laughs in his face. Even if love was real, who could love you? You look like a Dr. Seuss reject. He gives her the middle finger, but it's awkward looking, and it just causes her to laugh more. You're the reject, Maka, no one likes you, they're either afraid of you or hate you. He glares, slamming his hands back down on her desk. You're not much better. She just smirks at him. All eyes are on the two. I can see why your mother would go insane having a daughter like you would do that to someone. Ox sneers. That was too far. That was too fucking far. Maka's expression falls and she knows she's giving him the deadliest look. Ox actually yelps. You son of a bitch, Maka stand up about to attack this boy, to fucking break those dumbass glasses he wears with her fist. Her eyes are flaring and everyone has gone quiet, they're all holding their breaths. Now Maka, I would calm down if I was you, if you're not careful you'll end up in the asylum with your mother. She doesn't know where Ox is getting these balls to say this shit to her, but she's about to break them, grind them, and shove what's left of them down his throat. Fuck you. Maka goes to punch him, to knock that fucking smirk off his face, but suddenly Ox is turned around, and is lifted up by his shirt. Maka's eyes widen a little at how dangerously Kid is looking at Ox, the nerd trembles under his tight grip. All the students grasp in unison. Ox, I suggest you sit down in your seat before I sit you down for you. Kid's eyes flare as he lets go of the boy, Ox cowering a little. If I find you speaking to her in such a way again, it won't just be a warning. Alright. Ox pales a little as he bows his head, going to sit in his seat like a dog with its tail between its legs. The whole class starts to talk now. What the hell is Kid doing sticking up for her? Don't you know he's friends with her? I heard they spend all their time together. Do you think they're dating? No way in hell. Kid's way too sexy for her. Just look at her hair, it doesn't even look like she brushes it. Maka. The classroom gets quiet again from Kid addressing her as he takes his seat next to her. He looks at her with concern in those golden orbs. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Kid. Maka sighs, gripping her hair a little. You didn't have to do that, I can take care of myself. I was about to kick the shit out of him. The whole class scoffs. Did you hear that? She's so ungrateful. Kid's nice to her and she scolds him. What a bitch. Hey, all of you, fuck off. Maka growls, looking at all the other kids. All of them gasp in unction and look at her in disbelief. What is this, a fucking TV audience? It's like they don't have a brain of their own, they move as one. They move as one against her. I don't want you to get in trouble, Maka. Kid frowns, that concern hasn't faltered. You have already been through so much these couple of days that is the last thing you need is more stress. That's all I can fucking do is stress over this shit. Her head falls, hitting the desk rather hard, her breathing is becoming uneven. I don't need you to tell me that. Maka. His voice is soft though she isn't looking at him, he puts a gentle hand on her shoulder. Let me help you, come on, talk to me. You have been trying to keep your distance from me, but I can't just watch as you suffer. Get your hand off me, Kid. She growls, but it's weak. You don't have to do this alone. He takes his hand off her. She isn't doing this alone, She has Krona, but that's the problem, she doesn't know how she's going to get to him. Maka doesn't answer him, she can't. She tries not to think about her mother, and whenever she does she thinks of Krona, but even that turns her stomach. What if she can't make it? Krona would think she had abandoned him, he would be sad. He might cry. He'll be alone. How bad would it look on her to just get on the boy, violated him, and then just not show up the next time? He would feel used. He will be all alone. He will think she's like his mother. Maka, if there is anything I can do, let me know. Kid is still speaking so soft. Then it hits her. She slowly lifts her head up, looking at Kid with desperate eyes. She doesn't want to do this, but she has to. She can't let Krona be sad, can't let him be alone. Kid, can I ask a favor of you? Of course Maka, anything. He leans closer, his eyes light up. Maka takes a deep breath. Could you take me to the asylum? Kid's eyes dull a little, his expression falling in confusion as the teacher walks into the classroom. Maka sighs and turns her attention to the front. It's obvious Kid's answer. She feels a light touch on her hand, causing her to look over at Kid. He has an odd expression in his golden eyes as he searches hers for a moment. She's ready for him to say no. Okay. He whispers, giving her a nod. Just that one word relieved her so much. She would get to see Krona. So. Kid looks over at Maka from the driver's seat. It's been quiet between the two after first period, only now is it broken. So. Maka mumbles, looking out of the window. Why do you want me to take you to the asylum? He looks back at the road, but he glances at her from the corner of his eyes. I know your mother is no longer there, they wouldn't keep a patient with a coma in the asylum. Damn Kid for being smart. Does it really matter why I'm going? She grunts, still not looking at him. I'm just curious. He speaks uncertainly. I thought you only went to the asylum for you mother. Do you visit someone else there? It's none of your business. She snaps. It becomes quiet again and Maka sighs. Okay, that was a bit too much. Sorry Kid, I don't mean to snap at you. Maka holds her head in her hands. You don't deserve that. It's okay Maka. He speaks softly, Maka feeling his gaze on her. I understand I would be snappy if I had to deal with all the things you are right now. Could we stop by my house first? I have to get a couple of things. Maka takes a deep breath. Of course. Kid takes a left, going down a road she knows will lead to her place. They're silent for a moment. I'm glad you are letting me help you. Kid gives her a small smile. I've been worried about you. Don't be. She leans her head back on the seat. I'm not your problem, Kid. You're not a problem at all, Maka. He frowns. I've told you, I care for you, I can't help but to worry, not because you my problem but because you're my friend Maka. I don't understand you, Kid. Maka takes her eyes off the window to look at him. You're the son of the mayor, you're rich, a gentleman. Why do you waste your time and energy on me? When you could have so much more, all I'm doing is taking away from you. I'm not a nice person and I snap on you all the time, but you never even snap back. You help me, I yell at you, but you continue to stand by me. I just don't get it. What are you trying to gain? I'm not trying to gain anything. You are my friend, yes you can be cold, yes you snap on me, but you're real. His eyes gloss over, his voice soft. You are the only one who treated me differently. You never saw me as the mayor's son or the rich child, you saw me as an equal. You spoke down to me, something no one would dare do. You don't give me special treatment. His grip tightens a little on the wheel. You aren't my friend for my money. For the longest time we weren't even friends. You never tried to be fake and you never gave in to me, always trying to be better. He takes a deep breath. I stand by you because you are real, I know you are truly my friend. He looks over and gives her a warm smile. I want you to know I'm real too, that I am truly your friend. Nothing could change that. Maka stares at him with wide eyes for a moment, speechless. Well, that was beautiful. Maka finds her voice, her giving him a teasing smile, trying to make the conversation not so deep. I'm glad you thought so. He chuckles slightly. It's all true, you know. I know. Maka looks out the window as Kid parks in front of her home. You're not one to lie. Good. He smiles before he gets out of the car. Maka hurries up and gets out so he doesn't open the door for her. They both walk up the small path being quiet, but it's a comfortable silence. She opens the door walking in with Kid right behind her. Spirit's not here. Kid comments looking around the small home. No, he hasn't been since Monday. She shrugs. You can wait out here, I just need to grab a couple things in my room. Feel free to sit on the couch. Okay. He smiles and goes over to the living room as Maka walks into her room. Maka grabs the coloring books and crayons she had left on her bed. She made sure that none of the crayons are sharp and that all of the coloring books are awesome. She even found a Winnie the Pooh one. Now that's the shit. She chuckles to herself as she then gets her sketchbook, sticking Gerksho's pencil in the edge of it. Maka knows she won't be able to draw Krona, but that man had asked her to draw his eyes so she would do it. The guy is a dick, but he's helped her out, so she would put up with him. Maka looks over her room one last time to make sure she has everything before she nods to herself and walks out. Hey kid, I'm ready. Maka stops in her track. Her breath hitches. Shit. Fuck. Kid is sitting on the couch reading her notebook, the one she wrote all about Krona in. She had forgotten that she took it out last night. She must have just left it there, not really seeing a problem because Spirit hasn't shown up in a while, but oh fuck. She had wrote everything in there all about what she did with Krona Monday. Kid has seen it. Maka. He looks up at her from the notebook, a deep frown on his face, his eyes slightly shake. Who is Krona? Check the description for the links to the author.